as I say, that is a real turn up for the books. And so now we have a Volkswagen 1-2. It is Jim Morris in the lead ahead of Tom Shepherd. It's Golf ahead of Sirocco. And then in third place now is Rupert Deeth. Simon Goodliff is fourth in the Fiesta. And Nick Swift is out of the race, and very, very disappointed indeed, having been on pole position. It was a fan belt drama in qualifying, but an even bigger drama come the race. And this isn't the kind of circuit where you're bouncing over the curves all the time to do damage.
Absolutely not at all. That's just sheer bad luck, especially with the new format with the heats. Here we take another look. This is the end of it, as he's just trying to kill the last little bit of speed, keep the car as best he can out of the wall.
Well, there will be some damage, of course, after that contact. We've lost the Opel Commodore and Matt Manderson into the pit lane as well. But Nick Swift out of the race, very disappointed indeed, goes without saying. Now, Jim Morris then, in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, raced by his father, John Morris. And it's quite right, it's period colour scheme. That now leads the way. Tom Shepherd in second place. So these were cars out of the up to 1600cc class, the Golf and the Sirocco, with the rather impudent Mini of Rupert Deeth keeping them inside, isn't he?
Very much so, and that Golf looks beautifully balanced. We just saw that lovely shot of it fully loaded there through the tighter corner down at Lavant, coming onto the straight. There was just enough roll, just enough compliance in the car to soak up the lack of traction that will still be a struggle for the drivers to deal with out there at the moment. Got an oil flag at the chicane. I can't see the cause or reason behind it, but on the entrance of the chicane we've got an oil flag.
No, somebody's put something down, you're right, or it might be a little bit of debris, really. Slippery surface flag. The flag's now gone. Oh no, it's still there. Now battles on here, look, because this is very much post-haste, isn't it? The Mini and the Fiesta and the Data Post colours running together. Steve Jones just ahead with Ollie Mortimer behind him in the 1300cc Fiesta, the American-built car with the square headlights coming up over the timing line. Through goes Steve Jones with the Mini. Alan Kernow colours on the Mini. Kernow and Richard Longman's colour scheme it was the year after on the Ford Fiestas, which is quite something to turn Richard Longman away from British Leyland products. He went back to the Metro ultimately, which is his car, the Data Post car that you see Ollie Street driving. But a good little fight going on here, as up front, Jim Morris, with the fastest lap of the race to his credit, was being caught last time by Tom Shepherd in the Sirocco. But Steve Jones then in the Mini accelerates on. That car going nicely in 12th place, having moved ahead of Ollie Mortimer on that previous lap. So there, Dave Devine being chased by Kerry Michael, 5th and 6th. Then you've got the Toyota of Matt Green. Jason Minshaw, 8th for the back of the grid. That's quite a drive.
Yeah, he's not hanging around, is he? He's made swift work, carving his way through the field on the opening laps, probably taking advantage of a little bit of hesitancy perhaps of the drivers further back in the field, just as they find their feet, get used to the dry conditions.
Jim Morris through the chicane. Somebody's flicked it, you can see, just peeling the banner away as there for third place. Battle shaping up, isn't it now? Rupert Deeth coming under attack from Simon Goodliff, heading up towards the timing line. They will go through. The lead gap has come down a bit more, 1.6 seconds. Deeth versus Goodliff, that margin is 7/10. We've still got 12 minutes of the race to go. Quite a lot's happened in the first 8.
That was fantastic to watch Deeth through the chicane there, so close to the second of the walls. Very hard thing to judge that for the drivers, because if you're in a right-hand drive car and you've got to get the edge of the car, the left-hand edge of the car as close to the wall as possible, you're obviously sat further away from it, but it's critical to getting a good exit. Just opens up the corner, gives you a little more exit speed onto the straight.
There, number 40, Matt Green in the Hughes of Beaconsfield liveried Toyota, the car that Wim Percy took to the 1982 title. And off the road from second place now goes Tom Shepherd. Nobody wants to win this race, so coming out of St Mary's, Tom's had a big lose and he's way out in the weeds there, dropping down the field.
Yeah, I wonder if he just ran a little bit wide, carried perhaps a bit too much speed through the apex, because out there near the white line on driver's right, as we just take a look, I didn't see the cause of it. It's interesting, I'd love to see the entry to the corner. It's hard to say what triggered that, but essentially if you get too wide, if you carry a bit too much speed and you end up too far to the right hand side, that white painted surface is still going to be slippery, and of course that little sliver of tarmac beyond it, just before the grass, is really, really wet, and once you're there, that's it.
Good little fight here, look, because now Rupert Deeth is under huge attack from Simon Goodliff as they come up towards the line. So the ex-Tim Goss Mini, Tim still very much around, the instructor at the Porsche driving centre at Silverstone these days, keeping Simon Goodwood behind him. Simon tees himself up to look to the inside line, but can't find a way by. Now, by the way, Jim Morris is leading by 7 seconds. He's absolutely disappeared up the road. Deeth is second, Goodwood third. Somebody else is getting on with the programme. Kerry Michael is up into 4th place. Dave Devine is 5th. 6th now is Matt Green. 7th is Jason Minshaw. The heroics continue. Tom Shepherd 8th after that spin. And Simon Goodwood thinks about the inside line there, but Rupert Deeth sticks out his elbows.
Yeah, Rupert Deeth going defensive from the way into forward water, a couple of corners back. You can see how much grip's out there. The right-hand rear wheel picking up as they come in through the entry to St Mary's. Now this is the start of the defence. He's taken a tighter line on the way into turn 1 at Madgwick. You're going to see he connects with that first apex, but now starts to run wide. This triggers the opportunity. This triggers the start of the attack from behind, because he loses momentum onto the straight, but he's gathered it up, and now he's got to probably go defensive again on the way into Woodcote.
Now the Fiesta might have just a little bit more grunt. Looks much bigger, higher, taller car, doesn't it? Sort of dwarfing the Mini as Simon Goodwood tries to go to the outside line, coming into Woodcote. He's got to try and get the undercut for the chicane. This, remember, it's for second place as they get to the braking area, but Rupert Deeth's already moved across and covered the line. Brakes as late as he dares. We're into the second half of the race as they come up towards the line now. Rupert Deeth is doing a great job hanging on to the place.
Absolutely fantastic. That was a masterclass of defensive driving from Deeth. He's not got the horsepower, but he does have track position, and he positioned the car beautifully. Not so tight a defensive line that it would compromise his own corner and compromise his exit, but just tight enough to close the door.
But we're not done yet, are we? 8.5 more minutes of the race to go. And Simon Goodwood again thinks about the outside line approaching St Mary's. A little bit damp off line there as well. Now, which way do you go? Right here and get the outside line for St Mary's itself. Coming into the first part, actually slots back in behind, doesn't he? Just waiting for the opportune moment. And while these two are squabbling, of course, they're dropping further away from the race leader, Jim Morris, who is now 8 seconds to the good. But Rupert Deeth, you take your hat off to him. I mean, the Deeth family know their way around minis of all manner, but this is a really good drive.
It really is, but I feel for Goodwood, because if it were full dry conditions, it would be on to have a look around the outside in the first part of St Mary's, to have a look around the outside, perhaps at Woodcote, as he might do in just a few seconds from now. But remember, the outside after the biblical weather that we had this morning is still going to be horrible. I don't know if the grip is there to take an outside lunge.
There's a lovely battle as well going on at the back of the field with Gregor Marshall fending off his dad's Dolomite Sprint, which is quite something for him. Right, Simon Goodwood is going to have another go. Both the cars on the limit, drifting beautifully through Woodcote. You can see that in Simon's efforts, he's not the indicator on a lap or two back, comes out of the chicane now, but Rupert Deeth still hangs on to the place then. And actually, they're not quite nose to tail, are they? He does have good run coming out of the chicane there.
Well, it's all about the corner speed. You know, the Mini is able to carry better corner speed through the tight right-left of the chicane, and it gives it just enough of a cushion to stay ahead on the run-up to Madgwick.
Ollie Streak in the Metro is also on the attack. He's just got back ahead of Jason Minshaw. Goodwood dropping away here in replay. Again, with the smoke coming off that tyre as the car leans on the suspension and it hops and bounces. That's Rupert Deeth's Mini. Fascinating to watch, isn't it, in slow motion like that? Yeah,
you've got to be careful, though. That's tyre rubbing on bodywork. You don't have to do that too many times before you obviously start wearing on a particular spot on the tyre. Look like the top of the sidewall there. That's how you can get an unexpected puncture.
Now, further back, the other Golf of note, the ex-Richard Lloyd livery there, 39, that is the Mark Wilson car, that in pursuit of Steve Jones' Mini. And that means actually that number 39 has fallen back a spot over that last lap, so Mark Wilson has dropped back behind Steve Jones. Jim Morris now leading by 8.6 seconds, and the checkered flag has been shown according to the timing screen. The checkered flag legend is on the screen now. I must confess, I didn't see it go out, but it is on the screen, slightly randomly.
Oh, just contact down there. I didn't see who it was. Just coming into the chicane a little bit too tight and clattering the walls, which fortunately are not made of brick and cement. They are made of polystyrene, but definitely will have opened up the entry to that corner for everybody else.
Right, well, there over the timing line goes the battle for second place, and I'm hoping there isn't a checkered flag, but as I say, it's being shown on the timing screen, which is all very strange. Down then towards the long right hand of Madgwick they go. The fact that Simon Goodwood is still attacking suggests that it's purely a a computer glitch, but they battle their way on, and Jim Morris 8.3 seconds to the good now. Again to the outside line, approaching St Mary's. They turn, clock ticks on down, but Simon Goodliff on the attack, thinks about the inside line. This is his best chance yet. He's done it. He goes through on the inside line. So finally Simon Goodliff does dive through, coming into the first part of St Mary's. Can Rupert Death fight back from there?
I don't think he's going to be able to. He needed to stay defensive. That was an interesting decision because the last couple of laps he's covered the inside there beautifully. Perhaps he thought he had just enough of a cushion to take a slightly faster line, a wider line into the first part of St Mary's, and that cost him the position in the end.
Well, Simon's been eyeing up that move for lap after lap, working out where he's stronger, and it was very, very close, wasn't it? Almost mirror to mirror, but in the end Rupert Death thought, well, we're going to have to give way here, and through has gone Simon Goodliff then. So he's moved himself through into second place, but there's no chance, I don't think, of him catching Jim Morris in the remaining 4.5 minutes now. Still on the ragged edge almost, aren't they? That Mini pops its way towards the chicane. Jim Morris in and amongst the traffic. There's the race leader coming up to have a go at the Jerry Marshall, Peter Brock Vauxhall as he goes through. But Jim Morris now making this look pretty easy.
He is. He's got a significant pace advantage over his nearest challengers, so he just needs to carve his way through the back markers with patience, not get involved in a squabble or a misunderstanding that could compromise this critical potential win, given that it would qualify him, of course, for the rest of the weekend.
Dave Devine goes through. There's Larry Waugh, number 64 Mini. Now he's got himself into a little bit of a battle, although he's lost the place. Steve Jones has gone ahead of him. So the Data Post car ahead of the ex-John Mowat car from the 1980, 79 and 80 Tri-Central British Saloon car seasons. Larry Waugh up towards the timing line, and he will go through now. But Steve Jones, bit by bit by bit, getting himself into the mix. Now, 15th at the moment, number 37 is Guy Stevens in Martin Overington's yellow Dolomite Sprint, the one we saw having its moment at the chicane. He's a long way clear of the 16th place car, which is Gregor Marshall, but it would be quite fitting if Gregor was the last qualifier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and Stevens' little Dolomite there getting very, very loose out of the chicane. It almost looks like he was sort of steering left and right just to try to see. Oh, there's debris.
There is a bit of debris on the road.
That's what the slippery surface flag on the entry to the chicane would have been for earlier.
Now, this mini battle still rages on. This is for 10th place. Steve Jones versus Larry Waugh as they come up towards Laverne Corner this time, over the little rise there up towards the right. There is Gregor Marshall, who is about to go a lap down. Jim Morris will go through. He's got just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Orlando Lindsay, who started from pit lane, is behind him, and Orlando is 17, so he's going to be another and just misses out.
Great shame for Orlando. So many cars with bodywork rubbing on the tyre as they're fully loaded there. Just when the car goes over the crest on the entry to Madgwick and then sinks back down into the compression afterwards.
So race leader on lap number 12 as they're through the traffic. The Alfa Romeo GTB6 of Paul Clayson, the ex-Leno Lombardi Tony Palmer car. And Jim Morris, somewhat dominant up front, is now heading for a race win. He's also set to put himself on the front row of the grid for the final tomorrow. The quicker heat winner takes pole, and therefore the slower heat winner will be second on the grid, and then you alternate. So he might find himself at the front with a Capri or a Rover on either side. Well,
he's driving beautifully, so smooth. You can see very sort of point-to-point perfection, really, for Morris at the moment, and it looks like his car is really compliant, really suiting the conditions that he's finding himself dealing with out there at the moment. It's a very good performance from both car and driver.
Now, what's going on in replay here through the chicane? This is Simon Goodliff going through on the inside of the traffic, and a big, big lock up there from Rupert Death to avoid hitting the GTV6 ahead of him. But yeah, that was quite a good save, but it's also cost him time against the Fiesta.
I think he benefited there, didn't he, from the fact that the first wall of the chicane, that first apex, has been nudged ever so slightly to the right as we've got contact. I think that's Orlando Lindsay, just as they come out of the chicane there. Did they go side by side, door handle to door handle, gathered it all up as they make their way up to Madgwick. Lindsay back on the inside now.
Yeah, that's with Gregor Marshall saying it's my dad's trophy race and I'm going to hang on to my place. But I think Orlando's gone through, but he's gone wide, and they've got the second place battle bearing down on them. Then Simon Goodliff in the Fiesta goes to the inside line. In the middle tries to go the Mini of Rupert Death. They're side by side for second. The Mini goes ahead. Which way does he go now? The gap narrows, but he has done it. He's gone back ahead of the Fiesta. So for second place, Rupert Death, really opportunistic. Fantastic stuff, that. Very brave indeed. Used the traffic to his advantage. There are 2 cars that have gone off on the back straight as well. We just caught a glimpse in the background. But out of all of that, Rupert Deeth is back up into 2nd position. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was luck as well as judgment for all of them, I think. You've got to feel for Goodwood getting really blocked there in the traffic, but nobody was doing anything wrong. I think the back markers were simply trying to mind their own business, but there were 2 abreast. They had nowhere to go. It was through the fastest section of the circuit as well.
Well, the checkered flag is imminent because we've got 10 seconds to go. Now, where is Jim Morris in the Mark 1 Golf out of all of this? He should be on his way down to Woodcote. But a great battle this has been for 2nd place. Both deserve it. The fastest lap, by the way, Tom Shepherd in the white Sirocco, recovering after his spin. He's got himself back up into 5th place. But Jim Morris may never have such an easy race win again. Comes right, left, through the chicane. His team applaud on the pit wall. And it is going to be honours in the first heat for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Now we do have a checkered flag. Goes out to a delighted Jim Morris. You can see how much that means to him. For 2nd place, one of the drives of the day, Rupert Deeth. 3rd goes the way of Kerry Michael on the last lap, getting ahead of Simon Goodliff. And then for 5th place, the Sirocco there of Tom Shepherd goes through. In 6th place, it is going to be Matt Green in the Toyota. 7th, Dave Devine's Escort. Jason Minshaw, 8th from last on the grid. 9th is Steve Jones Mini. 10th is Larry Waugh's Mini. The other qualifiers, Mark Wilson in his Golf, the Alpha of Ben Colburn, Ollie Mortimer's Fiesta, and then it should be Guy Stevens' Dolomite. And Gregor Marshall has got himself up on the last lap to 15th, and he's taken the flag. So Gregor is in. He's qualified for the Jerry Marshall Trophy final tomorrow.
Fantastic racing, wasn't it? Right the way down through the field, as you would expect from this grid of all.
Well, not quite done yet, actually, because Ben Colburn's Alpha Sud in the background of the shot there has arrived on the grass, coming out of the chicane. Nick Swift applauding those that made it to the end, but Ben Colburn just goes through. And this is a replay of what went on between Deeth and Goodliff. That's why Simon lost a place at the very end, because he arrived way too quickly at Woodcote. He nearly had to pay to get back in, he was so wide.
Yeah, and he'll be very grateful that the runoff area there is tarmac rather than gravel or grass, because that definitely saved the day.
Well, it was quite a save, wasn't it? And as we anticipated, great fun. The good news is there's more of this, not only tomorrow, but next, because the bigger engine cars will be out next. Nick Swift doing the right thing, applauding everybody else that has taken the checkered flag. He wasn't the only driver, as you saw there, to have retired from the race. We also sadly lost Ollie Streak in the Data Post Metro right towards the end. The Clarks, Tim and Ken, father and son, Ken's dad, we lost as well. Matt Manderson's Opel, and the Pantelis Cristoforo Escort was another retirement, but great racing. And Jim Morris it is who comes out on top. So let's have a look at the provisional result of the first heat for the Jerry Marshall Trophy under the governorship of Fred Wakeman. Jim Morris, the winner, by 7.5 seconds from Rupert Deeth. Kerry Michael bags 3rd on the last lap ahead of Simon Goodliff, with Tom Shepherd 5th after a spin. Matt Green's Toyota 6th ahead of Dave Devine's Escort, and 8th from last on the grid. A great drive by Jason Minshaw. 9th, Steve Jones Mini, ahead of the similar car of Larry Waugh. Mark Wilson's Golf 11th, with Ben Colburn's Alpha Sud in 12th place. Ollie Mortimer 13th ahead of Guy Stevens, and 15th, the last qualifier, quite right, Gregor Marshall for his dad's trophy race tomorrow. The first of the non-qualifiers then, Tim Morley's Dolomite Sprint 16th. 17th to Orlando Lindsay from the pit lane. James Alexander finishing in 18th place ahead of Paul Clayson. Mark Bevington 20th a lap down, so too Alistair Coates. We lost Ollie Streak, we also lost Miles Poulton and Tim Clark. Not a good day for British Leyland product though, because that's 3 of them that we lost, and there were 1 or 2 more retirements like Nick Swift's Mini as well. But a very, very happy Jim Morris gets out of the car, and very pleased indeed with what was a pretty dominant win, helped in a sense by Nick Swift retiring, yes, but I think he had the pace to catch him anyway. It's a shame we were denied that lead battle, really. But Jim Morris, Rupert Deeth, and then Kerry Michael, the top 3. Simon Goodliff, you have to feel a bit sorry for, Sam, because he threw everything at that race and just went a little bit too wide, too energetic on that last lap.
Yeah, full marks for trying, that's for sure. That was a stylish recovery as well as a stylish attempt to get around the, well, up the inside, I should say, but that's the problem. Trying to outbrake a Mini. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Jim Morris, a delighted race winner. Let's try and catch a word with our victorious drivers. Ed Foster is down post-race.
Jim Morris, I've seen some happy people crossing the finish line, but I think you've got to take the biscuit there.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of emotion behind that one. It's 40 years ago since this car last won a British Saloon Car Championship race outright. 1981 Mallory Park with my dad driving it. So it's a fitting day.
What a brilliant day for you. Congratulations. Let's move down the grid. Rupert Death, here we are. Rupert, it looked like you lost second place there and then got it back in traffic. What a race for you.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, just to even be here, I never dreamed that I'd be coming in second place. And yeah, thanks to Harvey Death, who owns the car. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, incredible day so far.
Well driven.
Thank you.
We've got Kerry Michael just behind you. Kerry, 15th to the podium. What an effort.
Yeah, it was a lot better showing than this morning's qualifying, I'm afraid. Didn't like it so much in the wet, but now it's dried out, the little escort's come into his own.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jim Morris, emotion in all of that, and 40 years after his father won at Mallory Park, there he is, crossing the line, absolutely delighted. And that's only a heat. I mean, winning the final tomorrow might be a tall order, but that's quite a day for him.
I like the sticker on the front splitter, all routes lead to tarmac.
Yes, quite. Let's look back at the highlights then of that race that began with Nick Swift making a great start. Tom Shepherd in the Sirocco was away nicely, and Ollie Street just seemed to run out of road, and once he got near the grass, almost magnetically, the Metro was attracted to the green bit. Nick Swift then hard at work behind the wheel of the Mini, trying to escape from the opposition. Jim Morris working his way through the pack as well. He was soon up to third, then it became second as he made his move against Rupert Death and set off in pursuit of Nick Swift for the race lead. The Golf through on the inside line, and then it all unravelled for Nick Swift, didn't it? Because the car just would not turn, had some sort of breakage, and off he went, contact with the barrier. And I think you can probably write on the back of the postage stamp the number of occasions that Nick Swift has had a moment and not finished a race at Goodwood, but that was quite a surprise as Jim Morris then inherited the lead. But Tom Shepherd, his nearest opposition, got it all wrong coming through St Mary's. The Sirocco, the ex-Tony Lanfranchi car, slithering way off the circuit. That cost him a lot of time. He recovered to finish in 5th place. Then it was all eyes on the second place duel, with Rupert Death keeping at bay Simon Goodliff, but not for the entirety of the race, because Simon did eventually find a way past the Mini, only for Rupert Death to fight his way back through. Simon had worked out exactly where he was stronger, where the Fiesta might have an advantage, and eventually committed to the inside for the first element of St Mary's. They oh so nearly touched, but that was enough to put the Fiesta through into the second place, and then, because of the traffic, it became third again. Rupert Death oh so bravely being able to find a way around the outside of the Fiesta, committed to a gap between the back markers, Orlando Lindsay and Gregor Marshall. Just got through that as well, and then on the last lap Simon Goodliff had his last roll of the dice, ran out of road, over that strip of grass, back onto the tarmac, but Kerry Michael had done enough to pounce to take third. Second Rupert Death, and a very delighted race winner Jim Morris takes honours in Heat 1 for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Heat 2 coming up shortly. Let's have a quick break first. Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Revival meeting. So thank you very, very much indeed. GSA is back in fine form.
So a very lively first part to the Jerry Marshall Trophy qualifying. In other words, we know who the first 15 are, and now we're going to have the second batch of cars brought to the grid. Now, this is for the cars over 2.8 litres, which means it's largely Ford Capri dominated. Jake Hill is the man there on pole position, but it's not exclusively the Capri committee, as it was known at the time in the British Saloon Car Championship. There is nice variety from BMW, also from Chevrolet, and from Rover. Once the big American V8s had been outlawed from the championship and the engine limit capped at 3 litres, then the governing body decided that actually what they'd done was generate another Formula Ford, effectively all Ford Capris. So they needed to do something to bring the variety and the interest back into the BSCC. So the engine limit was raised a bit to 3.5 litres, which allowed in the Rovers. And in 1980, Dave Price initially ran, and then Tom Walkinshaw took over the Triple X sponsored cars for Jeff Allen and Rex Greenslade. And it was on Grand Prix day, at the end of the day after Alan Jones had won the British Grand Prix, that Jeff Allen won the first race for the Rovers. And the wins came thick and fast after that, with Peter Lovett joining the team the year after, and TWR operating the cars. The Capris were still competitive at certain circuits. Places like Silverstone Grand Prix circuit or Thruxton, the Capris were a bit breathless, but they always had the advantage on the Alton Park Foster circuit or Mallory Park or the Silverstone National Circuit, Brands Indy, for example. So you had this real seesaw couple of seasons with the Rovers versus the Capris. And some of these Fords are period cars, such as there, from 1981, Graham Scarborough, in the car he raced in that season. He modified it, sold it, and has brought it back and put it back to period specification. Craig Davis sets off with the Moss Mustang, the Stuart Graham Capri, the Patrick Motorsport Rovers, genuine period cars. Sean Hollenby in Mark Fowler's Capri, built up to look like one of the late Vince Woodman's Equipe Esso cars, or Vince Woodman and John Buncombe on occasions would have driven the second car, and that making its way out onto the circuit. So again, you have this mix of genuine period racers plus cars of the period made into race cars carrying colour schemes of the year. Also in this entry, for example, there is the Jack Young driven Chevrolet Camaro. You'll see it, the largely black and white car that is recreated to look like the car that won the 1973 Tour of Britain, the mixture of racing and rallying James Hunt won. With the late Robert Fernell, who was then at Autosport but went on to run Donington for many, many years, and they teamed up together to win the Tour of Britain that year. So a real mix of car, and now on an almost dry circuit, unlike qualifying, Sam, these cars now can start to stretch their legs a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They know what they're getting into. They know how to set the cars up. They know what tyre pressures to start with. We are finally, for the first time today, at a full 100% dry circuit.
Absolutely. The Hermitite Capri going through Holmer Blackbird's colour scheme. One or two of the Capris you'll have noticed carrying Belgian cigarette livery from Spa 24 Hours. Let's look at the grid then for this second heat for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. It is Jake Hill, who races modern-day Fords in the British Touring Car Championship, on pole position in the Capri, ahead of Nick Padmore in the BMW 530i, and Steve Soper's ex-Tom Walkinshaw 1973 Ford Capri on the outside of row 1. Mike Whittaker with his ex-Gordon Spice car is on row 2. John Spears lining up alongside. The third row of the grid, Raphael de Boerman's Capri. Stig Blomqvist, the 1984 World Rally Champion, is in the middle of the row, and Peter Smith's Capri on the outside of row 3. Jack Tetley's Camaro and Richard Mine's Capri share the fourth row of the grid. Row 5 is where you find Graham Scarborough alongside Stuart Kai's Capri in the Triple X colour scheme as run by Jerry Marshall in 1978. Charles Brown's Capri on the outside of the fifth row. Row 6, Adam Brindle's Rover 3500, and the similar car in the Patrick Motor Group livery of James Wood, a successful car in this event in the past. Craig Davis, winner of the Jerry Marshall Trophy last year, the sprint race, he starts 16th ahead of Ludovic Lindsay's Capri and Nick Jarvis's Rover. Sean Hollenby set to make his Goodwood race debut. He goes from 19th on the grid with Costas Michael's Capri lining up 20th. 21st, Jonathan White after a spin in qualifying. 22nd, James Slaughter with his Capri, and Nick Sleep's Rover will be 23rd, having not done a lap time. Fred Shepherd, I fear, is going to be missing from the grid because of an accident in qualifying, although I may be wrong in saying that, because I think they might have been able to repair the front of the car. We'll check in a moment when they get to the grid. The car lining up alongside is going to be Jack Young's Chevrolet with Stuart Graham, Graham Bryant and David Clark sharing the back row of the grid. One or two of them again being victims of technical irregularities that were checked and discovered at the end of qualifying. After all of that, bearing in mind that the session was stopped early, had a red flag early on because of the accident for Jack Shepherd's Mustang, I'm delighted to say that it is going to be on the grid. It had a lot of frontal damage, that car, this morning, but it is not pretty, but it is there. You're looking at number 3, which is the David Clark Chevrolet Camaro. That car was on pole position for the Spa 24 Hours in 1980, so it's again a period car. But the grid is going to be complete, I think, despite the dramas of qualifying. Nick Padmore with the door open, getting a bit of air into the cockpit. He was hoping for a wet race because in the bone-dry conditions, that's not quite got the outright pace of the Ford Caprice. But you know, Nick's an accomplished driver. He'll know where to position that to hang on to a place.
Very much so, and it's got beautiful balance, that BMW. I was speaking to Nick just a few moments ago in the drivers' changing rooms about it. He said it's lovely, and I think that's because it's got a lovely long wheelbase, so when it drifts, it's progressive.
There, in memory of Gordon Spice, who we lost a month or two ago, is Mike Whittaker's car, and Gordon was for many, many years one of the Capri exponents in the British Saloon Car Championship. Mike Whittaker lining up with John Spears alongside him on the second row of the grid. Now, picking a winner out of this is going to be very difficult indeed. Jake Hill arguably starts as one of the favourites in this Rick Wood built and prepared car, but Jake, relatively new to Capri's, not done that many races at Goodwood. He's done the hill climb, and he did the shootout last year at Speed Week, but not seen too much of him racing. This promises to be a really, really interesting, as well as noisy, race. We do have a gap, in fact, on the grid, and it is where Nick Sleep's Rover is not to be found, and everybody else now sets off, with Steve Soper's Capri accelerating away from the outside of the front row. This is not the start of the race, but the formation lap then to bring the cars round, ready for the start itself.
And one of the cars on the second row, I couldn't quite see which one it was, quite out of position there, starting from an almost 45-degree angle in its grid box. And it's quite hard for the drivers to remember exactly where they're supposed to park at the end of the green flag lap. They no longer have people standing at the head of the car in their grid boxes to point them in. So you need to remember as a driver to take little visual reference points to your right and to your left to know where to line up when you come round for the proper race start.
Yes, that's right. We've had a number of drivers, for example, in last week's British Touring Car Championship third race, all being given time penalties for being slightly over their grid marks at the start of the race, or at the end of the formation lap, ready for the start of the race. So we have the cars now making their way up to St Mary's and then on towards Lavant Corner. Jake Hill versus Nick Padmore. Well, Nick knows his way around here. He was another of the stars of Speed Week, wasn't he, in the shootout in the Formula One Arrows that he drove.
I mean, what a fantastic trio of drivers we've got on the front row of this grid. Jake Hill, Nick Padmore and Steve Soper. I mean, each representing essentially 3 generations there of seriously accomplished superstar drivers. So I'm really excited to see what happens in the opening few laps.
As we just talked about Mini 1275 GTs, well, it was out of that one make series that Steve Soper first came, wasn't it? And then into Metros, then into the British Saloon Car Championship, initially with the Metro, then the Rover, and then quickly Tom Walkinshaw moved him into European touring car racing, and he grew and grew and grew. Went to Ford, went to BMW, and although that's one of the older Ford Capris, Steve's experienced enough to know exactly how to get it into the top 3, never mind the top 15 in all of this. And bearing in mind how many Ford Capris we used to have racing in touring cars and production saloon car categories, it's great that so many have been found again, because they'd all rather hidden away and disappeared in recent years.
Jake Hill quite rightly as the pole man, just slowing right down, backing the field up. He doesn't want to arrive on his pole position grid spot and wait too long and allow what little he will have been able to generate on this green flag lap in his tyres to dissipate.
So the last few cars will come to the grid again, victims of losing their time. Number 28 Chevrolet just heading up towards the grid, the car that the great Dutch lady racer Henny Hemmers used to race. This car in the hands now of Jack Tetley, number 28 it is. Their number 11 Chevrolet is Stuart Graham in Nigel Garrett's tribute Camaro, the evocation of the car that he won the Tourist Trophy with. Heat 2 of the Jerry Marshall Trophy is about to get underway. 20 minutes then for these Group 1 saloon cars built from 1970 to 1982. It is Jake Hill on pole position in the Capri. Nick Padmore's BMW is alongside. and then Steve Soper on the outside of the front row of the grid. Everybody is back from the formation lap. The Union flag is about to be waved to get the race underway. The flag drops. Now it is blast off. Who makes the best start? A good getaway by Jake Hill. Good start by Nick Padmore, but he gets swamped as they go up through the gears. Rover on the grass on the outside line. It's going to be Jake Hill from Nick Padmore and then Steve Soper into Madgwick for the first time. Mike Whittaker slots in 4th place, and then in 5th place it's Stig Blomqvist with the red and white Belga livery in Capri ahead of Jack Tetley as they accelerate then up towards Madgwick for the first time. Through goes Adam Brindle in the Rover. The Capris get themselves together. Craig Davis finds the big puddle on the back part of the circuit as well, but a good getaway that by Jake Hill, converting pole into the lead.
I love this water splash. I think we should make it a regular feature every year. But no, Jake Hill giving up about 1.5 meters off the line there, just parking further back from his grid spot than he would have been allowed to do. I thought that was going to allow Padmore into the lead off the start itself, but I think the BMW just bulked down a little bit whilst Hill's Capri surged up towards Madgwick in 1st position.
Effort made there. Look to the inside line, number 6. That's James Wood hustling on in the Rover, trying to squeeze past Peter Smith's 4th Capri, and he has squeezed by. Steve Soper then is on a mission in the Capri that's owned by Mark Martin, who's got a nice collection of Lotus cars as well. And down they come then for the first time, heading into the braking area for Woodcote. Steve Soper, you can see how, in a sense, standard it was in the cockpit there, with all the trim still, or much of the trim still in place, as he chases the BMW of Nick Padmore up to the end of lap 1.
That's so smooth, isn't it? It looks like he could be on a country drive riding on board there with Sofa. It's just a minimal amount of input necessary. Meanwhile, Jake Hill's got quite a nice advantage, hasn't he? 1 lap in and 2 or 3 car lengths ahead.
So Jake Hill it is then who leads the way. Nick Padmore is 2nd by 1.4 seconds. Soper 3rd, Whittaker 4th, Jack Tetley is 5th, 6th now. It is Craig Davis ahead of Stig Blomqvist, Graham Scarborough, Skid Scarborough up into 8th, 9th is Richard Mines, Adam Brindle is in 10th place. And Mike Whittaker then is hustling on. Now that is a much later Ford Capri. You can see off the shape of the car, the ex-Gordon Spice car, the red Auto Car Magazine backed entry, closing up onto Steve Soper's car. Going with them is Jack Tetley. Now he's made pretty decent progress, hasn't he, as well? He's gaining, 4 places on his opening lap. So good fight this, developing for 3rd place.
Absolutely, and Whittaker needs to be careful. He was close enough to Soper there to start having a look as Tetley goes through around the outside into Lavin. That was because Whittaker had to go defensive. Jack was able just to take the normal line and outbrake him, carry a bit more speed through the apex.
So the race leaders make the run down now towards Woodcote. So yeah, Steve Soper losing a place and Craig Davis getting up past Mike Whittaker as well. So they come now down into the approach to Woodcote corner. Craig Davis inching up onto the back of Steve Soper again. This is perfect weather conditions for the big bangers now, because it's so dry. They've got all the ability to stretch the car's legs. Into the chicane comes Jake Hill. He needs Nick Padmore to be a bit of a roadblock, doesn't he, and let him escape. But Jack Tetley here is really hustling on in the Chevrolet. Jake Hill leads at the end of lap 2. 2nd over the line is Padmore. 3rd is Tetley. 4th is Steve Soper. In 5th place now Craig Davis. Mike Whittaker is 6th. Stig Blomqvist is 7th, Graham Scarborough is in 8th place, and then everybody else is 9th really, as they come pounding over the timing line with just at the head of the queue Stuart Graham and James Wood 10th, but there's a real struggle to Madgwick. This is the change for 2nd. Jack Tetley just unstoppable in the dry now.
He's got all that horsepower, hasn't he? I thought he was going to have to go through the water splash and be brave enough with all that horsepower to carry wet tyres into the fastest corner, Ford Water, on the lap. But he got the move completed on Padmore long before having to turn in, and is now a good car length ahead as they come out of St Mary's.
So Jake Hill might now be on borrowed time. He's got to hang on in there for 16 minutes. 3-litre Capri versus the 5-litre plus Chevrolet Camaro. Graham Scarborough going through there in the car that he bought from Chuck Nicholson midway through 1981 to drive within the Tri-Central British Saloon Car Championship. Is that Mike Whittaker who's got a problem as well now? Look, the red Capri pulling to the inside line. If that's got number 8 on the door, I think it is Mike Whittaker in strife. So just like Nick Swift was a surprise drama in Heat 1, Mike Whittaker a surprise in Heat 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, James Wood at the head of this pack looks like Pied Piper, doesn't he? He's got a bit of a cushion. It's not that he's holding them up, but they're all of a similar pace. So this is where the real action is as the leaders fan out.
I do Mike Whittaker an injustice. Similar livery, wrong car. Costas Michael's car it is, so Mike Whittaker is okay. He's safe, he's there behind Steve Soper. But as the leaders go by, now it is 1.3 seconds. Jake Hill is being reeled in by Jack Tetley, who's just on the fastest lap of the race. We've got Capri's all over the road. There's bits falling off the back there of number 31, the Fabergé liveried car in the hands of Ludovic Lindsay. Coming up out of the chicane, the Shell Sport car, number 29, and Peter Smith goes by. Another real shuffle around of the order has taken place, and James Woods getting the 3.5 litre Rover up the order. So is Fred Shepherd in the Mustang. Look, it's all crinkled after its morning accident. Sean Hollenby's Capri to the outside line there, number 5. The ex-Vince Woodman livery, the Keep Esso colours as he hustles on. But Fred Shepherd in the Chevrolet look to the inside, sorry, in the Mustang rather, to the inside line. He's going to go through there.
Yeah, Ludovic Lindsay just holding them back through Madrick. Now got a good exit. He's got a good run down through Ford Water. He's going to be able to hold off Shepherd, I suspect, into St Mary's. Whether or not he can keep him at bay down the long length of the Lavant Straight on the run up to Woodcote, we'll soon find out.
Well, indeed, and Jake Hill's got the same problem when he's caught by the Chevrolet of Jack Tetley behind him, the Camaro, the Z28 next in that queue. Now there is Steve Soper fending off the Ford Capri in the hands of Mike Whittaker. They are 5th and 6th at the moment. So this is Steve Soper's view as he comes now down towards the braking zone. Nick Padmore is ahead of him, so Nick is the man that's dropped back a little bit over the course of this last lap, and the BMW brakes for the chicane. Turns his way right, turns his way left. So the race leader goes through. Jake Hill now 1.5 seconds clear of Jack Tetley in second place. Getting a replay here of Sean Hollenby just cutting to the inside line of Ludovic Lindsay. Oh dear, contact between the two, dent in the back. Ludovic Lindsay hangs on to a monster tack slapper. And through all of that, darting by on the inside was the other Fabergé liveried Capri of Charles Brown. But Sean Hollenby was a little bit toey in that. Went to the inside line and the gap disappeared. Right, Jake Hill leading by 1.5 seconds. Mike Whittaker here chasing on in pursuit of Steve Soper.
Yeah, Soper under serious pressure now. He had to go a little bit defensive. He came out of the chicane already looking in his mirrors. He's now got just enough of a gap, hasn't he, as he go through St Mary's. Whittaker, though, will be lining up for the run down towards Woodcote. That's where you can just tuck in behind all the way down the straight, size up of late braking manoeuvres. We join Soper again. You know it's Steve Soper, don't you? There's just no excess energy at the wheel. It's very calm, very relaxed driving.
Well, Jack Tetley, a couple of laps back, did the fastest lap, as we'd said, and he's catching up to the tail of Jake Hill. He's also done 2 absolute bests on this lap, and he's right there on the tail of the Capri. So it's not going to be long, is it, before Jack Tetley mounts his first proper challenge for the race lead then. So coming up to the end of lap 5, the rather twitchy-looking Chevrolet right onto the back of the Capri. Qualifying in the top 15 is part of this, but they're racing drivers. They want to win, and Jake is going to be under big, big pressure. But let's see how he's going to be able, if he can at all, fend off the grunt and go Chevrolet that lines up for a look on the inside into Madrick. Jake able to fend him off, but they're absolutely nose to tail now for the race lead.
Yeah, and I think this is where Jack Tetley is going to get a run on the way up to Ford Water. He's going to force Jake Hill through the water splash this time. Jake having to take the defensive inside line, but it's not enough. Jack has just enough of an advantage. They are literally bumper to bumper on the way through the dip. And now Jack's got the move completed on the run into St Mary's.
Yeah, it didn't take Jack Tetley long, did it? But of course, the weather conditions now much more favourable for the big V8 American yak tank. The Chevrolet goes ahead of the Ford Capri. But of course, now Jack Tetley is the man feeling the pressure. Jake Hill doing the chasing rather than being chased. In theory, Jack Tetley should get away. And Craig Davis, third, ought to be able to catch the sideways Capri as well. We've still got half the race to go. So now, suddenly, 3 litres doesn't look like enough, does it?
No, and you could see from just how sideways Jake Hill got there, getting on the power out of Lavant. He put just one tyre up onto the painted surfaces of the exit curbs. The car snapping sideways. They are still wet and greasy, so the drivers need to be disciplined, need to be focused, need to not make a mistake and allow the car to put a foot too wide.
So Craig Davis there, running in 3rd place. He won the sprint race last year at Speed Week for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Right and then left, they will flick now through the chicane up towards the timing line. So Jack Tetley now in the lead, ought to be able to get away. Oh dear, another smoky Capri there. Whose is that? There's something got a problem. That is the car of John Spires. It's in the Man's Garage Holman Blackburn colour scheme, but that I fear may not be long for the race.
No, and hopefully John will be feeling mechanical issues because he needs to get off the racing line as soon as possible. No doubt he'll be shown the black and orange flag. He's got his indicator on. I think he's going to bring it in to the pits now. Let's have a look.
Yes, he does. As Nick Padmore, in the meantime, fends off Steve Soper then. So for 4th, 5th and 6th, Padmore, Soper, Whittaker getting themselves together. Steve Soper in the car from the early 70s here, doing a really good job, as you might anticipate, staying with Nick Padmore. He's got Mike Whittaker bearing down on him. Now you start to see just how the cars move around. Yeah,
it certainly seemed to have brought Soper's car alive. Now he's got a sense of a passing opportunity on Padmore up ahead. Nick just taking a slightly tighter line into Lavin, not closing the door completely, just saying, I've got this covered if I need to, Steve. That'll help Steve on the way out of the corner now. You could see how the Capri had the legs on the exit. He's alongside into the kink. They're side by side. Who's going to be latest on the brakes as the circuit jinks left, jinks right in the middle of the braking zone here. Steve's got it done.
He has. That was a good move. Goes through. So now Nick Padmore, who's for some reason on that timing graphic falling down the order, not quite sure why, but he's definitely ahead of many of those names. So there's a little glitch in the system there, but through goes Jake Hill. Now he's dropped half a second back, but he's just done the fastest lap of the race, perversely. So now that he's chasing, Jake's got something to focus on, and it's almost helping him.
That's fascinating. I'd love to know where that time came from, because it looked like Jack Tetley had at least a second per lap advantage in his pocket. But they're both now within a 10th of each other for the fastest lap of the race. So if Jake can just hang on, and you can see he's absolutely wringing the neck of the Capri, but beautifully balanced, just getting enough of a drift to help steer the car, not so much of a drift that you need to lift off and lose momentum to control it.
So Jake Hill presses on, comes now through the right-hander of Lavin, and he has got back onto the tail of the Chevrolet. So, yeah, now Jack Tetley, rather than focusing on the car that he's chasing, you're having to look in his mirrors all the time. And we touched on this a lap or so ago as the side window starts to peel out of the Chevrolet. Chasing, perhaps easier than being chased.
And there you can see the horsepower advantage that Jack Tetley has up ahead, having been bumper to bumper as we just watch somebody getting a little wide on the edge of Woodcourt.
Sean Hollenby, who remember tagged one of the Fabergé liveried Capris earlier on. Right, here are the leaders out of the chicane with 8 minutes on the clock. Doesn't time fly? Jack Tetley leads, but Jake Hill has not given up yet as he goes over the timing line. Jake, second generation racer. Jack, second generation racer. They dive now into the right of Madgwick. The immaculate Ford Capri, built into a racer of late against the period Chevrolet. The ex-Henny Hammers car goes still nose to tail onto the back straight towards Ford Water. New fastest lap of the race though, Jack Tetley now.
Yeah, but it's only 0.3 of a second faster than Jake Hill. The race is not over yet. Jake, having found this pace, I think he's leaning on the car a little bit more. Certainly nice and smooth, isn't it? It's fantastic to watch that Capri just dancing through the quicker corners, just nudging the inside curve there at St Mary's. That will have just kicked the car ever so slightly wide. He won't have lost too much time. And I think it's through these tighter corners down at Lavin, through the chicane, that Jake will have a little bit of an advantage over the heavier car of Tetley up ahead. But of course they're now and that's Soper.
It is
Soper running wide.
In replay, Steve Soper at Woodcourt. He was wrong for the first bit, wrong for the second, and he's lost a place in the process then to Mike Whittaker. Here's the replay. Soperman goes wide. So you're wrong for the first bit, you're wrong for the second, but gets it back onto the circuit. Could have been a lot worse, that.
Distinct lack of panic at the wheel there.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Cool as a cucumber.
All under control.
Yeah.
Through the chicane there, Jack Tetley versus Jake Hill. It's been a great cat and mouse battle between the two of them here. Jake not giving up yet. The Chevrolet Camaro goes through ahead of the Ford Capri. Now, back markers up the road. This might just play into the hands of one of them at least.
Absolutely. As we saw in the last race, you know, it is on the one hand luck of the draw, but on the other hand, part of a driver's skill set is their ability to read traffic and side through unencumbered.
Now this is on board with Steve Soper, goes over the timing line. Sam, talk us around Goodwood.
We're coming up here to Madgwick. A little bit of a bump on the way right now, just as you finish your braking, down a gear, especially in these conditions, you need to tuck into an early apex. There's two apexes. You tend to take one and miss the other. Some drivers do it one way around, other drivers do it the other. Now we're coming up to the fastest corner on the circuit, Ford Water. I expect it's flat in top for these guys. We just leave Steve Soper because the lead battle is hotting up. Jake Hill almost pushing Tetley's car out of Lavin onto the straight, and that proves where the cars have their respective advantages. Hill is faster in the Capri through the tighter corners. Tetley is faster on the long lengths of the straight.
Absolutely. So this is where Jake can possibly break a little bit later, where he can be perhaps a little bit braver coming into the chicane. Look, it's sideways, but it's all under beautiful control down towards the chicane itself. Again, he can break later. So Capri closes right up. Jake Hill gets a sniff of a lead and actually darts to the outside of the Camaro, but now all the grunt should kick in. Jack Tetley has the inside line down towards Madgwick. Jake Hill on the outside line there, can't quite get level, dives into the corner. He's applying the pressure all the time, trying to force a mistake out of Jack. He wants him to go wide. 5 minutes are on the clock. The two cars dance their way onto the back straight. Tetley's all sideways. He hangs on to it, but here comes Jake Hill on the outside line there. The Capri tries to level with the Chevrolet. They dive now through Ford Water. There's barely any room between them at all, but Jake Hill keeps on coming on the inside line. The gap disappears. Fantastic racing.
Oh, absolutely stunning stuff, and this is exactly what Hill needs to do. He needs to keep the pressure on. He needs to keep Jack Tetley's rear view mirror full of that blue Chitan livery Capri and force Tetley into a mistake, because the horsepower advantage is not something he can overcome without a mistake from Tetley. But Jake Hill driving beautifully, as is Tetley, it has to be said. Beautiful driving from both of them.
Jake's father, Simon Hill, regular racer himself in the 1990s, and when you watch the way that he raced and you watch the way that Jake races, we do often wonder who the milkman was. Jake doing a really, really good job here. The gap at the end of the previous lap was a tenth of a second. Down they come towards the right at Woodcote. He's not given up yet then, because he's going to squeeze another at least 3 laps, I would have thought, out of this, certainly 2. Down to the chicane they come, turn right, turn left. You can see the work being put in there by Jack Tetley, whereas Jake Hill just flicks the Capri through, comes out that little bit nearer, over the timing line they go together, and the margin 0.3 of a second with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, the Camaro, much harder, isn't it, to get it to change direction. Huge armfuls of steering input and then counter steering from Tetley to get it through the switchback of the chicane, but he's had a clean run through Madgwick now. He can just concentrate, settle down. He needs to also just give the tyres a break, and probably for Jake as well. Those rear tyres will be getting very hot, very high in pressure, and the higher that the tyre pressure goes, the more grip at the rear that you lose.
But Jake Hill absolutely on the limit going into the first part of St Mary's, closing the gap, back marker up the road, and it's another of the Chevrolets. Look, it's David Clark's Spa 24-hour pole sitting Bastos Chevrolet that they're going to get past, but there Jack Tetley slightly delayed. Jake Hill has arrived right on his tail as they come then now down towards Woodcote, but again in a straight line. Bye-bye. So Jack Tetley in the gap's going to start to stretch.
Absolutely, and David Clark doing his absolute best just to stay out of the leader's way there, didn't do anything wrong, stuck to his line and left it a little bit wider through the second part of Lavin, but that in turn forced Tetley onto the inside, not the regular, not the optimum line through Lavin, and that is why he was balked, allowing Jake Hill in the Capri to reattach his front bumper to Tetley's rear.
They're going to get 2 more laps out of this, aren't they? Meanwhile, more people are in the race. Third is a rather lonely Craig Davis, but for fourth, Nick Padmore still somehow keeping Mike Whitaker and Steve Soper at bay as they are about to dive now down through the approach to Woodcote Corner. They're a long way back as far as the race leaders are concerned. I mean, actually, Tetley and Hill's pace has been amazing, looking at the size of the gap they've pulled. Soper all over the back of Whitaker. Whitaker right up behind Padmore as they come into the chicane. Behind them in 7th place is Stuart Graham, who is actually closing up a little bit. In 8th place, James Wood in the Rover. He's made good progress. And 9th, Fred Shepherd, avoiding anything solid in the race after his qualifying accident. He's done a great job. He's into 9th place ahead of Jack Young in number 7 Chevrolet.
Now Steve Soper just keeping a watchful eye here as we ride on board with him through Madgwick, turn 1, just getting a little bit wide, and that's where it gets down. You can still see just the tyres with a greasy sheen on the left-hand side of the road there. What he wants is for those two to hold each other up as we rejoin this lead battle still raging.
not often you can think of a Ford Capri as being underpowered, but against the Chevrolet, it is Jake Hill's skill that is keeping that car in the mix, because wherever he can wring a little bit more out of it, he will do so. He's trying to apply the pressure all the time to Jack Tetley. They're going to start the last lap this time. Now, on the one hand, they just need to be in the top 15 to qualify, but as we said earlier on, they both want to win what has been a really tense battle between the two. And again, Jake Hill comes up to have a go on the outside line, can't do it. He needs to try to force a mistake out of Jack Tetley, get him to move the car around and just miss his line for a corner.
Well, Tetley will be praying for a clean lap to the checkered flag, hoping not to catch any back markers that might impede his momentum as we join Steve Soper back on board the melee into Woodcote.
Yeah, thinking of traffic, look at this. This is all for fourth place. Nick Padmore, Mike Whittaker, Stuart Graham has got ahead of Steve Soper, James Wood in the Rover, back marker Jonathan White in the Capri just up the road ahead of them. They're going on to the last lap, around which the race leaders are already. And Jack Tetley in the first sector has pulled away again from Jake Hill. Padmore has got them attacking him left and right, going down towards Madgwick. Stuart Graham to the inside of Mike Whittaker, the evergreen Stuart Graham, having one of the best showings we've seen out of him at Goodwood for quite a while. He's revelling in the way the Camaro is going here. Comes up to the inside line of Mike Whittaker, but we're on the last lap and Stuart Graham is going to go through. Yes, he's got the job done going into Ford Water. In the meantime, what's going on for the race lead? Here they are, and with Stuart Kai's Capri being lapped, Jack Tetley, I think, has done enough, hasn't he? He's managed to pull away just sufficiently from Jake Hill. But a great battle between the two of them. Let's just get these across the line. Jake kicking up the dirt, kicking up the water out of the puddles. He has thrown everything at that. Jack Tetley's going to come through to win a really lively second heat in the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Jake Hill, does he lift or has he got a problem at the end? Because the gap suddenly widened. Whether that was him thinking, no, I can't do it, or whether he's got a problem, we'll try and research. But Jack Tetley wins. Now, for third, Craig Davis, but Stuart Graham goes fourth, does he there, ahead of Nick Padmore, and Soper comes back at Whittaker, coming into the approach to Woodcote corner now then. So yeah, Stuart Graham has got ahead of the BMW. The Capri's trade places. Soper goes back ahead of Whittaker. Might need to sit down after all this, you know, but Soper has done a really good job. It's going to be Stuart Graham for fourth, comes through the chicane. Really good drive that by Stuart, who's just got on with it lap after lap. Another place here, another place there, game. And when it matters, third Craig Davis, fourth Stuart Graham, Nick Padmore fifth, Steve Soper sixth, Mike Whittaker seventh, eighth Fred Shepherd. Good job after the rebuild the team has done. Ninth James Wood, and 10th there over the line, Jack Young. Whew, what a race, eh?
That's absolutely fantastic. That is why we love the Jerry Marshall Trophy. It's that kind of racing from very different cars that each had their own strengths and weaknesses, but all driven beautifully by everybody. It's just such a privilege and a pleasure, isn't it, to see these things on the limit, hopping and skipping over the bumps.
Of course, modern touring cars don't do that. You know, yes, we have rear-wheel drive cars in the BTCC, but if you get them sideways, you're losing hundredths of a second, and you can't do that. Whereas these, it's part of the art of getting a good lap, drifting them and sliding them, and on this circuit particularly, it's made for this type of car. Right, the checkered flag is waved there, for example, at the last of the Capris that come through, and number 20, Stig Blomqvist, fell away, 20th in the end of the race there. But Jack Tetley, on the very last lap, did another fastest lap of the race. So that was a proper committed drive. And it might only have been 20 minutes, but he worked hard for that.
Well, there's only 0.03 of a second between the respective fastest laps of Jack Tetley versus Jake Hill, so you can see why we had such a good battle on our hand. But I have to say, under immense pressure, that was a superb drive by Jack Tetley.
It really was. Jack Tetley wins Heat 2 for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Right, let's look at the results then of Heat 2, the Jerry Marshall Trophy under the governorship of Sean Lynn. Jack Tetley, the race winner, in the end by 1.7 seconds. That doesn't really tell the whole story of the race. Jake Hill, his runner-up, and Craig Davis taking third. Stuart Graham, fourth on that last lap ahead of Nick Padmore, with Steve Soper, sixth in the older Capri. Seventh, Mike Whittaker, eighth from the back of the grid, Fred Shepherd. Ninth to the Rover of James Wood, ahead of Jack Young with Graham Scarborough, 11th. Richard Mines, 12th, ahead of Charles Brown and Ludovic Lindsay, with Sean Hollenby, the last qualifier. Graham Bryant just missing out in 16th place. 17th, Peter Smith's Capri. Nick Jarvis with his Rover, 18th, ahead of Raphael de Boerman and Stig Blomqvist. Stuart Kai, 21st, ahead of David Clark and Jonathan White. Adam Brindle's Rover we lost with a problem John Spires had a lot of smoke from the back. Costas Michael also had mechanical maladies. So, Jack Tetley comes out on top of a very fierce fight indeed for Heat 2 of the Jerry Marshall Trophy. Jake Hill taking second place and Craig Davis a rather lonely third. Just proof of how the pace of the leaders was. The gap first to third was just under half a minute. That's pretty impressive. Jack Tetley, the race winner. And to have a word, let's join Ed Foster.
Jack Tetley. Jack, he didn't make that easy for you, did he?
No, he did not. I just had him on the straights, but he was so much quicker through the complex down to the end. He was very kind to me, I think, in the end. I think he could have had me, but it's a big old car, and I just stuck it in the way of him, and yeah, for a touring car driver, he was very polite. Yeah.
I've got to ask, did you enjoy it more than the shootout?
Yeah, a little bit more than the shootout. I didn't destroy this Camaro. The last time I drove a Camaro, I smashed into some hay bales, so been a bit more successful today.
It was great to watch. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Jake, where are we? You tried everything. I don't think you could have done anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it everything. Yeah, I mean, firstly, a massive thank you to Rick Wood for lending me his car. You know, the Gitane Capri was awesome. Absolutely loved it, and first time racing Jack as well, which was brilliant. So, yeah, all in all, a really good race.
Congratulations, Craig Davies. You kept, well, I think 13 places you made up. Anyone would think that your car was a bit of a nightmare in wet qualifying.
Yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? But it all come together when it counted there. So the throttle was sticking on after about halfway. So I just thought I wasn't going to catch these guys. So I thought I'd just keep the position and see it out. So it got me home, so which is great. But it was good fun. That first few laps was excellent. Good, clean driving from everyone.
Congratulations.
Great, well done to Jack and Jake there. Really great watching them guys perform as well. So it's really good. Cheers, Ed.
Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. '21 revival meeting.
So thank you very, very much indeed. GSA is back in fine form.
Let's look back at the highlights then of Heat 2 of the Jerry Marshall Trophy, with a good start by Jake Hill in the Capri, catapulting him into the lead as they made that run down towards Madrick for the first time. Nick Padmore's BMW slotting into second place. Steve Soper was third from Mike Whitaker, and then Stig Blomqvist, who as the race wore on started to fall down through the pack. Cars making their way out of Madrick for the first time. But it wasn't long before Jake Hill managed to build a lead. The problem was that Jack Tetley was on a mission, carving his way through the pack. Made short work of Nick Padmore's BMW and then inexorably closed on the race-leading Capri. Sean Hollenby got into the back of the Ludovic Lindsay Capri coming down to Woodcote. Charles Brown nipping through the gap offered to him by the two cars sorting themselves out. Jake Hill for the race lead, being reeled in by Jack Tetley. The 3-litre Capri looking underpowered against the grunt and go Chevrolet. The gap coming down and down and down. The Camaro eventually making its way to the outside line, coming through Ford Water, and Jack Tetley going through. Jake Hill sitting on the back of him, and at every opportunity he pushed again, desperately trying to open that door, desperately trying to squeeze through. Steve Soper running wide, coming down through Woodcote and running out of road, and that cost him a few places. He fell down the pack. So Steve Soper losing out. That put him down to 6th place, which is where he finished in the end, as the race leaders battled their way up towards the timing line once more, with Jake Hill trying to get the run, but just as he was almost level, so the power of the Chevrolet kicked in, and that pulled Jack Tetley clear. He had this big slide coming onto the back straight out of Madrick on the run to Ford Water, but again, even that wasn't enough to help Jake because he just did not have the grunt to stay alongside. Stuart Graham's Chevrolet Camaro, another one late race, getting on with the programme because it came up to challenge first Steve Soper, then Mike Whittaker, got past both of the Capris, and then the next target was Nick Padmore's BMW, and he was able to get past him before the checkered flag flew. Craig Davis was set for third. Jake Hill would ultimately finish in second place, and it was a race win for Jack Tetley. The winning margin 1.7 seconds at the end of a very frantic second heat in the Jerry Marshall Trophy. So the SF Edge Trophy is going to be next, or at least part one of it is going to be next. Cars ready to come out onto the circuit, and then after that we're going to have the Pierpoint Cup, and at 6:30 practice for the first timed run of our Goodwood Super Special on the rally course that has been made, and that will take us towards the end of today, and the rally cars will be back out again first thing tomorrow, so we kick off Sunday of the 78th Goodwood members meeting with the rally action before we get into some more practice, and then the racing tomorrow. Now, because of the nature of the Edge Trophy cars, they don't come to the grid and then have another green flag lap. This is the green flag lap, so they will come to the grid and then the race will get underway, Bruce Jones. And what are the most quirky of cars here this weekend also deliver some really spectacular racing.
They do. It's so visceral when you stand by a car that has a mysterious 28 litres under the bonnet. Of course, it sucks the airs out of your lungs. It needs that air, but it's the rumble. And they come past on low revs, just great sounds, and one of the most dramatic cars in the race. Mark Walker in the Derrick is just fantastic. He sat on, when they were out in practice this morning, streaming rain, and he was up there. We could hardly see him on top of that Derrick, but it's so spectacular. And may I just say how much I absolutely loved the second of the heats, the Jerry Marshall Trophy. I went and stood on the banking, watching the cars leave the chicane, and the engine notes were brilliant, totally different to these, and that really is the essence of the members' meeting.
Well, it is, isn't it? And again, I think we touched on this earlier on in the day about almost an education process, because all the while we're learning about other eras of the sport, whether it's in single-seaters or saloons or sports car racing, or whichever category you care to put this in, really the birth of motorsport.
It was, and you could see that a lot of ideas were created. Not all of them were then copied in following years. So it was all very, very clean indeed, very entertaining.
Indeed so. Right, we're almost ready for part one of the SF Edge Trophy. Pole position for this first 5-lap race, Huey Walker with Duncan Pittaway's 1911 Fiat, the Beast of Turin on the middle of the front row. Christopher Mann's delectable Alfa Romeo lines up third, ahead of Ben Collins in the Blitz and Benz, and Mark Walker's Darracq 200 horsepower will line up fifth. Sixth is where you find Matthias Siletsky with Julian Majub, a man to watch, starting seventh, and James Collins' Hudson Super 6 goes from eighth, ahead of Richard Scaldwell's Lorraine Dietrich and Edward Way's Austin Hall Scott to round out the top 10 on the grid. 11th is Andrew Howe Davis, ahead of Rob Hubbard's Vauxhall, and Tony Best's Alfa Romeo 13th, ahead of Gareth Graham, and then Marcus Black on the 6th row of the grid, where you've got on row 7 Luke Roberts on the inside, ahead of William Twelvetrees and then John Paulson's Talbot. Niall Dwyer is on row 8 with Nick Pellett's Sunbeam Tourist Trophy for company. And then the back row of the grid, Ian Barnforth with the 1917 Hudson Super 6 and Jack Bond's Vauxhall to complete the grid. Do not think that just because these cars date back to, what have we got, in some cases 1910, earlier than that, yes, 1903 for Ben Collins' Mercedes that Gareth Graham is driving, number 7. Do not think for a minute that this is going to be dull, because far from it.
Well, also looking at the qualifying times, there's a huge discrepancy, but what you have to remind people, if they weren't here at the time, it was considerably wet this morning. It was one of the hardest drops of rain they've had. When I say drop of rain, I don't mean an individual drop, I mean the dropping of the lot on the circuit. It was super wet. It would be far closer, but this race for Edwardian cars, when it had its debut here in a members meeting a while ago, people weren't sure what to expect, and you know what, at the end of the day, it was the one that almost most people were talking about. It was the unexpected, the surprise performance of these cars. And the one that always draws the eye is the very high 28-litre Beast of Turin, car 76, Duncan Pittaway on board. So we're going to have a lot of noise, lots of different sorts of noises starting very soon indeed.
Yes, Selwyn Francis Edge, who died in 1940, was an Australian by birth, came to England as a cycle racer, and as a good businessman he moved into partnership with Charles Jarrett. They imported Clement Pahards and the Didier Bouton, and Edge himself developing raced Napiers. He won the 1902 Gordon Bennett Prize, and he lived the circuit's Second World War heyday when these cars were drawn. This is Ben Collins coming up to the line in the Blitzen bench. You can see it's all shaking around there, can't you? And this is at low speed.
Must remember to go to the dentist on Monday to have the teeth filled all over again. So the Blitzen Benz number 3, a slight crease on the brow, but Ben Collins knows precisely what he's doing. That's the whole family background, these amazing cars, and he's brought some brilliant vehicles over the years. But let's go down and look at those cars. They are just stunning.
Right, the grid forming. Race 1 for the SF Edge Trophy, and the grid with Hughie Walker on pole position. The grid has lined up slightly different from what we anticipated, because rather than Duncan Pittaway in the middle, Christopher Mann has put himself on the middle of the front row. Duncan Pittaway looks across, thinking, you're in the wrong place, Christopher Mann. And so now, yes, it is being adjusted, quite rightly. So Duncan Pittaway is going to try and get himself to where he should be in the middle of the front row. Good luck pushing that, Marshall. Might need a bit of help for that, but Duncan Pittaway will try and help. More marshals arrive on the scene to push the beast of Turin back into place.
You soon find who your friends are when you're left on your own with a job like that, but all the other engines, of course, getting hotter and hotter, and fabulous to see. Through the bonnets, you can see the moving parts of the car, many, many moving parts. Solid state, though.
Race 1 for the SF Edge Trophy is about to get underway. It's the first of 2 5-lap races for Edwardian specials of a type that raced up to 1923. The grid is good to go, and so the flag falls. We go racing with a good start made by Hughie Walker from pole position, and everybody now accelerates down towards Madgwick. Well, it might have been a good start by Hughie Walker, but it's going to be Ben Collins then from the second row who will lead Duncan Pittaway into Madgwick for the first time. And Hughie Walker has dropped straight away back into, what, 6th place. So he was OK off the line, but then just seemed to lose out for Grunt. And Ben Collins has got quite a lead already.
Well, he saw him on the grid. He was pointing ahead of him going, I'm going straight forward, and he really has. But don't forget, this grid was jumbled because it was so wet this morning. But he's off into the distance already. Ben Collins in the number 3, Blitzen Benz, just blasting clear is how the others adjust. And Christopher Mann is starting to make some moves in that glorious Alfa Romeo number 1. So see him picking his way up the order. But the cameraman, he's got to find the race leader who is out of the head of this bunch by the time they get to Fordwater.
Yeah, Christopher Mann in the Targa Florio Alfa then, running strongly on this opening lap of the race. It is, though, Duncan Pittaway second in the Beast of Turin, and Ben Collins in a race of his own at the moment. So the most remarkable first lap. Now, whether or not it's going to survive with that monster lead, I rather doubt, actually. I think as the others get a bit more confident, they will be able to reduce the deficit. But they've got Italy's finest look, the Fiat, just ahead of the Alfa Romeo.
They've got Italy's largest, that is the Fiat, and they've got to find their way around it. And meanwhile, they're just turning into the first part of the lap, into a 2-part corner, and Ben Collins is away, and he's already going into the kink now, I think, onto the 11th straight. Look at that phenomenal lead. This is on a dry circuit. It'd be astonishing if he did it in a wet, but second place, it's still the tower block coming down towards Woodcote.
And look at the grunt now that Duncan Pittaway is able to exploit. There, Julian Majube up into 3rd place. Now, that's good going from the middle of the 3rd row of the grid. So the Fiat then comes now down towards Woodcote, with Julian Majube closing up all the time there, number 23, with the Sunbeam Indianapolis, this 1916 built car, but the 28-litre Fiat is in 2nd place. Now, how's the pole position driver getting on? Hughie Walker needs to fight back. Julian Majube there tries to threaten the Beast of Turin into the chicane. Oh, no, you don't, says Duncan Pittaway. Ben Collins, though, has already done the first lap of the race. There he is, out on his own.
Well, if it wasn't for Ben Collins, it'd be a really, really close 5-car battle for the lead of the race, being held up by Duncan Pittaway. They've got to find a way past him, and it looks though that's happening. I think Julian Majube, no, still just in behind, but he's going to take, well, quite an appreciable hole in the air, slot his car into it. That Sunbeam with the very, very pointy tail, now diving up the inside into Madgwick. Has he been seen? Duncan Pittaway wise to that.
And also recovering now in 5th place, the pole position driver Hughie Walker. There he is, look, and he's getting up alongside. Is he Duncan Pittaway? Yes, and he goes through. So Hughie Walker now might not have made the best of starts, but he's making progress. The Beast of Turin now has to try to defend from the Hudson Super 6 of James Collins as they run towards Fordwater once more. Christopher Mann dropping back number 1 in the Alfa Romeo. Now, Ben Collins' advantage at the end of lap 1 was 11 seconds after just 1 lap, but there, up into 2nd place now, has gone Hughie Walker. So the man that was on pole position and one of the most spectacular drivers out there, he is on a mission. So let's see now whether he can close in 3.5 laps on the leader.
Skinny tyres, cars having to be driven sideways to get that performance onto the circuit, and the Beast of Turin falling back in about 4th or 5th position now. But Mark Walker, the white helmet with the red stripe in the Darrock, is looking for a way through, but it's very, very busy until and then the bonnet suddenly flapping open on the blitz and bends. I know Ben Collins knows his circuit well, but this is very tricky for the race leader.
Yeah, well, the bigger worry is that something gets ripped off and flies towards him, never mind anybody else. And I think Ben Collins is going to have to park it. He is. Yes, he's backed off, so Ben Collins comes to a halt. Real shame after the domination, but he can jump out, try and attend to that and get back into the race. But it does now give the race lead to Hughie Walker, and assuming that the strap can be fixed, Ben Collins can hopefully fix that, jump back in and get back into the race.
Well, it's a 5-lap race and we've had 2 laps. Let's take a look. All going absolutely fine down the Lavant Straight. Just 11-second lead in this race, and then suddenly Tudu changing up another gear, and the clock is ticking in front of him. So very well done for Ben to pull that to the side of the circuit. The presence of mind to pull over. He may yet get a top 3 finish. Don't forget, he was 11.5 seconds clear at the end of the first lap.
So he had to jump out, try and anchor it down. If it happened once, it might happen again, but only now does he rejoin the race. So on aggregate, that's not going to help him, but Ben Collins does rejoin. So it now gives us Hughie Walker in the lead of the race. He's also just done the fastest lap. I think he was going to bring the gap down anyway, irrespective of Ben's problems with the bonnet. Julian Majube is second, and then Mark Walker is third, and it's gone again. You see, that's the problem. It happened once, it can keep on happening, and Ben Collins is going to have to come into the pit lane. But extraordinary that it should have happened at all, because in all the time we've seen this, whether it's been racing or going up the hill, it's never had the problem.
And for Ben, he possibly was the one that closed the bonnet in the first place, because he's all hands on with that car, not making any blame at all. But up front, we've got this fantastic battle, because Julian Majube in the second place. Sunbeam is getting closer and closer to the very, very spectacular Howie Walker, who's so super quick through St Mary's, and the tail of the car coming round. He hauls it back into line, through the compression, up the rise into Lavant. This is going to be a great scrap, and they're way clear, another 10 seconds clear of Duncan Pittaway. Ben Collins may go for another go, or maybe he thinks in a 5-lap race, it's not going to be any good for me. We don't know why the bonnet came up. Engine's still going on the blitz and bends, but a new strap has been found from somewhere. Do you always go racing with a spare leather belt in the pit lane?
Well, whatever takes your fancy, really, but always be prepared. Now, Julian Majube, with all of his experience, coming back at Hughie Walker for the race lead as they make that run once again. Look down towards Woodcote. Julian Majube has got the run in a straight line. He's got the gap on the inside there, but I think Hughie Walker's bravery is just going to keep him ahead as they get to the corner itself there.
Now, again, what we'll watch in this closing stages of this event is just the experience that Julian Majube has around here. He knows how to get on with it, how to hustle. And but for Hughie Walker, really so positive through the chicane, and the look of concentration on Julian's face. He ducks down inside. He's playing around inside the cockpit. I reckon a couple of seconds, 1.5 seconds between them last time around. It's possibly gone out very slightly, and it's just under 2 seconds now. We've got 2 laps remaining.
Absolutely right. So they start lap 4. Julian Majube is 1.9 seconds back, as Bruce rightly says. Hughie Walker is the race leader. Third is Mark Walker. Rest of the field come battling through. Now, where has Duncan Pittaway fallen to in all of this?
He's fallen about 6th place. He's just about to come over the line. Collins has gone through in 5th, and so that's been a big loss in the space of 1 lap, effectively about 3 positions, but still great clusters of cars, and still the great flame-belching Beast of Turin. He's got Christopher Mann tucked in behind him, and you can feel that just such a handful for Duncan.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that's got a problem, because it's starting to fade as Julian Majube takes the race lead. Look, he was 1.9 seconds back and he's gone through. But do not think that that is the end of the battle, because Hughie Walker will throw everything at this. Look, straight away, he's round the outside coming through St Mary's. He looks to the inside line over the rise into Lavant. He can't do it there, but I would put money on the fact that he's going to challenge through Woodcote.
But take a look that Hughie Walker has when he looks forward. There's one thing you don't want to get too close to. That's the tail end, the pointed tail end of that Sunbeam in front of him. Just a sort of reminder, stay away, like the tail end of a wasp, I guess, in so many ways.
Exactly right, and it's been stung once, hasn't it, the Darrock? So he's trying to find the Theophile. He's trying to find a way back ahead down towards Woodcote, but this is where brake late and the bravery will shine. Huey Walker looks over his shoulder to see where the opposition is. Julian Majub pulls away in a straight line, but it's through Woodcote where Huey Walker will be able to brake much, much later. He throws the car in, catches it on the throttle, and should come out a little bit closer. Yes, he does. He's closer, he's quicker, he's arguably braver. Very, very sideways indeed. And look, Julian Majub suddenly has to fend off Walker because they arrive at the chicane absolutely nose to tail, ready to start the last lap.
Well, it's smooth against Gung Ho. I'm putting the money on Gung Ho at the moment, and that's Huey Walker. He's going to the outside. He is not scared to carry speed through corners. Julian Majub holding the inside line, looks across, thinks, where is that madman? Oh, he's on my outside. Is he going to go for the outside at Madrick? I think probably not, but it's a combination of corners, and if he gets a good exit, Huey Walker will chase him down to Fordwater, and we know when they get to St Mary's that, oh, a big, big twitch. That'll have cost him a lot of momentum, but Huey Walker is winning Arms and Elbows of the Day award at the moment, and an amazing catch. And I think certainly Julian Majub is thinking, which side are you going to attack me next? Because the attack is coming.
Well, out of all of that, then, it was Huey Walker that did the fastest lap of the race last time around, and then Mark Walker went even quicker last time around. Now, look, Julian Majub has got the advantage here, but is he going to be able to hang on in there for the remainder of the lap, then? Because we know that Huey Walker is more gung-ho. Look, he's closing, heading up towards St Mary's now as they go into the left-hander. Walker again looked to the outside line. They're not quite wheel to wheel because Julian Majub's Sunbeam Indianapolis has just got the run coming out of the corner, but Walker lines up for 11th and he's done it. Great move.
Could he get the braking done? That was super brave. And you know what? Julian Majub saw that, and there's no point blocking. They've got another race tomorrow, but the way that Huey Walker gets the power down through the first part of Lavant, the second part of Lavant, reaches out, changes gear. Now he's going to the kink, and we've seen at this point, David, the Sunbeam is the quicker, but can he get close enough to make a move down to Woodcote?
We are about to find out then. Huey Walker leads the first of the two SF Edge Trophy races. Julian Majub has got the grunt in a straight line. The Sunbeam Indianapolis is closing. There's a gap on the inside line. Julian Majub lines up to have a go, but on the outside line, Huey Walker brakes as late as he dares, coming into the right of Woodcote. Flicks it sideways. He's done enough, surely, with all of the opposite lock. As predicted, a spectacular race, and in the end, it's going to be a bit of a margin, isn't it, that Huey Walker has pulled. Duff start, but what a recovery. Fights the car out of the chicane, all over the grass, back onto the circuit. He hangs on in there, and yes, Huey Walker comes up towards the line to win part one of the SF Edge Trophy. Another cracking race. Julian Majub comes home in second place. Huey Walker's car control is outstanding in that.
He's used every single trick in the book. No sooner had Dave even about to form the word, that's an easy win after that final lap that's been so good. And they were both being caught by Mark Walker. That was a phenomenal thing. Where do you start with the replays? These cars, you can see the drivers sitting on top, and actually, frankly, some of them are lucky still to be on top at the end of that race.
But yeah, I don't think we've had a spin. We've not had any silly driving. I mean, it's been very spectacular stuff. Fourth in the end went the way of number 20, the car in the hands of Richard Scaldwell that had started on the fourth row of the grid. Fifth to James Collins, and Duncan Pittaway was sixth, but I don't think he's going to finish in sixth place because he's dropped back again. Christopher Mann's Alpha is sixth in the end. Matthias Seletsky seventh, Duncan Pittaway in eighth place. Christopher Mann thumbs up, and Ben Collins did go back out and is a lap down, but will finish the race.
And that required not just one attempt to fix the bonnet, but two, and a spare leather belt brought through to hold down the bonnet. We're riding on board with the bits and bends. We saw how much it was vibrating at the grid on the formation before the start of the race. But just remember, at the end of the opening lap, Ben had come through from not the front row, from I think the second row, and had an 11.4 second advantage. Yes, he was being hunted down on the second lap, but then when the bonnet came up, it wasn't over and out, but it was just over.
Exactly. That's going to put him on the back foot for the aggregated result, isn't it? But spectacular stuff. And Huey Walker, even on his slowing down lap, he's still flamboyant. Hair in the breeze, but great racing that. And it goes to show that you don't need the very latest technology to deliver cracking racing.
And just so much fun. You'd have thought, apart from the moment he was vaulting over the curb on the outside, the grass on the outside of the chicane on the final lap, that he might have dropped it, but that was an amazing save. And I tell you what, there won't be a driver more chock full of adrenaline after a race than that today. So that's the third race of the day, and every single one so far has been absolutely fantastic.
It has indeed. So well done to Huey Walker. On the last lap, Dad Mark did the fastest lap of the race, and this was how it almost unravelled at the last corner, because Huey Walker thundered into the chicane, got it all sideways, up the curb, onto the grass, kept his foot in, bounced almost out of the car. I mean, yes, the car bounces, but he bounces within it because there's no seatbelt, but gets across the line, and a good win for Huey Walker.
And then breathe again. That was really fantastic, because to take on Julian Majoub and to beat him, that's a fair recommendation. We're doing it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Can't wait for part 2. Well done, Huey Walker, winner of the first SF Edge Trophy race. The results of the first SF Edge Trophy: a win for Huey Walker, with Julian Majoub in second place and Mark Walker rounding out the top 3. Richard Scaldwell 4th, ahead of James Collins and Christopher Mann. Matthias Seletsky 7th and 8th to the Beast of Turin, driven by Duncan Pittaway. 9th, Gareth Graham's Mercedes, ahead of Andrew Howe-Davis with the Scat Type C racer Targa Florio. Niall Dyer 11th from Edward Way, and then Nick Pellet with Rob Hubbard 14th, Ian Barnforth 15th, and Luke Roberts coming home in 16th spot. 17th, William Twelvetrees, ahead of Ben Collins, a lap down after his bonnet strap dramas. John Paulson was a retirement. We lost Tony Best, and also Marcus Black retired on the opening lap of the race. So more lively stuff. We've got one more race still to come today, which is the Pierpoint Cup 2-driver race, which is going to be next. The cars getting themselves to the assembly area. They will be released very shortly. But at the other end of the paddock, where the cars come in to the collecting area, drivers will leap out. Julian Majoub helmet off, and Huey Walker having a word with his dad in the background. And as expected, a really dramatic race. More of the same tomorrow.
Well, just great to see all that pleasure, and Huey, I think, will come up towards. He'll probably be accosted very shortly by Ed Foster to get the winner's interview. But I love the fact he was greeting other cars and other drivers as they came back into Park Fame at the end of the race. It's all about that, isn't it? Yeah, great camaraderie within the ranks of these Edwardian races. So the course cars, the McLarens, blast out before we get to the Pierpoint Cup. And of course, we've been saying one more race, but then we've got some rally activity to go before the end of what's been a really busy but really good day, day one of the 78th members meeting. I think that's one of the beauties. It's very, very quick fire. Cars on track, cars off track, cars on track. And I love that rotation, as well as the fact, you know, from one race to the next, you'll be in a total different scene of it all. But let's go down to Ed Foster with the winners.
Right, Huey Walker, what a race that was. You used all of the track, you used some of the grass, but tell me, what happened at the start?
So first gear's wearing out a bit, so I have to hold it in first, and then the blitzing came past, and then into second, and I was already back in like 5th or 6th, and then got stuck behind some of those guys, but I saw a little nook, chased after Ben, and then I think he had something wrong with his bonnet, I'm not sure. So I was holding out, and then Julian caught up with me, but I managed to. He got past. He was faster down the straight, so I got past him then, and then I think I just did him into the last corner and got past him, which was quite good.
There's great entertainment. We'll come and speak to Julian Majoub now.
Thanks.
If we just work our way down. Sorry, guys. Mark, if I can just squeeze in Julian. I'll come to you in a second, Mark. Don't worry. Julian, you look like you're having great fun out there.
Yes, so I got a bit stuck at the start, and cars kept going past, and then eventually I kind of got it all sorted out and worked out which way the gear lever went and carried on. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
It was very entertaining, and typically now that we want to speak to Mark Walker, he's just run off. So I'm going to grab him. Mark, I'm sorry, we can get you back in. You just run off. Stop running off. You just needed another 5 laps, didn't you? Because you were gaining.
Maybe 2 laps would have done, but I got stuck behind the great big red thing. It was like a mobile chicane. I managed to get past that, but then these 2 boys had buggered off into the distance. And I tried to.
I had a Walker sandwich.
Yeah, you've been looking forward to that, haven't you? Anyway, I couldn't catch him up. I was going as fast as I dared. I needed more laps, but I didn't have them.
Well, we all loved it. Congratulations.
Thank you. There's always tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.
Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. Revival meeting.
So thank you very, very much indeed. GSA is back in fine form.
have a look back then at the highlights of our first SF Edge Trophy race that began with Huey Walker from pole position getting away reasonably well, but then because of the nature of the collapse of the gearbox on that car, he was rather gazumped on the run down towards Madgwick for the first time. However, although Ben Collins had an absolutely monster lead over the first lap, something like 11 seconds, it was all going on behind him. Duncan Pittaway being overtaken by Julian Majube, who went through on the inside in the Sunbeam, and Huey Walker bit by bit was getting into the mix as well. This was where it all unravelled for Ben Collins, with the bonnet flapping as he came out of Lavant Corner, and that ultimately resulted in him having to pull off and try and strap down the bonnet, but it didn't work, and therefore he had to come into the pit lane and a new strap was produced, and eventually they were able to get the car back out again. The officials happy as well that it wasn't going to fly open yet again. But that cost the team quite a lot of time, and it meant that Ben Collins in the end would be a lap down and in 18th position. On track, Julian Majube had inherited the race lead, but was under real pressure from Huey Walker, who came up to challenge as they made that run through the St Mary's right-hander, left-hander sequence, and then into the right of Lavant itself. Huey threw on the inside, got all sideways, but Julian Majube fought back. In the end, though, it was Huey Walker that did enough, despite the grass at the last corner, to come through to win the first SF Edge Trophy race, and he was a happy man. Julian Majube taking second spot, and it was Huey's dad, Mark Walker, who came home in third. So the Pierpoint Cup is going to be next, and the cars for that will take to the circuit very shortly. The final race of the day promises to be another absolute stormer, because this time not only do we have big banger American V8s in profusion, but we've also got our first double driver, therefore pit stop race of members meeting. And on pole position is going to be the Nick Jarvis Benoit Trellier car. Now, two drivers. In the majority of cases, it is what you might call the slower, or the AM, or the owner who is doing the first stint. Not in every case, however, so there is going to be a real shuffle of the order from what you have on the grid to the situation over the first few laps, depending on who starts. For example, there, number 75, Anthony Reid, but he's probably what you might call the first of the pros up against the AMs, because Nick Jarvis, Adrian Wilmot, Alex Taylor, they're no slouches, but they're not as quick as their co-drivers, but they're going to do the first stint, whereas Anthony Reid, I think you could anticipate to take the lead of the race. He will start fourth on the grid. Henry Mann will go first in number 16. Number 2, Marco Attard, in the Barwell-built Ford Falcon Sprint. He will start, and then Hyundai touring car star Tom Ingram will take over for the second part of the race. The pit window in this 45-minute race is between 15 and 30 minutes, and the pit stop time has to be 50 seconds from the pit in to the pit out line. So that is where they're going to serve the pit stops. There is the number 23 Ford Falcon Sprint venturing out onto the circuit, that car of Chris Harris and Julian Barr. Chris Harris is going to start. Number 3, Jochen Mass, will drive in the first stint of that Graham Langford owned car. Number 99 ventures out. That's going to have Richard Atwood, I think I'm right in saying, yes, going first in the car that is owned by Ian Dalgleish, the ex-Jack Sears Ford Galaxy 500. So pole position is Nick Jarvis, and he will start. Adrian Wilmot goes first from the middle of the front row in number 32, and then Alex Taylor, as the owner of number 19, he will go in the first stint in the yellow Ford Mustang on the outside of the front row. The second row, 75, Anthony Reid, is going to start before he gives way to Murray Shepherd, and alongside is number 16 of Henry Mann. The third row, Craig Davis in the car, this is number 9, that he shares with Tom Christensen. 600 is going to be started by Richard Woolmer before he gives way to Sam Tordoff, and 73, Emanuele Pirro starts Chris Clarkson's Ford Falcon Sprint. The fourth row, 85, we don't yet know whether that is going to be Harry Naismith or Dario Franchitti in Nick Naismith's car, but we do know that number 2 is going to be started by the owner, Marco Attard. The fifth row, Karun Chandhok is going to start 88, Martin Mellings for Falcon Sprint. 92, in the middle of that row, is going to be Bill Shepherd. And then number 6, Rob Fenn, who was in the gravel in the qualifying session. He will go from 13th on the grid. Just to give you one or two more, then you know who's going to start. 179, renumbered car, is going to be Alex Brundle to go first, handing over to David Gooding. and 76 is going to be David Hart first up before he gives way to Nicky Pastorelli. So the grid starting to take shape, and what promises to be a very spectacular final race of today. Just about good to go. They'll get, of course, the formation lap to do, and then we shall be in business for 45 minutes of racing. Nicolas Menassian, another driver that will do the opening stint in James Thorpe's Ford Mustang. Esteban Gutierrez and Duncan Pitaway have yet to decide. I would imagine Esteban would go first because Duncan Pitaway was in that previous race. Tiffany Dell drives number 26, incidentally. He will go first in Colin Souter's Ford Mustang. Dario Franchitti, we know, is now going to start 85. Luke Davenport is going to start number 4. And the rest of the grid now starting to drop themselves into position. So the last few cars coming into place. Try and work out one or two of the missing ones as we get through the course of the race, based on driver's pace, I suspect. Adam Brindle and David Brabham is one of the question marks, and also we'll have a look to see whether Esteban Gutierrez or Duncan Pitaway starts in number 95. So number 1, which is the pole position car, Nick Jarvis starts. Sam Hancock rejoins me for a different type of touring car, an earlier touring car race this. But Sam, this is going to be very lively indeed, isn't it?
It is, but there was a palpable sense of relief amongst a few of the drivers just now in the changing rooms, because I think the very wet qualifying that these guys experienced in these cars earlier on terrified more than just a few of them, which is completely understandable because they're a handful at the best of times. And so add in very wet conditions. So anyway, the sun is shining, the track is dry, and I think that's good news for us up here with a race to watch, but especially for the drivers.
Absolutely right. So Alex Taylor there, number 19 Mustang, closes the door, and with 45 minutes of racing, mandatory pit stops, of course, between the 15th and the 30th minute, anticipate plenty of drama. This is real earth-trembling stuff. The grid beneath us, we can hear them rattling away. I think the grid is pretty much complete as I've given it to you. Last few cars are there. We'll have a look at the grid in due course once they set off. I think yes, the green flag now flies. We have had a slight amendment to that grid. The field accelerates away now, and the cars thunder off towards that right-hander of Madgwick. Our first pit stop race then of the weekend set to get underway. So let's have a look at how they line up then for the Pierpoint Cup. It is Nick Jarvis who starts on pole position with Adrian Wilmot alongside, and then Alex Taylor on the outside of the front row. Anthony Reid starts on row 2 with Henry Mann lining up alongside. Row 3 is Craig Davis starting with Richard Woolmer alongside him, and then Emanuele Pirro on the outside of the row ahead of Dario Franchitti and Marco Attard starting 10th. Karun Chandhok goes from 11th. Lining up alongside him is going to be Bill Shepherd and then Rob Fenn's Mustang. Alex Brundle in David Gooding's Mustang lines up with the similar car of Nicolas Menassian starting James Thorpe's car alongside. Next up, Esteban Gutierrez and Duncan Pitaway in the Plymouth Barracuda. It is going to be then the Christian Van Landschot Mustang and Luke Davenport next, ahead of the Alex Brindle, David Brabham Ford Falcon Sprint, and Alex Thistlethwaite and Stuart Graham, and the 65 Mustang starting 20th on the grid. 21st is going to be the Julian Draper Chris Wilson Dodge Dart. Then it is Victor Israelson's Mustang and Chris Harris starting Julian Barnes Ford Falcon Sprint ahead of Richard Atwood, and then Nick Padmore starting 25th on the grid. 26th is where you find Jochen Mass, 27th Tiffany Dell, and to round out the grid it is going to be David Hart starting in number 76 Ford Mustang. So that then is how they line up, ready for what's going to be a really spectacular race, no doubt about it. Up to the grid they come. 1 or 2 again because of dramas after qualifying, losing their lap times, being put to the back of the grid. But it's very difficult to really predict a race winner out of this because there are so many potential front runners.
There are, and of course it all depends on the individual teams. Have they decided to put the faster of the 2 drivers out first or second? In years gone by, it often made sense to keep the quicker driver for the second stint, because if there's a safety car, any advantage that they might have built up in the first stint is obviously eroded immediately.
Well, to the grid comes Adrian Wilmot in a car that we saw go really well when he and Nicolas Manassion shared it at Speed Week last year. Pole position, Nick Jarvis, with all due deference to Nick, versatile racer and rally driver, he might be one that drops back a little bit, but Benoit Trellier's co-driver who put it on pole will be really quick in stint 2. The Pierpoint Cup then, a 45-minute 2-driver race for V8 saloon cars of a type that raced up to 1966. The grid is formed, the last few cars just slotting into place at the back, and it is a grid absolutely brimful of Yang Tangs then as we are about to get the race underway. There, lining up a little bit further back on the grid is Andre Lotterer, starting in Christian Van Landschot's Mustang. Green flag shown at the back there. We wait for the Union flag to drop to get the Pierpoint Cup underway, which it is now. Lots and lots of tyre smoke from Adrian Wilmot and from Nick Jarvis as they light up the rear tyres, blasting away from the line. Alex Taylor in the yellow Mustang makes a good start. They try to go 3 wide, do they, towards Manjwick. Adrian Wilmot backs out of it. Taylor on the outside, Jarvis on the inside. Now they discover how much grip they don't have. 1 or 2 running out really, really wide. Nick Jarvis then in the Falcon Sprint on the inside line. He tries to get the advantage as now they run down towards the kink at Ford Water. Wilmot challenges on the inside line, but a really lively getaway there.
Amazing full bravery marks there for Taylor, taking the outside into Manjwick. It hasn't worked for him. He's dropped back now as the cars find their way into single file. Just a little look up the inside from Taylor into St Mary's. Thinks better of it. Probably the right move at this early stage of the race.
Through they turn then, with Adrian Wilmot then hitting the front. So he backed out of it at the first corner, goes to the outside line. Is there going to be contact between the 2? They lean on each other. Yes, the Studebaker gets elbowed out wide. Jarvis gets back into the lead. Alex Taylor tries to get a gap on the inside and he can't do it. Emanuele Pirro comes up round the outside there in the pale blue, metallic pale blue Ford Falcon Sprint. Nick Jarvis leads the way. On board with Lotterer then, comes up alongside number 77. Alex Brindle starting, we think, and Lotterer goes charging by as they come down towards the end of a very lively opening lap, with the Mustangs there trying to dive up the inside. Richard Woolmer in number 600 keeping the number 9 Craig Davis driven Mustang at bay, but only just.
Yeah, these cars are so big, aren't they? They're so wide that you can only get 2 abreast, but there's some of them trying 3 abreast down into Woodcote as they are finally forced into single file through the chicane. Of course, tyres smoking, brakes locking on the way in as Adrian Wilmot has a look on the outside. He's got the optimum line into Manjwick. Will it allow him to do the switchback on the exit?
Through they go, yes, to the inside line. Adrian Wilmot gets the advantage now then as they make that run along the back straight, and he has done it. So the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500, which is quick now, is going to be really quick when Andrew Jordan gets behind the wheel, goes through ahead of Nick Jarvis. Nick gets better season on season as well. He's a very accomplished driver these days with rallying as well as racing experience. But Adrian Wilmot, whose racing career you can date back to the mid-1980s and junior Formula Fords, he's up front and now looking really strong indeed with Emanuele Pirro in 3rd.
Yeah, and the leading 2 have pulled away just a little bit of a cushion, but Emanuele Pirro doesn't need to defend from anyone behind him. That allows him to concentrate on the perfect line, the perfect braking points, and can he use that to his advantage to close the gap to the leaders?
Well, here they come then, down towards the completion of lap number 2. And it is Adrian Wilmot then leading the way. 1 or 2 looking a bit smoky already. Alex Taylor goes through. Another one in a big hurry there. Look, number 92 coming up to challenge. That being the renumbered car that Bill Shepherd starts and will give way to Stig Blomqvist. Another challenge made on the inside line there. Look, Alex Taylor comes under attack from Anthony Reid on the inside line, but Alex Taylor is able to keep his elbows out and fend off Anthony Reid, and that takes some doing.
Yeah, and actually he really is enjoying the outside line here. He did the same thing off the start line into Madgwick on the first lap and managed to keep the rolling speed high enough there through Woodcote to make the outside line work.
Race leaders go through 2 laps in the book then. So it's Adrian Wilmot leading Nick Jarvis. 3rd is Pirro. 4th is Craig Davis. 5th it is Richard Woolmer. In 6th Alex Taylor. 7th Anthony Reid. In 8th place at the start of the lap was Karun Chandhok from Bill Shepherd, and then Henry Mann. And there, look, Pirro is coming under attack from number 9 Mustang. Craig Davis, the owner, starting. Tom Christensen to take it over. And to the inside line dives Craig Davis, and he goes through on the inside, and he made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, I think Emanuele just thinking better of it. It was quite clear that there was a pace difference between the 2 cars on the run up to St Mary's there, and actually just getting a nice clean move done on the inside before turning into the first part of it.
So the cars turn through. Their 88 Karun Chandhok just being able to fend off Bill Shepherd. But here comes Henry Mann in the red and gold Mustang, the colours of Alan Mann Racing, his father's team. And still smoking there is further up the road, the Richard Woolmer Sam Tordoff Falcon. Mark Chandhok versus Shepherd here, a lively battle. Bill Shepherd in the Holman Moody ex-Bo Jungfeld Ford Galaxy coming down towards the end of the lap. Number 16 Mustang also still pressing on. Henry Mann right there behind Karun Chandhok in 88 comes up towards the chicane, but the race leader getting away here. Adrian Wilmot building the gap as they all squabble behind him.
Yeah, and Taylor just forming a bit of a queue behind him. That allows this leading pack to break away. Just file their way in through Madgwick now. There's Emanuele Pirro. He's still got a clear road behind him. Can he close the lap to the leaders? There we see Taylor just holding off pretty much everyone, actually.
Yeah, through they turn, and the lead gap nearly 4 seconds already. So right now, this is looking pretty comfortable, isn't it, as far as the race leader is concerned. So as they turn towards us, all the Mustangs getting themselves together. Richard Atwood's making progress further back, but Nick Jarvis, I think, is in danger of losing another place here. Craig Davis in the Mustang just looking the more confident of the 2.
Definitely, and Jarvis having to go a little bit wide on the exit of the right-hander of St Mary's. That forced him to take a tighter line into the left, and he's still paying the price for that. Forced defensive into Lavin, locking a wheel, running wide on the exit. That allows Craig David to get the nose up the inside through the second part of Lavin. He doesn't make it stick. The door is shut hard in front of him. He had to lift out and give up the corner.
Indeed, so right, so Nick Jarvis hangs on a second for the moment. Craig Davis, you could see there, was lining up for a gap on the inside, but then as the road started to narrow, there was just not enough room, so he has to slot back in. And of course, much as he's trying to take second place away, some of the work can be done by his co-driver in the second stint, but Nick Jarvis is doing a very good job of defending here. A few years ago, he would have been easy pickings, but he really has developed as a driver. This battle for second place, though, now goes the way of Davis because it was a fishtailing Jarvis that lost time.
It was, and he didn't quite get the car rotated through the direction change in the middle of the chicane. That just made him run wide through the left-hander. Maybe missed a gear, or perhaps there's a bit of a handling issue that he's struggling with, but definitely that allowed, well, everybody's now under pressure from Emanuele Pirro as they come out of Madgwick. Pirro a lot tidier, carrying a little more momentum.
You have to kind of do a double take, don't you, sometimes, at the sentence you've just uttered with the names, because it's always this lovely mix of drivers that we have, some in a very unusual category. Now, this is what happened to Nick Jarvis. Put the power down, but as he drifted wide over the curb, he got himself on the grass, and that was a big, big moment to try and hang on to.
So that was the result of what I saw just before, through the apex of that corner, just getting it a little bit wide. He missed the rotation of the car, and that was the price that he paid, ultimately losing the position.
Right, so now, with a lock-up, Nick has to try and defend from Pirro, and off the road is Richard Woolmer, and that's a real shame, because Sam Tordoff's Ford was one of the potential front runners, but that looks like a mechanical drama, and it's going to take a bit of a shove to get it off the road.
I didn't see which corner that was at, and
it's
I'm wondering...
coming into the chicane. Just out here.
Oh, it's just down there, yeah. So yellow flags are waving, and I think the car is far enough out of the way to not create the threat of a safety car, but never say never.
It is near an access point, isn't it? So another good shove, and they can probably get that out of harm's way. As long as people respect the yellow flags, Marshall's doing a good job there. The leader goes through, Adrian Wilmot, who, as I say, has already done the fastest lap of the race and will give way to Andrew Jordan. So it's going to take something quite special, I think, for them not to win this now, looking at how strong the Jordan Racing team Studebaker is. Second is Craig Davis, and this is the fight for third then. Nick Jarvis just ahead of Emanuele Pirro. Now for the blue and white Pirro-driven Falcon, he's got to do the hard yards. He's quicker than Chris Clarkson with respect to him, so the result to an extent hinges on Emanuele getting it as high up the order and Chris then trying to preserve that in the second stint.
Yeah, but the pit stops here are somewhat of a lottery. Oh, is that Davis?
That's number 6, Rob Fenn. No, yes, Rob Fenn's Mustang it is, isn't it? So that was in the gravel in qualifying, and that denies us a Jake Hill charge in the second stint.
What I was going to say is that the pit stops, the driver change process is such a lottery here that's a very narrow, very short, very cramped pit lane, and it's just pot luck as to whether or not you get a clean run down the pit lane and there's a nice clean space available for you to park your car and do a driver change without being balked, without being interrupted by another car, and that can change the order massively.
Right now, Emanuele Pirro tries to change the order by squeezing up the inside of number 1, Nick Jarvis. The 2 Ford Falcon Sprints. It's like 2 aircraft carriers getting side by side, isn't it? They fill up so much of the circuit, but it is Nick Jarvis having an absolutely outstanding drive, keeping Emanuele at bay, and you can guarantee both of them will be grinning from ear to ear. Proper battle, this.
Yeah, and actually we're helped, aren't we, by the sun shining down into the driver's faces there. Yes. Emanuele keeping it nice and tidy there through the chicane. But you make a good point. Physically, these cars are large. They take up a lot of track width. When you then have to factor in the drift amount, the drift factor of the car in front that you're trying to get alongside, there's not much circuit available.
No, quite. And Emanuele, who eschews the idea of testing, so he just rocks up, gets in, and he's mastering it. Andrew Jordan looks on as he gets set for his stint. Younger brother Bradley in the foreground. Bill Shepherd has done the fastest lap of the race now and is in 5th place. Now that's interesting that even though Adrian Wilmot is out on his own, admittedly only by a 10th, but Bill Shepherd has gone quicker. Adrian Wilmot here hanging on to the advantage, confident of course that Andrew Jordan will be able to deliver the goods in the second stint.
Well, no wonder Andrew Jordan was just looking so cool, calm and collected there at that shot of him down in the pit lane, because look at the cushion, look at that advantage that Adrian Wilmot is going to hand over to him as the pit stops and a whole lot of cars struggle. They're squabbling over space on the circuit down at St Mary's, flames flicking out of the exhausts of the Mustangs.
I think that was Karun Chandhok having a moment, wasn't it? Oh, getting very sideways. It was Karun losing out to Henry Mann and others, and then everybody else arrived through St Mary's to find a rather slow Ford Falcon not sprinting ahead of them. They had to dodge around him, so that was a bit of a Code Brown moment for 1 or 2 of them. Eyes out like chapel hat pegs as you look at Emanuele Pirro on the back here of Nick Jarvis coming to the chicane, and right with them now 5th is Bill Shepherd, so this is becoming very, very interesting indeed. It's done the fastest lap of the race there, number 92 then, coming up towards the line, the mighty Ford Galaxy 500, the ex-Holman Moody car goes through. Bill Shepherd, who of course specialises in yank tanks, closing up all the while.
Well, his pace is just electrified, hasn't it? Because, and will he be able to do what Emanuele has not been able to do, which is to force Jarvis into a mistake or force the door open wide enough to slice up the inside? And Shepherd, with quite a significant pace advantage over both of them, probably has a better chance.
Great little battle going on here as Karun Chandhok fights back against Anthony Reid, and off goes Emanuele Pirro, and into the tyres spectacularly goes Emanuele Pirro. The car turns turtle on him, and that's going to bring out certainly a safety car, if not a stoppage, I would have thought, and a very strange incident to find Emanuele in. I didn't see the start of it, I confess, but what that potentially does is take away the lead that Adrian Wilmot had built up, and he comes now down towards the approach to Woodcote Corner. Now we are only a couple of minutes away really from the pit window opening, and that's going to be closed if the race goes yellow.
Absolutely correct, and that's a key point, because in past years you were allowed to pit under the safety car. You are not allowed to pit any longer for your driver change under safety car conditions. However, if you see an accident unfolding like this, and I'm so happy to see Emanuele climb out and walk away, definitely going to be a little dejected, and otherwise hopefully ship shape. But yeah, so now the safety car is out, nobody can pit for the driver change even if the window were open. in the years gone by, you could have done that, and that would have been an advantageous thing to do. Now, the only little sliver of hope you get is we just take another look. Manueli just having a look here on just on the outside into the entry of St Mary's. Difficult to see from that angle, but I suspect he was sort of on the outside. It just got a little bit loose, didn't it? Over the crest there. He had to correct, and that the car always wafts a car's width to the left as it goes light over that crest that we saw. But he was gathering up a separate moment, and once on the grass, which remember is still sopping wet from the rain earlier on. The roll cage clearly doing its thing. Always horrible to see a driver have to climb out of a car turned upside down like that, but very happy to see Emanuele able to give the thumbs up and the roll cage hold up.
Yeah, and knowing Emanuele, not only will he be absolutely dejected about being out of the race and making a very rare mistake, but he will be almost inconsolable for the damage to somebody else's car, and he will feel totally bad about that.
Yeah. It could be a driver mistake, but it's very unusual to have that little wobble that we clearly saw him having to gather up as the car came down off the crest there where it goes light.
Well, Andy Priaulx, Tom Christensen, Marino Franchitti all discussing the next part of the race. Now, the safety car, as you have seen, has been scrambled, but it's not picked up the leader. So at the moment, Adrian Wilmot is quite a long way up the road. The car that it has picked up, is that the Henry Mann Mustang in 6th place. So there's the leader, who for the moment is getting a clear ride here. We'll have to wait and see whether or not the cars are going to be waved through, and then we'll pick up the race leader before things get back underway. So one of the perils of a safety car situation is if you scramble it, it doesn't always pick up the leader. Sometimes you'll find that the safety car can be scrambled and it will be on track. We go safety car, but people can drive past until we actually get to the leading car. Anyway, this time around, it's slightly out of sequence. Let's go to the pits. Ed Foster with Andre Lotterer.
Andre Lotterer, we've just seen your Mustang be reversed back down the pit lane. What happened?
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun and was good in the race. I think we were P10, and then just lost third or fourth gear. Yeah, shifting down to the cut, and yeah, so had to bring it to the pits, unfortunately.
I mean, these cars do look really fun to drive.
Yeah, a lot, and everyone was on similar level of performance, so I was drifting with a lot of cars together, so that was really a lot of fun. So yeah, fortunately couldn't finish, and yeah, saw a car on the roof, so I hope he's okay. And yeah, so but it's how it is with these cars sometimes.
Well, I'm sorry not to see you take the finish, and Emanuele is all good.
So drivers getting ready for the second stint. Now the timing screen is slightly worrying me by saying that the pit window is open. Well, it's kind of open, but the pits aren't. So the driver change time is now, but the pit lane remains closed because of this safety car period.
And I believe they will extend the window depending on the length of the safety car to give everybody sufficient time to make their mandatory pit stop and driver change.
Let's go back to Ed Foster. Adrian Wilmot leads, and Andrew Jordan will take over the leading car.
Andrew Jordan, I'm sorry to jump in when you're just about to go out, but things were looking pretty good there. The safety car hasn't helped.
But it's picked up second place, so at the minute we're on the back of the train and kind of gained a lap, so they'll have to try and sort it out and do some sort of wave by. But yeah, Adrian's going really well, I think, 8.3 second lead, so yeah, we'll see how all this unravels and where we get to.
Now, as a racing driver, do you prefer to come out chasing the lead or trying to protect the lead?
If it's a big lead, it's quite nice just to cruise it home. I think we'll have to work for this. It was looking like he was going to, we're going to have a big lead in our left, but I think this will close it all up a little bit.
Best of luck. Enjoy.
Nick Swift over Andrew's shoulder there, who's come to watch much bigger touring cars than his little Mini from earlier on with its problem. Right, safety car then remains on track, but as Andrew was saying, we've intimated as well, presumably there will have to be some sort of wave by to get the leading car behind, because otherwise all of these are being penalised, and it is the second place car that has been picked up by the safety car. So Craig Davis is effectively now the best part of a lap down, so something needs to be done to equate all of this, but it's not going to be the work of a moment to right that car and get things back underway. I mean, it's a big lump to turn over there.
It's one thing to right the car, isn't it? It's another thing to check and repair the tyre wall. Having said that, it's not going to be the work of a moment to correct the safety car situation that you just said. It's going to take a long time to wave all but one car past and have them complete a lap and catch this man here, Adrian Wilmot.
Exactly. Right, Ed, all yours.
Tom Christensen, Craig was doing a great job out there. It's all to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what is most important is Emmanuel is fine. We could see him coming out of the car, and things like that. It's a fast corner there. To get it a little bit on the grass, he has no chance to recover it. For us, yes, it's going well, but now with the safety car coming in, it's definitely it's open for everyone. It's everyone's race, and the safety car didn't pick the actual leader. I mean, you saw the leading car is in front, so they need to establish that before they let us race again, I imagine.
Well, the best of luck. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yet another driver pointing out that the safety car hasn't got the race leader, so everybody else being compromised here, and it gives Adrian Wilmot effectively a free lap, doesn't it? So that's what the officials need to address. Sam, have another look at this for us. Emanuele's car just sort of went right, then left, and then it just ran out of road.
Yeah, I think I don't think that's driver error, to be honest.
Okay.
It's a very unusual place to have to correct a wobble like that. I don't know what it is. I don't want to speculate too much, but it's just an unusual set of circumstances. And the problem here is, particularly there, the circuit continues to bend to the right. So it's diminishing returns. You're trying to gather up a car that's having a bit of a moment, but at the same time you don't have the space to really do that because the circuit is narrowing, and one tyre, let alone 2 or 3 on the wet grass that's still soaking wet from earlier on today, is all it takes to end your efforts to gather up the moment.
But sadly, looking at that, it's quite a mess, isn't it? Because all the impact was on the front and one side. Emanuele is okay. Look, he's explaining what went on, as you expect a racing driver to do, and he'll have analysed that in his mind already to, I suppose, dial out the fact as to whether it was or not his fault and whether it was something in the car. So what we now have is the clock ticking on down. Now, there is the capability in the regulations to extend the race by a few minutes because of the amount of safety car that we have. But as drivers have been pointing out, we pointed it out, it's not the leader behind the safety car. Now, you can't let everybody buy the safety car while you've got people trackside. So only when all this has been attended to can they think about releasing the cars. What they really ought to try and do is get Adrian Wilmot to stop and let them catch him and do it that way.
You should be a race director, because that's a really sensible idea.
Well, where there's a will.
How big a sign can you make and how quickly can you make it?
Precisely. Adrian Wilmot thinking, yes, this is going all right.
Yeah.
But
well, this is the dream, isn't it? I mean, it's gone from the worst case scenario where his fantastic lead with that huge cushion that he built up over the opening stint was being immediately eroded by the prospect of a safety car, and now he's got 99% of a lap advantage.
But he has dropped back actually from the train. I wonder whether he's almost being persuaded to do the right thing here. You wait for the rest, because that would certainly help the situation. Although if he can get away with maintaining a lap's advantage, he will, of course.
Very difficult to get any kind of communication, because even if that is a very workable solution to the problem, how possibly do they get that message to Adrian?
Yeah, sure, there's somebody leaping out in front. Now, great work over at the back part of the circuit has righted Chris Clarkson's Ford Falcon Sprint, and now as the tyre barrier is attended to, suddenly we look a lot closer to getting things back underway. So safety car continues. It will come down past the incident zone approaching St Mary's, and now at least that car is the right way up, we can start to think about removing it from the circuit and then get the race order back into a semblance of what it should be, ready to go racing once more.
I just wonder, you know, if sometimes, particularly in cars like this, you can struggle with knock-off on the brakes, and they find a long brake pedal, and as the car comes light over that crest that you can see in the lower portion of our screen here, everything is incredibly delicate. The rolling speed is enormous, and you're teasing the brake with very soft, precise pressure, trying to tuck the nose into the right-hand apex there, marked by the black and yellow cross. Anything additional to your braking pressure that needs to happen on top, whether it be a slightly fluffed downshift or just something, another car in the way, that means you need to adjust the balance of the car in that moment by adding brake pressure, reducing brake pressure. Perhaps the brake pedal's a little bit long, perhaps he'd run over some exit curbs and the pedal went to the floor, and you've got to manage that, you've got to adjust in the moment. That is enough to create that little bit of left-right wobble that we saw Emanuele trying to gather up, which ultimately triggered this incident.
You may well be right, Sam. Yes, good thought that. And even somebody of Emanuele's experience, this is a new car to him, and it's like he's not driven many things comparable, so it can catch him out. And there is an art to driving these on the edge, lap after lap after lap. So we are on to lap 12 for the leader and lap 11 for everybody else, because of the way that the safety car period has fallen and the way that the safety car picked up the second place car in error. Scrambled as it was, but it's, as we've been saying, got the wrong car, and that all needs to be resolved before we can go racing, all of which eats into the race. Big frustration this. On the one hand, you don't want to stop the race, but equally you're running out of time for racing laps.
But it's safety first, isn't it? It is frustrating for everybody, not just the competitors, but also everybody doing their level best in race control to safely fix the wall, which will be damaged, and to safely, obviously extract the driver, which has happened, and to get the car out of the way without damaging it further. And it's a tricky spot on the circuit. It's not a place where there's too many openings, actually, and that will be the challenge.
And also there's the tyre barrier to attend to as well. So you've got two operations at once. One is to move the car, one is to sort out the tyre barrier. Got one of the Goodwood circuit vehicles on track. Emanuele will have a quick trip to the medical centre just to check him out, which is common practice in any incident, large or small these days. And the Ferris wheel keeping people entertained. You can see Goodwood from a very different vantage point. Emanuele had a different vantage point for a little while, but he's okay, which is good to see. And the rescue vehicle making its way now down over the pit straight. That'll head off the circuit very shortly. And there is a sorry sight. Chris Clarkson's Ford Falcon Sprint, and it was being driven hard, that's for sure, but quite a lot of damage done on that left-hand side now. Sorry, right-hand side after the impact. As the IWC clock ticks on down, 20 minutes of this race remain, and actually the guns for hire in the second stint aren't going to get too many laps in, are they now?
No, it's absolutely right. I think we've lost a big chunk of the race here, haven't we? And this is a tough sort of mindset for the driver to navigate now, because the first lap or two of any safety car is always a nice little cheeky breather, catch your breath and just regroup. But when it goes on and on like this, you get kind of itchy, you can feel the temperature in the tyres and the brakes just bleeding away, and you're desperate to get moving again.
Just as an aside, one car I don't think actually ever started the race was the Duncan Pitaway Esteban Gutierrez car, which I think we heard had a gearbox drama earlier on, but that never made it to the grid. The gearbox problem presumably too serious, but as the field then goes past the incident zone, 27 we had start, and we'd also lost the Luke Davenport Guy Smith car quite early on in the race. Luke Davenport did start, but that was the Ford Mustang, another one that sadly retired early on in the race. And we also lost Richard Woolmer. Adam Brindle didn't get very far in number 77 either, unfortunately. And then we had Andre Lotterer retire because of his problem, and we have graphically lost Emanuele Pirro. So we've lost quite a few, but even so, plenty of battles to be resolved when and for how long we go racing. So the type of car that was winning the British Touring Car, British Saloon Car Championship in 1965 in the hands of Roy Pierpoint, the Ford Mustang. There you've got number 29 though going through, which is a very different beast altogether. The Dodge Dart of Julian Draper and Chris Wilson. It is Chris Wilson behind the wheel of it, we understand, for the first stint. This is the type of car that Bob Tullius drove in the USA in races out there, and adding a welcome variety to what was rather Falcon Sprint and Mustang dominated. Again, like the Studebaker Long Daytona 500, there aren't many of those around.
Just conscious there that Adrian Wilmot has caught the back of the pack after we saw him dropping back from it just a lap or so ago, which made us wonder whether or not he was, like you, having the bright idea that the swiftest solution would be for him to hold back and rejoin his rightful place at the head of the pack behind the safety car. But with him there, they're either just going to have to resume the race as is, in which case he will enjoy virtually a full lap advantage over where he was, or they're going to have to shuffle all the field except for Adrian Wilmot past the safety car, allow them to accelerate at, you know, some kind of pace, not full racing speeds, because it'll still be under full course yellow conditions, and that takes a bit of time for them all to catch up and form another train behind Wilmot.
Yes, it does, and of course then you've got that situation of people going quickly in order to do it, and you can't really do that when you've got the marshals trackside, so you need to get them all back to post before you can think about unravelling it all. So it's one of the big frustrations for race control. If the safety car doesn't get the leaders, suddenly there's a whole catalogue of things you then need to tick off before you can resolve the problem. And Adrian Wilmot there on the back of the traffic, but he doesn't have to worry about that, I don't think, just imminently, because we will no doubt have things put the order back as it should be, with Craig Davis and then Bill Shepherd second and third, and they will be itching to get onto the back of the race leading car.
And you could see just a moment ago a few drivers make a token gesture to tyre warming by weaving left and right, and this is what we've been waiting for. Safety car driver, arm out the window, proactively waving cars past. They will therefore try to get the whole field, except for Adrian Wilmot, past that safety car. They can then accelerate, holding position, driving safely but at accelerated speeds. And as soon as they can make their way around the lap and catch Adrian Wilmot, who will be retained behind that safety car, we can get the correct order back in play and get the race back underway.
Indeed so, and then we can think about the pit stops, and then we can think about a real harum-scarum dash for a few minutes to the end of the race, because yes, as I said earlier, there is the provision to add on, is it 3 minutes for every 5 of safety car, up to a maximum of 6 or something like that. So we will have a little bit of grace, as now the race leader, Adrian Wilmot, thinks, well, I nearly got away with it, nearly had a good run, but he does the right thing, he stops in, of course, behind the safety car, and everybody else now thunders away, but I don't think some of the stragglers are going to catch up, but as long as they've got sort of the top 6 in a line, I think that'll do.
And when you see, as we look at the screens now, and you see right here this huge gap, if you're the driver just behind the person there that's got the gap in front of them, it's absolutely infuriating, because you know that everybody should be driving as fast as they can do so safely to stay glued to the car ahead and close that gap as fast as possible. But remember, you're not allowed to overtake, so you can't usher the person ahead that's dawdling. You can't usher them along, although I've tried a few times.
I would imagine, yes, with a little tickle on the back of the car. I mean, the safety car has virtually stopped. It is going so slowly now in an effort to make everybody catch up. This is where the timing screen starts to go purple, isn't it, as people press on and end up doing good sectors, because they are at almost proper race pace now to catch up as soon as. So Craig Davis there, Bill Shepherd, who's next to the queue, Nick Jarvis, then going through Alex Brundle. We've not really touched on that blue Mustang, but Alex Brundle in David Gooding's car has done a good opening stint to get up into the mix. Henry Mann there in 6th, Alex Taylor 7th, in 8th place Nicola Manassio, and there's the peril under the safety car. You press on so much, you have a spin, and 23 it is, which is the Julian Barn car, I think, isn't it? Chris Harris at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably wait to see what caused that spin before speculating too much, but separately, you know, I can say that the struggle of resuming racing speeds after a safety car is, of course, that you've lost tyre temperature. So if now you're on that first flying lap but still under safety car conditions, you're still dealing with that same lap of grip. It's still a voyage of discovery. And of course, remember, after this faster lap to catch the safety car, everybody has had a chance to warm their tyres and brakes back up, except for our race leader.
Absolutely, yes. So it is going to be very lively indeed when we go back racing, as the cars come then now up towards Ford Water. So ready for hopefully a restart in the not too distant. We've also got the Dodge Dart coming into the pit lane, I noticed. So the Julian Draper Chris Wilson car pits, and that's clearly got a problem because we're not into the window. There it is coming down the pit road, so that's another shame, sadly. Driver in, and that I think we were told was Chris Wilson who was going to be behind the wheel for the opening stint. Right, lights are still on the safety car. Through the pit lane and out and then park is an unusual way through. We need the lights to go out, of course, on top of the safety car. There's another one that's parked in the background. That's Chris Harris, I think, that didn't get going again. So hopefully that can remain there. We don't need to delay things further or procrastinate with the safety car to get that out of harm's way. Chris Harris out of the car, out of the race after the spin. The fact that he's not got going suggests that it was something mechanical that triggered the spin.
Absolutely, yeah. The fact that it's just still there and he wasn't able to recover from being broadside there. So something's failed or locked or jammed. Now, the safety car lights are still on. It hasn't got much further to travel before it either needs to turn them off or commit to another safety car lap. Drivers behind starting to weave left and right, trying desperately to get a little bit of temperature back in those tyres.
You can almost hear the groan from race control up here, can't you? Just as you're about to go racing, somebody else has a drama, and this is, again, you can't release the cars whilst that's being removed from harm's way.
Interesting to see a thumbs up there from one of the marshals pushing the car, but other than the fact that they can wheel it forward, it's not locked in gear or anything like that. The problem is they're far away from an opening in the barrier. They've got to get that all the way down to the bottom of our picture here. That's where the nearest opening is, at Lavant.
Well,
and there's a steep uphill rise between where the car is now and where that marshal is waving the yellow flag, which is where the car can safely be recovered to.
I think that's where it's going to stay. It's sort of in the dip. Hopefully that's considered less of a risky area than other places. So it might have to be covered for the end under a wave yellow flag, really, to prevent overtaking and therefore reduce that risk element. So remember, we've still got the pit window to cycle through. Everybody has got to make their 50-second line-to-line pit stop. And therefore, with them all bunched up and some very, very quick drivers with a really short amount of time left in the race, it's going to be really, really dramatic when we do go racing again.
It's going to be an extremely busy pit lane, because normally, as a team, you would try to find a little window of opportunity, perhaps, where other people are not going to be pitting, or fewer people, I should say, are going to be pitting. But now they've all got to rush in at pretty much the same time, although the pit window, once it's opened at the end of this safety car period, will, of course, have its opening time adjusted. We don't know what to just yet, but it will be long enough for all the field to come in and get a change done. But there are only 16 official minutes left of this race. As we just said a moment ago, that can be extended by up to a maximum of 6 minutes. And we've still got a race on our hands. It's going to be a circa 20-minute sprint to the checkered flag.
Indeed so. Now the pace is being upped as well, isn't it? So the safety car starts to press on, which is always a sign that we're about to go racing, because slow right down to let people catch, then go quickly to get things back up to temperature. The lights are off, and look, Adrian Wilmot has gapped them already. So Craig Davis has been slightly caught napping here. He needs to get the message, and he needs to catch up, because look at the gap.
Yeah,
what's he up to?
Too big. Maybe he's got a problem. He's dropping back.
You're right. He's lost a place. He's got a problem. So Craig Davis under the safety car has got a problem. Now, you're not meant to overtake, of course, but if the car has got a problem and he's going slowly, what can you do? This might have just played into Andrew Jordan's hands. It's now Bill Shepherd taking the fight as best he can towards the safety car that is about to peel off, then bringing them down towards Woodcote. So Adrian Wilmot leads the way.
Well, Adrian Wilmot's got back the original lead advantage that he had before the safety car incident.
Safety car peels off. We will go green. Well, it's not quite a lap, but it's certainly a gap, and poor old Craig Davis denies Tom Christensen a chance to challenge with the problems of the Mustang. Right, the green flag waves. We go back racing, and it is an advantage of 3 seconds, Wilmot to Shepherd. Now, Shepherd had done the fastest lap of the race, so this is going to be game on. There, up into 3rd place now goes Alex Brundle. Nick Jarvis drops back into 4th.
Yeah, I mean, there are rules, safety car rules, that say you don't drop back further than a couple of cars' lengths from the car ahead. So whilst those gaps that we saw opening up were triggered by a car having a mechanical problem, creating a bit of legitimate confusion, this is still infuriating for the cars that drops behind.
It's played into the hands of 1 or 2 in a sense of them gaining ground, gaining places. Alex Brundle certainly being one of them. Adrian Wilmot then, as the pit window is open, comes up towards the right-hander now of Lavant corner. So it's going to be, as we've made the point, Sam, a very, very busy pit lane Bill Shepherd accelerates through Lavant. So Stig Blomqvist versus Andrew Jordan. That's going to be quite a fight. Stig, who did race in the British Touring Car Championship briefly back in 1990, comes then now through the kink, or the car does, and he will take over. Alex Brundle thunders on, and Tom Christensen doesn't get a race. So Craig Davis's car, all the way through the safety car period, was there in second place. And just as we're about to go green, hits problems and is a retirement. There's no justice sometimes, is there? A challenge made by the yellow Mustang, Alex Taylor. Is Adrian Wilmot going to bail this time? Yep, he is. No, he's not. Stays out. Yep. And Bill Shepherd stays out as well. Interesting. So the owners carrying on, getting a bit more mileage, but of course decreasing the impact their co-drivers can make.
Well, a clear road ahead is more valuable to Adrian Wilmot right now. He's a fast enough driver to take full advantage of not having any back markers bulking him in front. Meanwhile, the cars pile into the pits, desperately looking for clear path to come to the right. It's a very narrow pit lane. There is a rule that says not only must the car park to the right-hand side of the solid white line, but only the right-hand door may be open for a right-hand drive car, and only one team member can help the exiting driver.
Mick Jarvis gives way to Benoit Trellier. So that car has come from what was 8th place when it pitted. It also now has, we've got Henry Mann in the pit lane, we've got Alex Taylor, Dario Franchitti is in, Corin Chandhok is in, there's Andrew Jordan getting set ready to go.
Well, this is why, isn't it, Adrian Wilmot will have decided to do at least another lap, because the melee is now, and this lot will be clear by the time he comes around on the next lap, and probably, I would imagine, to the pits.
And Bill Shepherd having the same thought, but of course it's a 50-second pit stop, it's a 90-second lap. Look at that, contactors, there just isn't the room. Dear oh dear. Away blasts, that's Jason Minshaw, I think, in the Corin Chandhok starting car. Andy Prio has got hemmed in, there's just nowhere to go.
Seconds bleeding away for Prio there, he can't get out.
He's absolutely stuck, isn't he? And how Adrian Wilmot's going to find a parking space will be worth watching. Andrew Jordan waving him in, saying, park here. Andy Prio has just about wriggled out. But yeah, this is where you have to get on with your neighbour. But yeah, so crowded a pit lane.
Well, the leader has found a decent enough space. At least he's not had to come in and park at an angle. The question is, does Andrew Jordan have anyone directly in front of him that will impede his exit?
But he does, but in theory, that car, number 193, Marino Franchitti taking over, should have gone by the time their pit stop is completed. Away goes more of the traffic. So Andrew Jordan is in, and the door is closed. The Red Bull driver tightens the belts, puts it in gear, and sets off now.
You could just make out a stopwatch there, sellotaped to the lower spoke of the steering wheel, which will have been triggered probably by Adrian as he came into the pits. Andrew then gets aboard and can see how many seconds have elapsed since the car was brought into the beginning of the pit lane.
And therefore he times that, so it's 50 and a bit when he breaks the beam at the end of pit out. Jason Minshaw presses on, Benoit Trellier here pressing on. I'll give the order when the pit stops have all cycled through, but there more of the Mustangs coming back onto the circuit. There, Tom Ingram, yes, now that was a car that we saw glancing off others in the pit lane, brand new, that first race for it, Marco Attard's car. Tom got the wipers on, he was trying to battle his way out of the pit lane. Ting didn't really enjoy the weather conditions this morning. I think on a dry road he'll probably enjoy himself a lot more, but this now has the makings of being a really lively last 10 minutes, that's for sure.
Yeah, wipers on in dry conditions, you definitely know that's a driver who doesn't know his switches, yes. Which is, to be fair, most of us, especially on a weekend like this where you're jumping from one car to another.
Knowing it's left-hand drive or right is part of the battle, isn't it? Yeah. In has just come Anthony Reid to give way to Murray Shepherd in the almost bullet-esque livery on the Mustang, that lovely green. Murray Shepherd runs round, ready to jump on board. Out gets Anthony with his house captain's overalls. Right, so Andrew Jordan leads the way, or will, at the completion of the pit stop for Alex Brundle to give way to David Gooding. They're trying to stay out for as long as is possible. And now you can see how that car, it wasn't exactly slow before, but it's come alive in Andrew's hands. He's totally on it from the word go.
Well, I think they just lost so much tyre temperature, not only through the safety car phase, some of that will have been regained, of course, with the lap or two of full race pace that we saw Adrian Wilmot have, but it just looked to me, especially with Andrew just sliding the rear, quite a lot of drifting going on through Lavin. I think he's bullying the car now. You could see it visibly on the steering wheel, nudging it right, nudging it left, having to get the heat back into those tyres.
But bearing in mind that these two, Wilmot and Shepherd, came in together, how come Blomqvist is so far behind Andrew Jordan now? They've lost something like 20 seconds in the pits.
Well, that's the lottery of a tight and narrow pit lane and a safety car period that kind of concertinas everybody's pit stop strategy into the same moment.
So they came in not quite nose to tail, but it was a slender margin between them. They both held out for another lap, remember. This is the car that had taken the lead, but Alex Brundle has got a completely clear pit lane to hand over now to David Gooding.
And that, to me, would have been the smartest strategy. Stay out as long as the pit window allows you, allow everybody else to come in, get their stops done, and then just have free reign of an open pit lane.
So this is the car that's going to get the lead back, but it will be fascinating, we don't have it on this timing page, but to see the pit stop times of this, the Studebaker, relative to number 92, Bill Shepherd, giving way to Stig Blomqvist. David Gooding is on board now. With due deference to David, he's not at Andrew Jordan pace, so the Studebaker, I think, is going to run away with the remaining just under 8 minutes here, because there's nobody close enough to even think about mounting a challenge, is there?
Andrew Jordan absolutely leaning on the car. You can see just hustling it through every corner, and the car just dancing nicely without losing any of its rolling speed, losing any of its momentum.
Now there is Murray Shepherd, who is about to take second place, and therefore the gap is 19 seconds between the top two. So that car, number 75, has vaulted into second on the pit stop, up to third there, 179 of David Gooding. And so Stig Blomqvist has fallen a long way back in a rather distant fourth, and it's Tom Ingram up into fifth place now.
Well, Murray clearly on it as well, a little bit sideways there on the way into Ford Water, let alone on the way out. Actually, that Mustang looks beautifully balanced. Oh, flames licking out of the exhaust as he closes the throttle and teases the brake into the right-hander at St Mary's.
Well, if anybody's going to catch Andrew Jordan, they are going to work very, very hard. The last lap that Andrew was doing was in the 1:32. Still, it's Bill Shepherd with the fastest lap as Tiffany Dell talks to Adrian Wilmot and Nick Swift there, explaining all about his race, which will be quite a long conversation in TIFF terms. But Andrew Jordan, in the meantime, the 2013 British Touring Car champion, comes down to the chicane, throws the car through the right and the left flicks, and then up towards the line. Now let's have a look at the gaps as he comes by. Andrew, you would anticipate, ought to be able to do the fastest lap of the race as well, but that was a lap in the 1:31. He doesn't have to push on too much, because wait for anybody to be second. Keep waiting. Because the second place car's coming, and here it is, and it's 75, which is Murray Shepherd's Mustang that comes stomping over the line, and the margin is 20 seconds. Even though that's the car's fastest lap, it is still slower than Andrew Jordan's lap.
Yeah, Murray absolutely on the lock stops there with the throttle welded to the floor as he came out of the chicane. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Mustang.
It's a shame they're not all bunched up, but Steve Soper has just done an absolute best and a personal best. It didn't translate to the fastest lap as you look at Stig Blomqvist, who had his accident here at Speed Week last year, and Tom Ingram, bit of smoke out of the back. The wipers are still on, but he's about to have a go at fourth place Stig here in Marco Attard's Ford Falcon Sprint. This is very, very different from Tom's usual front-wheel drive Hyundai, the British Touring Car Championship, but he goes up on the inside line there, and he makes the move stick, and he made that look pretty easy. And third place beckons as well. David Gooding is just up the road, look.
Very nicely done from Ingram there, especially with the distraction of those windscreen wipers still on several laps later.
So he goes to the outside of David Gooding. He could be on, but yes, he is on for third place. He's going to do it now, round the outside. David a bit unsettled there, but Tom comes through, picks up the place. And you can see Steve Soper in the background, look, trying to squeeze up on the inside line. Has he done it? Very, very nearly. The car that he's trying to attack is that of Benoit Treluet, who took over, remember, from Nick Jarvis. Stig Blomqvist onto the back of David Gooding now. Trellier, number 1, goes to the inside line. There just isn't the width of the room, is there, as they come down towards Woodcote. To the outside line goes Trellier.
A fantastic switchback. Looked to the inside, found the door to be closed, jinked to the left, the door was wide open, and down he went. Very, very late on the brakes, I have to say. That was really impressive that he was able to slow the car sufficiently for the turn in at Woodcote.
Right, up towards the line they come then, and Jordan to Shepherd is still 20 seconds. Tom Ingram is third then, Stig Blomqvist is fourth, Benoit Trellier is fifth, but maybe for not long because there's smoke out of the back, and sixth Steve Soper there right on his tail, look, as they come sideways out of Madgwick up towards Ford Water. We're on lap 23, we've got 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Soper had a really nice run out of Madgwick there, beautiful slide early on the throttle. Just loses out, doesn't it? It seems like he's down a little bit on horsepower compared to Trellier up ahead. But they're squabbling over one another now, so Trellier goes a little bit wide, a little bit of smoke as he locks up on the way into St Mary's. That allows Soper back onto his tail. Trellier's forced into defensive right-hand side. There's no yellow flags despite that stricken car from Chris Harris earlier, so we do still have one of the primary overtaking spots on the lap available to us. Soper having yet another look into part 2 of Lavant. That's where the door was slammed closed on the previous lap by Trellier, who does the same thing again.
Still a bit fearful of some of the smoke that 1 or 2 cars are offering. Trellier, their 2 wheels on the grass as they blast through the traffic, just coming ahead of the Marino Franchitti Israelson Mustang. Soper onto the back now. Trellier has caught Stig Blomqvist. Stig in his mid-70s now, isn't he? So keeping these whippersnappers at bay. If Steve Soper is a whippersnapper, certainly Benoit Trellier is in Stig terms. Out of the chicane up towards the timing line they come. 23 laps are in the book for the leaders. Third, Tom Ingram goes through there, and fourth remains Blomqvist, then Trellier, then Soper.
Lights ablaze, aren't they, from Blomqvist up ahead, but normally in the daylight you might switch the lights on to try and slightly distract or dazzle the car ahead, but there's nobody ahead of Blomqvist. He's got his rear view mirror filled right now. Steve Soper sizing up the 2 of them from the back.
Indeed he is, but he's not yet been able to find a way past Stig Blomqvist, who watched these cars race in Swedish rounds of the European Touring Car Championship, fell in love with them, always wanted to have a go. He's raced, he's rallied, he's rallycrossed, he's one of the most versatile of drivers, and the tail-wagging Falcon sprint of Benoit Trellier right up behind. In second place, it is Murray Shepherd. Andrew Jordan's dominating up front, as rather expected, but a good drive by Murray Shepherd, replacing Anthony Reid in that car for the second stint, bringing it up the order as with 1.5 minutes on the clock. He comes down towards Woodcote. Now, has Andrew Jordan gone through? Yes, he has. So he's going to squeeze another lap out of it at the end of this. Their number 3 Mustang, Jochen Mass, started. Graham Langford, former Porsche racer, is behind the wheel of the car now, and coming down towards Woodcote onto the brakes is Benoit Trellier, and all of a sudden Steve Soper's fallen off the back of them.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened there to Steve, but perhaps he missed a gear or dropped a wheel off onto the grass or something and had to get it up, but he's definitely dropped right back. However, he might get the second bite of the cherry because Blomqvist is definitely having to stay defensive to keep Trellier behind them, and if those 2 can keep fighting over the same bit of turf, that will give Steve Soper another chance.
Andrew Jordan then comes through 47 seconds before the flag, and I reckon he's going to squeeze, as I say, another lap out of this. Now it just becomes a joy to watch, doesn't it? Because the car control, whether it's this, whether it was a modern-day touring car on the limit, front-wheel drive or rear, because he drove both successfully. Andrew is a class act. He's done very, very well in rallycross, on sporadic outings as well. This is Murray Shepherd in second place. The margin 24 seconds going on to this 25th lap of the race.
And what a spectacle it is. Lights ablaze, flames licking out of the exhaust. Murray absolutely broadside all the way through Lavant. It's fantastic to watch this Mustang, but up ahead, Andrew Jordan, neat and tidy. He was inch perfect, wasn't he, out of Lavant, using all of the road up to and including the white painted line, the little 2 inches of tarmac beyond it, and no more. Absolutely perfect.
And Tom Ingram is still charging along as well, as you can see. I don't think he's going to catch Murray Shepherd before the end, although actually he is 3.5 seconds a lap quicker and 10.7 seconds to make up. A couple more laps and he might have done it, but even so, third in his first race in that car ain't half bad. Stig Blomqvist versus Benoit Trellier on the grass, coming into Woodcote. Now up the curb goes Benoit, but Stig fends him off. the Galaxy 500, absolutely huge car, and Benoit Trellier's Ford Falcon Sprint, which isn't exactly tiny, being dwarfed by it. They come out of the chicane together to start the last lap, and Stig Blomqvist blasts over the line, and he's still just keeping Benoit Trellier at bay.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Trellier have another go at that same move on the next lap, because it was amazing how little the car was disturbed by riding the huge inside apex curve at Woodcote. Just absorbed most of it.
And Steve Soper is back with them, so having lost ground earlier, he's caught back up through they turn. Trellier 5th, then he's trying to attack, he's trying to defend, he has another look on the inside there. Last lap approaching St Mary's, gets up the inside of Steve Blomqvist, he's going to go through. Soper tries to close right up as well. Trellier released, but he's got traffic up the road ahead of him, so Blomqvist might be able to fight back. There is right there as well Steve Soper. Andrew Jordan and Adrian Wilmot, though, are going to come through to win the Pierpoint Cup. A race interrupted by the safety car, then by lots of pit stops all at the same time, and a runaway win for Adrian Wilmot and Andrew Jordan across the line to win the Pierpoint Cup. Dominant performance. Very happy Adrian, smiling from ear to ear. Second is going to be Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd, and third Marco Attard and Tom Ingram, and a change there possibly. Steve Soper trying to get in on the act for third, fourth and fifth before the end. This is a sideways Murray Shepherd. That's quite a way to have come out of the chicane.
I thought it was all over then. I thought he wasn't going to get that back.
Oh, ye of little faith, Sam. Tom Ingram thinks I'll have a go at that as well. Still don't know where the wiper switch is, but Tom, thumbs up. Well done, Ting. Marco Attard and Tom Ingram take third in the first race for this new car for Marco Attard. Fourth is going to be Benoit Trellier and Nick Jarvis. Fifth, Stig Blomqvist and Bill Shepherd. Sixth to Henry Mann and Steve Soper. So plenty of excitement as we anticipated. Seventh will go the way, or should go the way, of Karun Chandhok and Jason Minshaw. Just gone across the line. And what about for 8th place? David Hart or James Thorpe? James Thorpe in the car started by Nicolas Manassian, David Hart and Nicky Pastorelli 9th, and then Alex Taylor and Andy Priaulx badly delayed in the pits, weren't they, where they just couldn't get out, couldn't find space. They finished 10th. Oh. Again, what a race. It's a shame for that long safety car period, but there was really no option with a car upside down. There was no way the race could have continued, and of course necessary to keep the timetable running because of the fading light and the rally stage to come.
Well, if anything, it just amplified the excitement, didn't it? And the energy of that second part of the race, and much better actually to at least get the order corrected and have a fair and clean running order to the checkered flag than to sort of make do and just crack on regardless.
Absolutely. Well, Andrew Jordan and Adrian Wilmot were always going to be potential winners, but very impressive drive indeed by Andrew Jordan and Adrian Wilmot in their respective stints. So let's have a look at the results then of the Pierpoint Cup. It was a win for Adrian Wilmot and Andrew Jordan from Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd, with Marco Attard and Tom Ingram third. Fourth, Nick Jarvis and Benoit Trellier, ahead of Bill Shepherd and Stig Blomqvist, with sixth, Henry Mann and Steve Soper. Jason Minshaw with Karun Chandhok seventh, ahead of Nicolas Manassian and James Thorpe. Ninth from the back of the grid, David Hart and Nicky Pastorelli, and the top 10 completed by Alex Taylor and Andy Priaulx. Alex Brundle finishing 11th with David Gooding, Jochen Mass in Graham Langford's Mustang 12th, ahead of Ian Dalglish and Richard Atwood. From Marino Franchitti and Victor Israelson, Mick Padmore and John Dunham 15th, and Colin Souter and Tiffany Dell coming home in 16th place, a couple of laps down. Dario Franchitti and Harry Naismith 17th, and then we lost quite a lot of them. The Alex Thistlethwaite, Stuart Graham Mustang, Craig Davis's Mustang denying Tom Christensen a drive. We lost the Dodge Dart, we lost Chris Harris, we also lost Emanuele Pirro, which caused the safety car Andre Lotra with mechanical problems, and the same also affecting Rob Fenn's Mustang notchback that was retired early on. We lost Alex Brindle, we lost Richard Woolmer, and we lost Luke Davenport, and the Duncan Pittaway, Esteban Gutierrez car never even getting into the race, disappointingly. So reliability an issue for 1 or 2, but some very lively racing for the bulk. So let's have a look at the highlights of the Pierpoint Cup, which of course began in glorious sunshine. The light has been fading as the race has gone on, as it was always going to in 45 minutes. It was Nick Jarvis then that led. Alex Taylor making a good start, going to the outside line as the cars turned through Madgwick for the first time, and the cars then blasting their way towards Ford Water. It wasn't long before Adrian Wilmot then was on a charge, picking up the advantage away from Nick Jarvis and putting the Studebaker into a lead it was never to lose. Craig Davis muscling his way through on the inside of Emanuele Pirro. Emanuele would be a real feature of the race for all the wrong reasons, sadly. Nick Jarvis using his rally skills to good effect to hang on to a big slide coming out of the chicane. And Emanuele Pirro getting himself onto the back of Nick Jarvis in the battle for position. Eventually, though, Emanuele just had the car go ever so slightly light, a wheel onto the dirt going towards St Mary's, around it went, and sadly, the tyre barrier acting as a ramp, flicking the car over. And it was a big hit, it was a spectacular roll, and straight away, safety car deployed. Emanuele was okay, the car rather less so, but it inevitably took a while to sort out the tyre stack, to sort out the car, and to get everything ready for the restart. And on the restart lap, so Craig Davis had problems and couldn't accelerate after the race leader. That meant that as they came out of the chicane, straight off, Adrian Wilmot had a big gap. Others were delayed in the pits because most came in at the first available opportunity. And that also meant that if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, you just couldn't get out. Tom Ingram suddenly finding a car alongside him and putting a few ripples down the side of Marco Attard's new Ford Falcon Sprint. Andrew Jordan a lap later relieved Adrian Wilmot and just breezed out of the pit lane. No dramas whatsoever. Tom Ingram, next man to watch, getting himself onto the back of Stig Blomqvist and eventually being able to go through the narrow-looking Falcon ahead of the Galaxy 500. Not often a Ford Falcon looks small, does it? Up front, Murray Shepherd doing a good job in the flame-spitting Mustang that he had taken over from Anthony Reid, heading for second place. But for the race win, Andrew Jordan and Adrian Wilmot coming through. Andrew doing the second stint, a short stint, but a successful one as he came home to take the checkered flag. And Adrian Wilmot and Andrew Jordan race winners in the end by 23.5 seconds, and they can reflect on a curious kind of a race now with Ed Foster.
Adrian Wilmot, Andrew Jordan. Adrian, I'll come to you first. What a cracking opening stint that was.
Yeah, it was pretty good actually. I really enjoyed that. It was after the little bit of contact on at Lavant on the first corner, on the Lavant the first time round, and then yeah, it was away. I thought I'd try and make it easy for Andrew.
But speaking of which, Andrew, there's an element of pressure when you're handed over a lead, isn't there?
Yeah, because especially when you haven't got to go, the out lap and the first flying lap, I pushed as hard as I could just till I saw the gap on the pit board. But then, when you're looking after the car, you start just come on, go, keep going. So Adrian did the hard bit there really, and obviously before the safety car, he got it up to 8.5 seconds. So I was thinking then we're on for a good result here. But yeah, really enjoyed it. The Studebaker's a cool car. There's not really one the same as this. It always gets a lot of attention. So to get the win here is really good.
Congratulations to you both. Let's find second place guys. Murray Shepherd, you seem to have lost your teammate. He's busy chatting people up on the fence.
Yeah.
Maury, what a fantastic last stint there. It's got to be one of the most dramatic cars. I don't know how much fuel you're using because there's flames every time you lift off.
Yeah, I did. I mentioned that to my dad actually. Do we need to check the timing or something? But the photographers seemed to like it, so we kept it like it is, and it seems to go all right.
Anthony, you were telling me that you a bit of a cunning move there. You didn't come into the pits because it was too crowded.
Yeah, the pit window was stretching to the limit, but of course you get time added to the window if there's been a safety car. And I suspected everyone was going to pile into the pits, and they did. So I, at that moment, stayed on track and put my foot down, did my fastest laps, because I knew that was the strike point to get ahead of the train of cars that had been ahead of us, and it worked.
It worked perfectly. Well done, guys. Now we've got Tom Ingram. Tom, podium place. You just needed a few more laps at the end, didn't you?
I think so. It's really difficult in that scenario because you don't really know what's going on around you. I'm used to having a radio in my ear, you see, so I'm used to people holding my hand for me as I'm going around telling me what's going on. Well, thank you, mate. Top job. So it was. So yeah, I'm used to people sort of talking me around it. So to be out in the middle of nowhere, it's quite difficult to gauge. But the car just felt fantastic, and the guys and girls that have worked so hard on it have done such an amazing job. So yeah, big thanks to Jack and everyone at Barwell as well. Have done a cracking job, and of course Marco.
Marco, why don't you come in?
He did an amazing best stint as well. So.
Marco, that was, even from the sideline, it was a busy race.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad everyone was all right after that, but it was a bit sort of, it was the waiting and whatever. But Tom did a great job afterwards. But it was a bit hairy at the start. And Emmanuel's okay, I take it, is he?
Yes, he's fine.
Yeah, great, good. So yeah, great race, great result. Very happy. First time out in the car. Great result.
I think we're glad it was dry as well. After how qualifying was this morning, it was hairy, wasn't it? So we were pleased to enjoy it, that's for sure.
I can imagine. Great race. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Revival meeting.
So thank you very, very much indeed. GSA is back in fine form.
So what a fantastic day of circuit racing we've had here at Goodwood today, and the action has not finished yet. This is something I've been looking forward to all day, actually. It's the Goodwood Super Special. Some incredible rally cars racing into the dusk here at Goodwood. What could be better? And I'm joined in the commentary box by Guy Wilkes. Guy, welcome. This is your first commentary of the day.
It is indeed, yes. I've been brought in especially for this.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And what have you seen so far today that's really taken your eye?
I don't think you can get disappointed at any Goodwood event, and I think people will be testament to that going home. And I hope they're not going home yet, because like you said, I think the rallying is going to be pretty special. I know it's been here before at the circuit, albeit not at the members meeting, but I think they're in for a treat with the lights. Obviously, it's getting past dusk now. It's going to go into darkness. It's going to be a great atmosphere.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. And there, as we can see on screen, they're just getting the course ready. Some hay bales need to be placed. Most of the circuit is ready to go. Here is some of the best bits of today. And we started bright and early this morning with terrible weather. Guy, it was soaking wet when I arrived this morning. I don't know if it was for you.
I don't think it was forecast, and I think it caught everybody out. But yeah, it rained very hard. It made for interesting racing. Obviously, it delayed things a little bit, but I think it sort of rain always levels things out, doesn't it? So it was fantastic racing and creating great shots just like this.
Yes, this is the Piedmont Cup qualifying from this morning, and I was speaking to some of the drivers after they got out of the car, and they really enjoyed it. It was harum-scarum, but it was fantastic fun. And then we had the motorbikes. Now these guys, Guy, you're a rally driver, so you're brave, but these guys, I really think, wet round Goodwood on a bike, this is proper bravery.
Yeah, I have big appreciation for these guys. I actually have been to watch the TT quite a few times in a few MotoGP events. I used to ride off-road trials bikes, so
Yes.
I suppose I gained knowledge of grip. But on those tyres around here, you wouldn't catch me on a motorbike.
No. A fantastic slow-mo shot here of this E-Type drifting its way through the first corner and just bouncing over the ripples, lifting its front right in the air. And then again, one of my highlights for the day, Bruno Senna in Ayrton Senna's 1991 championship winning McLaren. Does it get any better than that?
No.
No, it doesn't. I think that's a very good answer. Then we went to the Jerry Marshall Trophy. These two races, as we expected, were absolutely frenetic from the get-go. That is not the right line into the first turn there. And then this was drama. This was one of the favourites for the under 2.8 litre heat. Nick Swift crashing out, unfortunately, in the Mini, leaving the Golf GTI to take the win. And then we went to the second half, which was absolutely breathtaking. All Capris with the BMW at the front of the grid after a wet practice this morning. But the Camaro and the Mustang fought their way through. The Camaro finally taking the lead. But after its tyres started to go off, I had a chat with Jake Hill, and Jake Hill did reel him back in again, which couldn't quite make the move in the Capri to take the win. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow. And then, Guy, this is one of the most bonkers races you'll ever see.
Yeah, it definitely is wacky races at its best, and they're depicted greatly. But yeah, these guys I have almost the utmost respect. No seat belts, and they are absolutely flying in those machines.
Some of them look like horse and carts with the horse missing and a steering wheel poking out the top. I just think they're breathtaking.
I'm pleased you said that, not me. I wouldn't describe them quite like that, but yeah, I mean, look, that's just testament to the amount of effort that goes in, and these guys give the commitment just to show off these fantastic cars to us all.
Yes, indeed.
Even to other drivers, we're really respecting the skill they have in those machines.
Yes, indeed. And then, final race of the day, you've just watched it, the Pierpoint Cup. What a fantastic end to the day this was. 30 fire-breathing V8 monsters from the USA. The Ford show, but the Ford show slightly ruined by Will Mott and Jordan in that Studebaker. This was a very unfortunate incident for Emanuele Pirro, and great to see that he got out of the car okay, Guy.
Absolutely, it was a heavy hit, and I actually missed it live, but I knew it was quite serious at the time, and it was when I came back and saw the big screen, I saw him getting out of the car, which was a relief.
Yes, it was indeed, and what fantastic shots these made with the fire-spitting V8s, and the Studebaker dominating the race from about lap 3.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that again because I was working and just doing pieces to camera, and I saw I'm a friend of Andrew's, and we get on with race together in Rallycross, World Rallycross, and yeah, he did a great job at the end. He just opened out nicely, didn't he?
I think one of the most versatile drivers around right now, Andy Jordan. You can go from front-wheel drive touring cars to a plethora of stuff here in the historic world, and Rallycross as well.
Yeah, he started his career obviously in Rallycross, and you know, it gains you a hell of an amount of skills, you know, driving on slippery surfaces, obviously gravel, tarmac, different variations of grip in different conditions, and he showed it today.
So that was a highlight of the racing for today, but the action, as we've previously said, is not over. We now have the Goodwood Super Special here at the circuit, and we have Guy, just an incredible smorgasbord of rally cars, from the Ford Escorts right through Group B, right through 90s Group A, and right up to the early 2000s with some of the iconic Subaru Imprezas, and we see them on screen there now.
Love it, smorgasbord.
It's a good word,
What
isn't
a
it?
great description. Yeah, plethora of rally cars.
Yes.
It's the classic. I mean, it's Rally Catalunya this weekend, and you know, Carlos Sainz, it doesn't get any more synonymous with rallying. But there you go, you know, you can see obviously all those cars waiting with anticipation. Obviously the headlamps ready to turn on and ready to get into the stage.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to this. So just for those that haven't got a programme, and if you don't, I would highly recommend you buy one because they are in themselves works of art. We have practice first on the road section, so full practice session for the cars. Then we have Goodwood Super Special Stage 1, and then we have Goodwood Super Special Stage 2, which is the same stage run in reverse. So about an hour or so of rallying action that you're about to see. And we can see on the screens in front of us there, Guy, if you name an iconic rally car, you're about to see it on track.
Yeah, sure, whether it's an Audi Quattro, you know, S2, or an MG Metro 6R4, Porsche 911 SC, Lancia 037, they just keep coming there. They're on screen now. You know, it's just as good a variation as we've seen on track today in different races, and you get at other Goodwood events. It's going to be fantastic.
So, question to you, thinking back to when you were a child and you were watching rallying and thinking, do you know what, that's what I want to do. That's my future. What car was it that really took your breath away, or what driver?
I think my parents would probably tell you I wasted quite a lot of time thinking about being a rally driver. But actually, getting back to your question, in terms of cars, I was born 81. So Group B, I was probably a little bit too young and caught the very tail end of it, and it was going into Group A. Group A Legacies, Lancia Delta, Evolutions, they were the things in the day. And I remember standing in Hampsley Forest, near to where I live in County Durham. And yeah, just being amazed by these Lancias in Martini colours. That just seem to be so much quicker than anything else.
Well, we've got two of them on the entry list here, so a great opportunity to throw back to your childhood and the cars that inspired you to take up your career choice. So fantastic to see those, and yes, they are iconic. A Lancia Delta in either Repsol colours or Alitalia colours for Lancias,
Yes.
if you go back far enough. Iconic
Indeed,
for me,
yes.
or Martini colours, of course.
Yeah, either of those, but there's a special car, that Lada. That was a Group B attempt, or should I say was a Group B car produced by Lada, and not a lot of people know that Lada actually had a go at the leading cutting edge of rallying.
Was it rear-wheel drive?
Yes.
Yes, so yeah, okay, so it didn't quite have the sophistication of the four-wheel drive cars.
Interesting point you make there, because at the start of Group B, everybody thinks Group B was four-wheel drive cars, but what preceded that was Group 1 to Group 4. And basically they said for the new Group B regulations, you can slide your cars across into Group B from Group 1 to Group 4. So for instance, we saw a Porsche there before, they actually slid that car across. It was rallying just before Group B started.
Right.
And in actual fact, you used to see that car quite famously in Rothman's colours.
Yes, yeah, in the Safari Rally, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Rothman's basically funded the whole lot with extra funding from a bit of Shell sponsorship as well. And they said, we want to go rallying with ProDrive, and obviously they made that car into what was a Group B car. And they kept it down actually a category by not choosing the 3.2 litre engine that actually came in that car. They kept the 3 litre engine in it, just to keep it down one category from obviously the fire-breathing monsters that we see there, the Audi, the 6R4 and the Peugeot T16.
Now I think looking at the entry list, and I haven't seen it yet, we have the last rear-wheel drive rally car ever to win a world championship in the 037, which I haven't seen yet.
It actually is there. It's not in Works colours, it's in Grifoni colours.
Right.
And the camera just panned away from it. But obviously on screen we have Carlos Sainz and Lewis Moyer's Repsol Escort WRC car, and followed by Colin McRae's Ford Focus.
As you do, on a normal Saturday evening here in Goodwood. It's just phenomenal, isn't it? And that, for me, they're leaving in shot now, that Escort. Ford Escorts are iconic rally cars, and the RS200 as well.
Yeah, RS200, obviously, I haven't seen Cali Grundle today, but I assume he is driving it. I was over there at the rally cars earlier today. He's reunited with that car. Obviously, it was a rally car he drove on the RAC, and finished 5th place in that car.
Did he really? Oh wow! And he's driving it today.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. We saw the 037 there, as you said, not in Works colours. The car in front of it, the car that really started the four-wheel drive revolution of rallying, the Audi Quattro. And it's amazing, even to show the power of motorsport and the power of winning motorsport. Even today, Audi and Audi Quattro have this iconic reputation for four-wheel drive cars, even though they haven't actually rallied since the 80s.
Indeed. Before, what does everybody think of a four-wheel drive before the 80s? Probably a Land Rover.
Yes. A Jeep, Willis Jeep or something.
Exactly, from the Americans, you know, that kind of derivative, not in a saloon car. And Audi obviously came along and jumped the gun with obviously the Quattro. And like you say, it's just continually stuck there, and even people still buy, you know, whether it's in the Alps or in the UK, they trust Audi and Quattro.
It's incredible. The reputation that car created for the brand is breathtaking, but it's still strong today.
Absolutely, and all created through rallying.
Exactly.
It was absolutely synonymous. They decided we're going to go rallying to prove this car, to prove this system, and they just ran away, and obviously everybody else had to play catch up.
Now, I have a background in hill climbing from a commentary perspective, and from growing up in hill climb paddocks when my father was racing. So the two cars here that really stand out to me are the Audi Quattro, because there was a couple of Pikes Peak replicas that used to hill climb, and the 6R4s, that again very popular in hill climbing as well. And we just saw them there. The plucky British Group B car, I think, is the best way to describe a 6R4.
Absolutely. Tony Pond and Rob Arthur. Rob Arthur actually helped me out in my career in the early days. He was Tony Pond's co-driver, and he would have been very proud of that Gitan livery Capri that was racing earlier, because he did like the odd Gitan.
Did he?
And, yeah, he did indeed. And so yeah, sadly passed away now, Rob, but he did help me out a great deal in my early days of rallying, and I have to be thankful for where I got to, partly because of him. But yeah, going back to that 6R4, it's one of those cars that the interesting thing is, you look at all of the Group B, and there was a very fast transition of technology, wasn't there, of wheelbase.
Yes.
All of a sudden everybody wanted to go shorter, so you know, the Audi shortened its wheelbase because obviously the Peugeot came along with the first evolution, and then obviously the 6R4 was there, all very boxy cars, a little bit more agile, and the Audi very quickly, although it had the jump in terms of four-wheel drive, got left behind a little bit because of lack of agility.
Yes. Now, according to my entry list, there is a 205 T16 here. I haven't seen it yet, but apparently there is one in the entry, so let's hope that car is there. The car also in shot now, just coming to shot, the BMW M3. Again, maybe ProDrive BMW M3s, more famous for their British touring car exploits, but also a very successful rear-wheel drive Group A, am I correct in thinking, rally car?
Yeah, if you are a rally man, you'd probably disagree with yourself and what you just said about the circuit racing. There's a certain Belgian that came to the Isle of Man rally, Patrick Sniers, and he had a BMW M3 built and run by ProDrive, and he put it to the guys big time.
Did he really?
If you look it up on YouTube, it's still so mightily impressive. The angles he comes into some of the slow corners from high speed on the brakes, the tail is out at 45 degrees, and he is off the brakes and he shoots down a Manx lane. Just absolutely sublime, but a real show of pure commitment and extracting every last ounce out of what is a very powerful car.
Yes.
In a very tight space.
Well, I'll amend my previous comment then and say the versatility shown by that Shape M3 to make such a good touring car and a rally car, but all built by ProDrive up in Banbury, which again is amazing to think that that BMW, the might of BMW Motorsport, came to ProDrive to get those cars built.
Sure, and I think it proves what a good engine. And
yes.
of course the chassis, but to have that versatility, like you said, of being able to go around a circuit and then adapt it. Obviously not the same car, they were built very specifically for circuit racing and rallying, but to extract it out and push it to the top of the timesheets in both circuit racing and rallying was no mean feat.
I agree. Great to see so many of you sticking around to watch this. I think it's going to be really, really special, and especially we're seeing the camera shot of those down by the right-hander by the entry to the track. I think that's going to be a fantastic place to watch as these cars come blasting into sight. You're just going to get a sea of headlights. And then glowing brakes, spitting flames, and pops and bangs, off they go. It's very iconic. It's like the British Rally, but the RAC Rally in Wales in the night stages.
Yeah, it's like the old park stages. You know, it's tight, twisty, hay bales, easy to get caught out. Let's hope that nobody does get caught out, but it's quite a handful to get some of these cars around here. Some of the Group B cars, like I said, they don't have a handbrake release in the transmission, so it's going to be very tricky for them to do, if you like, a handbrake turn or a pirouette, a donut around some of those tight areas. You really do need speed and Scandinavian flick, to use a term from the past and a driving technique from the past. You need to get the tail of the car into the corner and the front of the car pointing away on the brakes, and then to release it to get some pendulum effect and get the weight going round. So it's going to be quite tricky, and if the guys pull it off in those Group B cars, you know, give them a round of applause, because there's not a lot of space out there.
And they are 6-speed, 3 pedals, no sequential box like you've got in the more modern stuff. So it's a bit like when we watched Bruno Senna earlier in the McLaren. You've got to remember these cars are as fast in a straight line as maybe a modern car, but there is so much more to do behind the wheel, and I don't know how you heel and toe and match the revs changing down a rally box on gravel in a rear-wheel drive car. I can't quite compute how that's possible.
There's a lot of inputs going on, and a hell of a lot of feel. So yeah, it's one of those things that myself, growing up with rallying and watching it and not getting it going until I was 19, I always wondered, how difficult is it on the inside? You know, from the outside, looks so spectacular, but that's what I learned as when I did obviously become a driver, going up the ranks, was that you don't need to have crazy inputs. What you actually think from the outside, when you see a car coming tail in on the brakes, it's actually all very controlled and managed to the point of trying to get that exact entry and exit, just like on a circuit. Speed management, obviously depending on the surface and the car and what the car is capable to do, it demands a different technique, different cars, different surfaces. So yeah, it's one of those things that you just have to obviously keep pushing the boundaries yourself to learn what is the best technique.
Yeah. Now we've eulogized over some of the earlier cars on our entry list. Let's just cut to the next stage after Group B, and that was Group A. There is a 1991 Subaru Legacy here today, a car made famous by one Mr. Colin McRae. That's the car that I remember seeing footage of. Anywhere, exactly. What he used to do in that Legacy. Before the Impreza, bear in mind. Again, a very iconic car, and a car that really launched his career.
Yes, this car here today is actually in Possum Bourne's colours, who's a Kiwi. But yes, Colin was famously had 3 accidents, quite heavy accidents in Finland, and managed to get the car to the finish. Unbelievably, the service crew did an amazing job.
So we're going to head back down to Ed, who is in the service park, with Mike Rimmer, who's driving the Subaru Legacy we were just talking about.
Now, I'm down on the access road around the back of the paddock, and I've come across a lovely BMW, Mike Rimmer on board. Mike, this is a bit of a voyage of discovery. Have you walked the track?
Did I walk to the track? Actually, I landed at Gatwick at 11 o'clock this morning, and then made my way here. So
is the first time you do the stage, just take it easy and get through it?
Yeah, it's the first time. Yeah. I mean, but it'll be fine. Yeah.
But you know this car quite well.
Presumably it's not in Lavin.
So tell me, I take it you obviously don't need a navigator.
A navigator would be a great help.
Well, I can hear the cars starting up. Enjoy it. It'll be great to watch.
Thank you very much. Very glad to be here and wonderful. Thank you very much.
Mike Rimmer there down in the paddock in what is most definitely not a Subaru Legacy, but is in fact a BMW M3. So that is a change to the entry list if you are looking at your program, that Mike is in this absolutely stunning ProDrive built rear-wheel drive BMW M3. Moving down the entry list after Group A, we then move into some cars we discussed earlier, the Lancia Delta Integrales, the Toyota Celica, arguably one of the most ingenious, what's the right way to put it, rule interpretations of all time.
I think that's bending it even.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you explain that one.
Well, I need to, my technical description of it might be slightly wrong, so if I do get this wrong, do correct me. But as far as I understand, when they tightened the turbo up, they managed to develop a way that as they tightened it up, air managed to go around the outside of the air restrictor, which gave it about 50 more horsepower than everybody else. And it was so ingenious, you could not see it when the turbocharger was apart. It was only a whistleblower that managed to actually uncover that. I don't know why he decided to blow the whistle, but yes, they were unfortunately thrown out of the championship that year.
They were indeed, and that was one of the things that was amazing, really, that was the feat of engineering and how long it was kept a hush, really. Obviously you can read about it on, or you can Google it, should I say. But yes, indeed, they were able to pass air around the restrictor as well as through it, and when you undid the turbo pipe, basically it clacked back together with a heavy spring, and you could not see with your naked eye. The machine work was that good, and even if you ran your thumbnail across it, supposedly, and I've spoken to an ex-TTE engineer,
oh wow,
that you could not feel or see it.
So I wonder if this car will be running as it did in period.
Well, I wonder. And Nicky Grist, who is driving it, is synonymous for being the co-driver to two fantastic drivers from the past. Obviously, one being the late great Colin McRae, and the other being Juha Kankkunen, who actually Nicky co-drove in this exact car. They finished second on Monte Carlo and they won in Portugal. So I think it's going to be interesting for Nicky. I don't actually know if I'm sure he's driven it before, because he's owned it a little while now, but it's going to be interesting for him, because usually you'd have his head down looking at pace notes, and now he's going to have his head up looking for objects and hopefully looking at the road.
Yes, telling himself not to cut, which will be interesting to
I wonder if he'll read himself some pace notes, because he's just done a sight-in lap, and I wonder if he can remember everything.
Yes, and unfortunately the only person to blame if he gets it wrong this time is himself, which is but I'm sure he will drive fantastically well over the stage. And then after we have that, we then move into the late 90s and the Subaru Impreza. And the Subaru Impreza, we were talking about earlier how rallying made an incredible reputation for Audi. I think maybe the only brand that's even more true of is Subaru with the Impreza in that iconic 555 blue and gold livery, or blue and yellow, depending on your Pantone preference.
Absolutely. I grew up through this with my parents having a Subaru franchise and dealership. So,
wow, okay.
Yeah, Subaru went from having four-wheel drive pickups, and we used to sell them in County Durham up to the farmers in the Dales, and all of a sudden they came along a little bit like Audi did and started building four-wheel drive cars, which also sold like hotcakes. So, you know, this really, the Legacy and the Impreza were the thing that really pushed Subaru into an area where they'd never been before in terms of car sales.
Also into an area where, in terms of a brand, it became cool, it became aspirational, it became something you wanted to own.
I think it was probably the biggest change of brand identity of a car manufacturer. Well,
ever.
Maybe ever. Maybe ever.
Maybe apart from Lancia in the opposite direction, which is a crying shame.
Exactly,
but,
absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. You could probably pick those two as being, you know, good reasons that one made the right decision and one made the wrong decision.
Yes, exactly that. And then the other car that again I would put in the the icons is the Ford Focus. Ford's still rallying today, still with M Sport and Malcolm Wilson's legendary outfit. I know that they've committed to a new car for the new Class 1, the hybrid rules that are coming out next year. So again, Ford now have been rallying for well over 20 years. So a lot, actually twice as long, really, as Subaru.
Yes. It's great that obviously Malcolm's got some commitment from Ford. How much that is in terms of financial or help otherwise, I have no idea. I know that at times the wick has been turned down and he has really had to think, with ingenuity, how he can fund his rally team, and making R5 cars and selling WRC cars to fund obviously the main outfit. He has needed to do from time to time. So I hope that Ford come back and give him recognition and the budget to really push them to being a full-time competitor again. They've just signed Craig Breen, which is fantastic news. I used to compete against Craig 10 years ago and maybe a little bit more. And Craig has just learned his trade and he's stuck at it. And he has come absolutely good. He's done an amazing job this year, just jumping in what is effectively not blind but last minute into the top elite end of the rally championship, the World Rally Championship. And in Finland, he was there setting the pace after day one. He was at the front, he was leading. And that is, when the other guys are in the car and getting the amount of testing that they can get, it is limited, but more than he is, he's doing a great job. So I just hope that Craig will be a great fit for M Sport, but I just hope that they have the budget to really prove themselves, because they've done some great things over the years.
Let's touch briefly on the rally. You just mentioned Rally Finland, the last round of the Rally Championship that's just taken place. I know they're at Spain this weekend, aren't they? But it was last weekend or the weekend before was Finland?
2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago. Now, if you haven't seen the footage, ladies and gentlemen, of these rally cars at Rally Finland this year, when you get home this evening after being wowed by the cars you're about to see, please Google Rally Finland 2021, because the footage of these cars, the cars that have been sort of classed as sort of the Group B for the modern era, is just breathtaking. The speed they can carry through the corners and the fact that they're flat at 90 degrees to the direction they should be going is just, it blows the mind.
It does. It really is harking back to the Group B era. That hit everybody by surprise. And with the aero they now have on these modern cars, and the power's being upped from the WRC cars we're going to see today. They're up closing in on 400 horsepower. And I was teammates with Thierry Neuville, and I still keep in touch. And I texted him after Finland, and basically we had a conversation, and he said Finland has been the highest level of commitment of driving, and he couldn't get to the front that he has ever produced. So that just tells you the speed and, like I say, commitment that these guys are driving at with this aero on the car on a three-dimensional rally, because obviously Finland, as you know, it goes over many jumps, crests, bumps, exactly, and with corners. Not a jump and then a corner. The corner is the jump is in the middle of the corner.
I think I'm glad you mentioned how it's a three-dimensional rally, and I think that's, for me, the most impressive thing about a modern rally car compared to a Group B rally car is the damping. The way that they can jump for 100 meters, and I'm not exaggerating there,
no,
and just land. And there is no rebound, and that's the thing. When you watch these Group B rally cars go over the jumps, you can see that they land and they bounce back up again. And it's the control of that's made these cars able to do what they can do.
Absolutely. When I was coming up, like I said previously, through the ranks, I was keen to learn in any area that I could. And it was quite obvious to myself, obviously having a mechanical background with my parents having garages, that I needed to understand how a differential worked. I needed to understand how a damper worked and get the best out of everything, because obviously there's only so much you can do with an engine. You can always improve yourself, but you need to have the car underneath you to give you confidence. And the damping now, at the speeds they're traveling at, it wouldn't be unfair to say that they land like a cat does.
Yes, that's exactly, yeah.
And that jump that you're talking about at the end of the power stage in Rally Finland, one of the Ford Fiestas actually jumped 80-odd meters.
Yes, was it Lap? It was
Formol, Adrian Formol.
Yeah,
and
I've seen that. Incredible.
He struggled a little bit on the rally. He hadn't actually been to the rally in a WRC car before, which is quite a daunting task. You either get it or you don't. And if you don't get it, you can't force it. You have to learn it, because to be jumping and traveling sideways, a lot of people make a correctional error with the steering wheel, and they think that they're going to land in a drift. What you have to do is hold the steering wheel almost identically as you took off. Because if you start to steer in the corner, as soon as you land, you turn the car square right. When it comes back, it snatches and grabs grip, and it puts you off the road.
And you're in the trees.
Danny Sordo learned very, very hardly.
Was that in a Citroen?
Yes,
was that when he was running the private Citroen? I remember that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
Ended up in the ditch.
Yeah, well, a rock face first, and then
a ditch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, bringing it back to your career, if I may, is there a car that stands out that you've driven either competitively or as a demonstration that just blew you away?
Yes, and there's one here tonight.
What is it?
Subaru S11.
Right. Okay.
So I drove a car identical to the one that's in Solberg livery.
Is that the 2003 car, or is that the 99?
No, it's actually it's the one that's down here. I think that the program might be slightly wrong, but yes, it's an S11 Subaru, and it's more around the year of about 2004-05.
Right.
So yeah, I drove that car in Ireland, Rally Island, and we finished directly behind Peter Solberg. But I'd taken a Ford Focus for a few privately funded and run, and by a team to do a few events in the World Rally Championship. It was my leg up, if you like. It was my next step after Junior World Championship, and we suffered with the team, with the car, and just for the last throw of the dice for that year, we changed to that Subaru, and we finished right behind the factory car of Peter Solberg. So I have a soft spot for that car, but I also have a little bit of a, if you like, I've moved on from it. But at the end of 2004, when I was fighting for the Junior World Championship in Catalonia and slid into a ditch and lost the championship, the first people to actually phone me were Subaru. It was ProDrive, and they asked if they could have a meeting back in the service area. They'd actually called me probably 6 to 7 weeks before, and they were doing a driver check, building a profile. Little did I know they wanted to sign me as a second driver, and unfortunately I was signed with Suzuki and they wouldn't release me.
Oh, that's a shame, but a great story nonetheless. Yeah. So we are underway, and I think the screen is slightly wrong. This is most definitely not a Lancia 037 Evo 2. This is a Subaru Legacy with Robert Whitehouse aboard, and he's already up and through the last corner and taking it nice and steady on what is just his practice run, first time he sees the course guy.
Yeah, I think they've had a little sighter around the course. They've just driven it steadily, and I think they are actually having a bit of a push here. And this is a Possum Born car, or the car is in Possum Born colours, who was a driver from New Zealand who used to do regularly the rally, the WRC event down there, and do very handily indeed.
And that's that unmistakable flat four warble of the Subaru Legacy that obviously is well known in the Imprezas as well, through the complex that they've set up there down at the far end of the circuit, and then back out towards the hill. Is that? I think he might have gone the wrong way. Yes, unfortunately, he almost went straight on there, and instead of turning sharp left, they're just not used to not having someone next to the pace notes
and
guy.
If you notice, that car doesn't have a lamp pod on, so he's probably struggling with vision because lights from the 90s were not so good. Headlights on those cars were nowhere near as good as what modern cars have now.
No.
So yeah, I think he's probably suffering a little bit with that. We can even see from the screen. But here he comes right in front of us up through the gears, and like you say, that boxer bark of an engine, it's easy to make out, isn't it?
Yes, and it's fantastic. He disappears off into the gloom. All you can see is the headlight, the brake lights, and the flash of cameras as people are getting what will be really, really epic shots in that car. So that is Robert Whitehouse. He is first to go on the course, hence Purple Sector Times. Next, we've got another Subaru. This is a first of an Impreza, isn't it? An early Impreza guy.
It is indeed, and it's I know it because I've obviously followed rallying. It's a Krzysztof Holowicz car, a very famous man in Poland through his motorsport, and actually I think he's held a position in government as well as doing the Dakar and other things. Very famous guy in Poland, and this car has a great following out there. The guys who own this car, they take it out there and it literally gets mobbed.
Does it?
So yeah, almost turned the wrong way, but you can definitely see the difference with a lamp pod on the car, and that is what night rallying is about. You know, the atmosphere created by your car, the flames it's spitting out of the exhaust, and as you can see, quite handily driven indeed on the handbrake there and around. And let's see the 90 left.
Yes, he didn't forget to turn left there, and again popping and banging on the anti-lag as it goes through this really tight and twisty course and down towards the complex. Nice and neat and tidy through there, and then out onto the track. Handbrake turn left, nicely done. Up the finishing straight past us to set a time of, what's it going to be, a 1 minute? Oh,
it's going to be a handy time, but that noise going past the commentary box sent the hairs on the back of my neck up. It reminds me of 95 and watching Colin in Hampsley Forest.
Next on the course, sorry, it is the Toyota Celica, the car we were talking about earlier with Nicky Grist at the wheel. Nicky, obviously a man that you know very well.
Yes, I do indeed. Obviously, he was co-driving for Colin when I was doing Junior World Championships when they were in the Fords and the Citroens before he changed back to Derek Ringer. But yeah, Nicky's obviously owns this car, and like we say, he's definitely got the lamp on, so he found that switch.
Yes, he
and
did.
Not his map light.
Indeed, and we will have to ask him afterwards if he was talking to himself, giving himself notes as he drives the course. Did I see some sparks fly slightly there?
You may have done off the brake disc. Sometimes you do with slightly carbon metallic brake pads if they're maybe haven't been bedded slightly.
Fantastic onboard here, hard left. Up towards the through the back of the track. Look how narrow it is here through this kink. It is blind through there. It's driving into a tiny little gap up towards the huge crowds that we have by the entrance. 90 right, up the road back onto the track. It's usually used for vehicles to cross the track. 90 left, up the finishing straight, popping and banging as he passes us. Huge pops and bangs as he turns into the last right-hander across the finishing line through the gate to record a 1 minute 23.5 and to go quickest so far.
Well done, Nicky. He drove that well, actually,
and
fair play to him. If I owned a rally car, I definitely wouldn't hand it to my co-driver to drive, my ex-co-driver, because we've obviously retired now, Phil Pugh. But Nicky owns that car, so like you said, he only has himself to blame if he puts a mark on it.
Phil, if you're listening, great to hear the trust that's shown there from your ex-driver there. So it's good to see that the trust was built up. The brotherhood is alive and well there.
You would expect nothing less.
Exactly, and fantastic onboard. This is the other thing, the quality of the cameras that you can get on board cars now that are tiny just allows us to do this kind of night running, doesn't it?
It's a pity we didn't see a bit more of that in the States, but I'm sure we will on the next run. I actually got asked which car we should put the onboard in, and I chose Nicky's.
Good shout. Next, we've got another Celica on the hill. This is the Toyota Celica, the GT4 of Gary Le Cadeau. And if I pronounce that wrong, Gary, I do apologise. Popping and banging as he heads down the course. Yeah, this really is iconic, isn't it? This is like British Rally Championship or the RAC Rally in the Wales Forest stages.
Clumber Park or anywhere like that.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. Might have just slightly missed a gear there. I think he went for a second, might have got fourth. But he's across the line, nice and neat and tidily to record a 1 minute 1 minute 25. Next on the course, this iconic BMW M3 guy.
Yeah, this sounds like it's getting driven pretty hard, so let's see what the time is at the end. But yeah, no holding back, and that's good to see.
No, a car that, as you said earlier, even... Meanwhile, whilst we're watching this M3, we've got Nicky Grist at the end of the course in his Celica with Ed.
Nicky Grist, your first taste of the special stage, how was it?
Yeah, quite interesting, I have to say. I mean, the racetrack is so wide in comparison to normal rally roads and got the lines completely wrong. I've got no experience of racing, really, let alone driving a rally car at full speed. So, you know, it's a baptism of fire, put it that way.
Now, you're usually sat in the other seat. It must be quite nice to actually have control for once.
More or less, but when you've got somebody as good as Colin McRae or UR Kankinen, you know, those guys, although they're going exceptionally fast, they're well in control. You know, and it's a pleasure to sit with them, really, and experience it from the passenger seat. So, while probably on this event, I am not the fastest driver, but I'm most definitely the fastest passenger.
Can you take anything from having sat next to those guys to actually driving? Can you learn anything, or is it just another level?
It's a different level completely. You know, at the end of the day, I can see the faults in what they were doing, but when I'm behind the wheel, it's like, what the hell should I be doing in the first place? But, you know, at the end of the day, I've won my first world championship in this car, which is why, you know, I had to have one. And, you know, it's just nice to bring it out every now and again, and we're better to bring it than Goodwood, and especially members meeting.
Well, we love seeing you in it, and best of luck on the next stage.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great to hear from Nicky Grist there after jumping out of the car that he won his first World Rally Championship in. And Nicky Grist, probably one of the most famous co-drivers guy of all time.
Yeah, I would guess so. You know, obviously they had fantastic years together, Colin and Nicky, and obviously Juha before that. But I think television just exploded, didn't it, all over the continent and around the globe, probably around the time that Nicky and Colin got together, you know, sort of late 90s. Yeah, I think Nicky, like I say, is probably the most famous co-driver globally.
Yes. Next on the course, this is Tim Bendel in this lovely Lada VFTS. So it was a Group B car, as you said, so that they categorised the cars within Group B into different, in effect, power to weight bands, and also with four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive
as well. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I've rallied actually in Russia, and the only cars you generally see on the road, the rally, that are older than 10 years are Ladas.
Yes.
And I guess it's because they got plenty of parts, but because they're built pretty robustly, and they don't deserve the name that they used to get as when I was a kid. There was plenty of Lada and Skoda jokes.
Oh yes, there were.
I think that Lada didn't deserve them, and Skoda have definitely moved on from where they were then.
They have, exactly. Now, it looks like, unfortunately, there may be a problem with this Subaru. Was this the slightly later car to which you're alluding to?
This is, it looks like it may be an S6. Just can't quite.
Yes, slightly rounder rear end, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. It's almost like a 22B road car shape. This. So we have a 911 SC here. So this is again the one that was slid across that we'd normally see with, or used to see with Rothmans colours.
Yep. I remember, well, I say remember, this car for me, the Rothmans car, just harks back to Safari Rally wins for me.
Yeah, definitely, and I suppose British Championship we saw plenty of Porsches with Jimmy McRae with Rothmans colours on, but this is a step up again from those, and we haven't actually seen Jimmy yet, have we, with the Chevette?
No, I haven't seen the Chevette go through yet, but yes, again, if you rifle through the history of rallying that is YouTube, and some of the footage of Jimmy McRae driving that Chevette in British Rally Championship rounds, what a phenomenal car that was.
Yeah, and he and Russell Brooks had, you know, monster battles. You know, they really were. It didn't matter the surface, didn't matter the place. You could guarantee there was going to be more than those two as the main protagonists. It was literally, you know, almost two handfuls that you could pick, but yeah, they were wringing the necks of those things.
I think one of the things that strikes me today about modern rallying, I know that the rallies are shorter, they're more sprint stages, but the reliability out of these cars that you get today, back in the 80s and 90s, you did have to have more mechanical sympathy, it seems. Looking after the car over these very, very difficult surfaces and terrains and jumps was part of the challenge.
Absolutely, the mileage that they used to do back in the 70s, 80s, and even 90s, but especially the 70s and 80s, you know, World Rally Championship events, what it became World Rally Championship events, the big events, you know, they were 600-mile events, sometimes more in Safari. Now, you're lucky if you get 300 kilometres in the World Rally Championship.
Yeah, which, I mean, I think maybe they do it for television. It's more PRable maybe and digestible for the modern audience. But I would love to see some of these cars do the longer rallies. I thought it was great to see the Safari Rally back this year. Maybe not quite in the way that we remember it, with spare tyres strapped to the roof.
No, not quite, but still. But the terrain was different, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and I would like to see these cars do slightly longer rallies. Maybe they're just not built for that these days.
I think your first point's probably the most accurate one in terms of television and the audience. It is now with the live TV. You know, you sit on board with the guys as they're going through the stages. It's unbelievable. It is absolutely fantastic to watch, and you think, as you spoke about Finland, Catalonia's on this weekend, you can obviously watch those guys on their onboards as they're actually doing it. So if they make a mistake, you see it in real time. And that's the good thing. You can actually watch them through the stages and you can see the difference of commitment from the top guys to maybe somebody who's just not quite as quickly.
Yes, you can. So we're going to... Unfortunately, we've had a bit of... Oh, there we are. That's us in our commentary box. There we go. There you go. You can see that's our hands. Great to see you up here in the commentary box. We can't see a thing out of the windows because they're actually tinted. And because we can't see a thing, we're going to head down to Ed, who is with Tim Bendel.
Tim Bendel, you're fresh off the stage.
Yep.
Talk us through it.
Very slippy off the start, well onto the circuit, which caught me out, to be honest. And fine once you get going. Very hard at the top to see where you're going to come back onto the circuit, and I don't think I took the right course, but we got back on course, so we were all right. Bit of grass, but nothing to re-turf, I don't think. And then, yeah, good. Once you get back into the sort of tighter bits where the spectators are, it's good fun, and slide the car a little bit, so hopefully they're enjoying it.
Now, you wouldn't have had a chance today, but have you had a chance to walk the course before getting in the car?
What day are we? Saturday? Friday. We did Friday evening, so we walked it. It was sort of set out, and it's fairly easy, but until you get there with, you know, the spotlights on, the wrong gear and no brakes, and and then you can't remember it. But it could do with being signposted a bit easier on the way back in. But yeah, once you sort of get off the circuit and we get into our natural territory of rallying, then it's dead easy. Then you can't go wrong, to be honest.
So you'll be looking for a bit more time over the coming runs?
Yeah, I hope so. It's difficult, you know, we've got one timed run now, so, you know, it'll be so tight on times that you make one silly mistake and, you know, you'll throw quite a few seconds away. I don't think there'll be that many seconds, probably between the fastest and the slowest. Well, that's what I'm hoping anyway. Not too many minutes anyway, or seconds, I don't know, but hopefully not minutes. But yeah, it'd be better obviously in the light tomorrow, then you can probably have a good old stab at it, you know.
Well, we're looking forward to it.
Brilliant.
Tim, best of luck.
Thanks so much, yeah. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Tim Bendel there, who's just finished the run in the Lada to go 5th fastest at the moment with a 1:34 dead. We're just waiting for the retrieval of the Subaru Impreza that didn't really seem to get going, guys. So it seemed to have a problem from the off.
Yeah, it did indeed, and it's the 99 car I can see now. Like you said before, it's hard to see anything out of these windows, but hopefully you guys out there spectating and watching will get to see some more action pretty soon. It looks like it's about to be recovered, and with this Porsche sat on the start line with a flat 6 engine, it should be a completely different noise to what we've heard previous.
Yes, flat 6 naturally aspirated engine, so more, not an engine that, as you said, very, very different to what we've heard so far. Let's talk about that. I mean, the 911, such an iconic road car, but also such an iconic competition car. To be so successful over 40, 50 years on track and off track, and rallycross, don't forget. Again, the late 80s rallycross, they were very popular, weren't they, with turbocharged versions of this engine. So just what a versatile car the 911 is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things, like we were talking about the M3 before, that those kind of cars that are designed with motorsport in mind right from the off. You know, on the designer's paper, there's one thing they're thinking about, and it's performance. Whereas we look at the modern cars that are turned into racing cars, and that is definitely not the first thought. So, you know, these cars, you look at the aerodynamics of that, the Lancia 037 or a Stratus, it's like a piece of brie, isn't it? You know, it's just cutting air. And I think that's the main difference. They were allowed to interpret as they wished from a design brief, and purely for that design brief, with no space for luggage or any other thought of that.
And of course, with the engine hanging out the back, great traction, especially on the loose stuff, I presume.
Yes, it is indeed. I've driven a few Porsches, and in fact, last year just bought myself a historic rally Porsche. 911.
What have you got?
I have a 3-litre RS.
Lovely.
So yeah, so 70s, and yeah, it's I haven't done a great deal with it yet. I've been a little bit busy with work and trying to make money as opposed to spending it. Yeah, but I'm hoping that time will come very soon. But yeah, it's a great thing to drive, and like you say, with the weight over the back, great for traction. On the brakes, actually, they're pretty good on the brakes. But I actually had a Porsche road car, and I used to go everywhere with it back in the day, with the bag in the front. I found that about 15-20 kilograms over the front end extra actually helped it just that little bit. That's how finicky rally drivers and race drivers are, even in a road car. So yeah, it's great, lovely balance, drives on the throttle, like you say, great traction. It digs and wants to go. Once you get the weight in the right place, it wants to get out the corner and go.
Well, I'm the eternal optimist. Given how the values of 3-litre RS Porsches are going, that's not a purchase, that's an investment.
It's an investment to use.
Yes, exactly. It's a usable investment.
Yeah, it's not a car with history, as we see the 911 SC get going now.
Through the chicane there, yeah, the iconic sound, isn't it? Flat 6 warble of the Porsche.
And Max Girardo, he's used to driving rally cars quite regularly, so I'm sure he'll be pushing the pedals fairly firmly.
I recognise that name. Does he compete regularly? I know that name. And maybe from, I don't know if it's from rallying or actually from here previously, but
I think potentially he is here
I think
quite
it is,
regularly.
yes.
I don't actually know him, but I have a friend who does know him pretty well, if not very well. And yeah, I think he buys and sells some pretty nice cars. I think that's his main business.
Yes.
And obviously he has been known to do some videos with Christmas trees on the top of rally cars.
Yes, right, yes, that rings a bell. I think I've seen those. Meanwhile, he's into the complex now in the 911. It's quite tight in there, getting the tail out nicely. Let's hope he turns sharp left. Yes, excellent.
And remember that SC has a wide track in the back, so it's quite hard to break traction around a hairpin like that. You can see he struggled on the way in, but on the way out had enough gas to break it and get it sideways slightly.
Yeah, also a wide car on this narrow hill, on this narrow course, with wider track at the rear than the front. So not an easy car to muscle through this stage.
Absolutely not, but wait till we see the Audi.
But that's true, yes.
That's a bark and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, it is exactly. But no, you're right, the Audi might be like trying to move a wardrobe up a back staircase. So looking forward to seeing that. What have we got on the course now?
Focus S.
It did. Oh, he's missed a chicane.
It is a Focus,
that's one way
indeed.
round. You won't be able to do that in his timed run. He'll get a penalty for that, I think. But clearly trying very hard and has got the car nice and squirrely as he heads into the hairpin. The sparks you mentioned there, Guy, that's all okay. That's from the brake pads.
No problem from the brake pads. And yeah, he's just feeling a little bit for grip, as some of the drivers have been doing today already. And I don't know if he's
either stalled it or got lost.
Yes, or yes, not sure where he's going. Potentially stall.
I think so, yes. That's a shame because he was going really great guns, but seems to have lost power.
He was having a good feel on the brake set just to test the grip. I think that quite wisely so. You don't want to, there's not much room for a...
That's a replay. Wow, yes. So he just tried to carry a huge amount of speed into the chicane and unfortunately was never going to get round there.
No.
And yes, oversteer.
Wise decision in a very short space of time to duck out of that one.
I think that was sensible. But yeah, you don't see a rally car get oversteer that often in a four-wheel drive car, but that's what seemed to happen. Then he caught it and, as you said, went the wrong side of the chicane.
I think, like you said initially, I think he just carried far too much speed into the corner and he actually turned in too soon, so making the corner tighter. And fortunately, there was that gap between the two tyre walls as it is, and he was able to make a very quick decision and get out of jail free.
What you're seeing here as the lights go off and on is him deleting the car, if you will. There's clearly been a bug in the car. He's trying to reset it, trying to get it going again to finish his run. That's a shame after let's say a spirited start.
Yeah, definitely. I know Dave Wright a little bit, a friend who used to co-drive for him, and Dave's not frightened of giving it a go, and he comes down here quite regularly. So let's hope he gets that started and it's nothing too untoward, and he can entertain us on the second run.
Yes, indeed. So next on the course, we're looking at it, the first of the Metro 6R4s, and again, a fantastic sound from these mid-engined, definitely not a Ford Escort Mark II, as it said on the entry list there. This is very much a Metro 6R4. Rear end, or sort of mid-rear engine, really. Was the engine just in front of the rear axle line?
Yes. And 3-litre V6, so completely different. Group B, you have many ways of, as they say, skinning the cat. There's Lancia came with obviously supercharged to start with, then super and turbocharged. Peugeot turbocharged, obviously. The 6R4 naturally aspirated, but with the biggest EC and V6. So yeah, you've got, like we said before, somebody has a clean sheet of drawing paper and build us a car to go and compete to the highest level. What are we going to produce?
Very quite pointy, was very short wheelbase, the 6R4, so a bit of a handful.
Yeah, it can be quite twitchy, but Tony Pond was the master in these cars.
Right, we're going to head back down to Ed, who's with Max Girardo after completing his run.
Max Girardo, I'm going to have to let you into a bit of a secret here. This is my favourite car here. I love it. Quite a tricky thing to get around the course, though.
Yeah, it was really tricky. You spend so much time going around this way, clockwise, in racing cars, and you think, oh, I know it, and then all of a sudden you go out the wrong way, and you think, oh, it's rather different, and it's very tight and slippery around the back. So yeah, that was a bit of an exciting experience.
And how was the car? Because it sounds wonderful.
The car sounds great. Do you know what? It's a Porsche, right? So all the weight's in the back. So when you come to turn in and you're on the brakes, it's like, whoa, it's going forward. But it doesn't turn, and then it catches, then it goes. Just floor it, and it'll be fine.
So you're ready for the next stage, and I guess this is the important one.
Yeah, I guess that was a little practice to see where it goes. I don't think I still quite have it in my head as where it goes. I have to admit, I was in the car looking at my phone, looking at the map again. I mean, you think, well, how's that possible? He's just been round, but I did have to remind myself.
Well, it'll be much quicker now you know where it goes.
I better be. It'll be embarrassing if I'm not. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. Now I've got sort of an idea where it goes. I think I'll get this. I think I'll get this.
Excellent. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to hear from Max Tirado there down in the holding area after his first run, and unfortunately we've got another stoppage whilst they recover the second stricken rally car of the day, this being the Ford Focus that unfortunately ground to a halt on its first run. Let's hope he can get that car flashed and working again for the actual competitive runs that take place after this.
Yeah, it's definitely not the type of car that you just put in second gear and drop the clutch while you're getting towed by a Land Rover, that's for sure.
No, exactly. So that car needs to be, the mechanics I'm sure will pour over that once they get the car back. It's been towed to safety. It may be that they don't get it back until after practice is over, as they've pulled it onto the grass on the infield of the inside of the last corner. So we hopefully that means we'll be getting back underway momentarily with the Metro 6R4, which will be quite a sound. And here we go, and I can hear it already. Yes, that's a familiar V6 bark of a 6R4. This engine ended up in turbocharged form in the back of the Jaguar. Oh, I've just forgotten its name. It's gone completely out of my head. The supercar that they made. That and it'll come back to me right in if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do know what you're talking about, but it's vacant from my brain as well.
That's the 13th hour of commentating.
I wasn't expecting you to go that direction, to be honest.
No. Anyway, what an iconic rally car the Metro 6R4 makes.
Yeah, it's one of those cars. I mean, let's sit back and listen to it a little bit, actually. As we can't hear it.
Yes, as it sets off. XJ220. Brains working again. That's the car I meant. Yes. The turbocharged version of this engine ended up in the back of.
So this is going to be pretty difficult in this section to try and get this car round, and you might just see him turn and hope that he has enough space. Oh, well done. Good effort.
Done. A bit of a wiggle there as well.
Yeah.
Turning sharp left. Yeah. Misses the bales on the exit into this really narrow, almost tunnel section up the. This isn't usually road, really. It's usually footpath for the pedestrians around here. So really tight course, but going very nicely indeed.
Yeah, he is indeed. I think that it's tight and naturally around there, but definitely, as the rally driver said, you can focus and follow the road quite easily, and when you come back to these wide sections to get to know where you're going, unless you have wrecked it properly and it's sunk in, it's quite difficult.
Yes, easy to get lost, but a good time there, 125.2 to a really good time there. Next on the course, one of my favourite cars, the first or the only Ford Escort that we have on the entry list. This car owned still by ProDrive, I believe.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's owned by the driver here. I think it's owned by Jason Lepley.
Right, yes, sorry, that's the second of the Escorts. I was looking at the wrong one in the
So this car here is an Ari Vatanen, ex-Ari Vatanen colours car, and this has quite an interesting history in terms of this car historically was converted from left-hand drive back to right-hand drive after Ari Vatanen used it first.
Oh, there we go, look at that. Typical Escort
sideways.
there.
You see, that's how much easier it is with rear-wheel drive. For Roger Clark to drive, actually, I think there was a shell that may have been scrap metal that was involved, and that's why it got changed. But obviously, both being Ford factory drivers at that point, and then it got changed back to left-hand drive, and that car actually finished its last rally event in Finland on the 1,000 Lakes as car number 1.
Right.
When there was much more aggressive machinery behind it.
Absolutely lovely sound as that car rockets past us in the commentary box. Typical Escort style, sidewards for most of the course. Jason Lepley over the line there to do a 126.7 and go into 5th place. Next on the hill, another very iconic rally car and livery, the Repsol Ford Escort that was originally raced by Carlos Sainz, driven by, you may have heard this name, Stig Blomqvist.
I know him well. I went and said hello to him this morning. I used to be on events. Stig used to rally for pleasure, really, with lady co-driver Anagoni from I'm trying to think which country she's from, but that'll come back to me as well. I've dropped myself in it there. But yeah, Stig's a great guy, and we used to have great fun because he was watching us juniors and see how we were doing. In particular, fellow Swede PG Anderson, who was my teammate. But nevertheless, to see somebody like Stig Blomqvist, who still has it, as we've seen on the circuit today, in a rally car, jump from one thing to something else completely, and can still bring its next. Let's see what he does time. This would be interesting.
And that is probably the biggest change I've seen all day in terms of jumping out of a Ford Galaxy rear-wheel drive circuit racer from the 60s into a noughties, late 90s, sorry, four-wheel drive rally car. What a huge change that is. And across the line he goes. What time is he going to do? He's done a 1:20.5. That's a good time to go fastest. We're going to head down to Ed Foster, who has got another interview lined up for us.
Jason Lepley, I saw you open your door there and you had a massive smile on your face. You obviously had quite a good time.
Absolutely fantastic. Loved it. Was a bit slow, but I enjoyed it.
Well, I thought you were fifth fastest, so not too bad.
Well, I was showboating rather than driving fast, so I loved it. Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about this car, because it's a very special car.
Yeah, it did a lot of history in '81 with Roger Clark, obviously Great Britain, that was great. And then '82, Harry Vatanen, this was the last car that he drove as an escort for the works team, so yeah, special to me. I've had it 15 years. Yeah.
And can you see why these things were so successful? Because it just looks right as a rally car.
It's so easy to drive. You can just play with it, do whatever you want. It's fantastic. And easy, and obviously for a privateer now, easy to mend, repair, you know, and buy parts for, so good choice.
Jason, best of luck in the next stage.
Thank you.
Jason Lepley there, very much the crowd pleaser on his run, and some fantastic replay here. Beautifully handbrake turning it through the tight and twisty hairpin down on the circuit, and using the almost beneficial lack of grip that the rear-wheel drive package offers to work his way around that hill. Now, this is an iconic car, and we are celebrating 40 years since the iconic Audi Quattro won its first World Rally Championship race. Again, iconic sound of the 5-cylinder turbocharged engine in this car, up to 600 horsepower, Guy, from one of these.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is quite interesting because it is Lee Kedward that's driving it. It was down on the entry as his father, David, and I asked Lee today, I said, is it your car? Because the way you're leaning on it, that you obviously own a car like this if you lean against it like that. And he said, actually, no, it's my father's. I said, is he here driving it or are you? He said, I am. So he said he's never driven it before in anger, so he's definitely giving it a go. I think he may have had a few practice runs somewhere.
Yes, he is indeed, but you see how this thing just squats when you go onto the power, and then the nose dips as you go onto the brakes again. We were talking earlier about how the damping advancement has come on so far since Group B, and this may be a good example of that.
Absolutely, and again, remember, these cars, they don't have handbrake release. They're locked in the transmission all the way through, which means they're great for traction and braking, but to get around a tight corner like that, they're an absolute pig. And I've actually driven the model prior to this, the short wheelbase, but the S1 without the big rings on, so not as much downforce. Oh, Dad's
There's
not going to be
example
happy.
of it.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't a little bit of damage. That's a shame to see, but I'm sure he'll make it to the finish. But as you said, wow, sparking from some of the damage at the front of the car, but he's still giving it the beans as he works his way down the pit straight, and the car sparking over the finish. Meanwhile, we're going to hand down to Ed, who's with the legend that is Stig Blomqvist.
Stig Blomqvist, we've been watching you in racing cars all day. It's lovely to see you back in a rally car. Have you been having fun?
Yeah, it's quite nice to have a bit of fun with a rally car.
Now, a few minutes ago you were fastest. This Cosworth is the business when it comes to the rally stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good in the day, and okay, it's still really good.
How long does it take you to get sort of quick on a stage like this? Is it quite a difficult thing when it's so new?
Yeah, it is actually, because now it's just practice runs, so we have to learn a little bit more.
And you've got no one beside you helping you either?
No, that's a problem.
Well, best of luck on the next run.
Thanks.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Stig Blomqvist there, and some fantastic replay here of him on the track. And yes, Stig showing that he's really lost none of his abilities, Guy.
Yeah, he's been a man of few words, I think, most of his life, and but he's always been to the point. And yeah, he's a lovely man. Like I said, I spent quite a bit of time with him on the World Championship, and yeah, he had no problem in passing on any words of advice.
I bet we didn't. Meanwhile, and we were talking about it earlier, this is again a rallying icon, and great to see directly after the Audi Quattro, because these two cars, the Lancia 37 and the Audi Quattro, had such a battle in the World Rally Championship, Guy.
Yeah, so the 037 was a rear-wheel drive car, not four-wheel drive Group B car, and 2-litre supercharged, and definitely down on horsepower to the other cars, but an agile thing. You could see it was quite squirrely there, but pointy, we would say. You know.
Yes, absolutely beautiful, I think, as well. One of the most beautiful rally Lancias, for me, of all time. And again, as we discussed, to be down on power, but to take it to the Audi, to the four-wheel drive Audi, and win, and to be the last car to win the World Rally Championship in two-wheel drive form is amazing. Next on here we've got Martin Overington in another Metro 6R4. Everyone seems to be struggling a little bit to make the chicane as they come back onto the track at the last corner.
Not for the lack of lights on this Metro, though. it looks fantastic, doesn't it, in its original works livery, computer vision livery. I'm not sure if it's in or has Tony Pond's name on the side, or David Llewellyn, the Welshman that did the British Championship. But yes, this car back in the day, it still is an icon, really. They're all icons.
Yes, and this car, very competitive, as you said, in the British Rally Championship.
Yeah, definitely. David Llewellyn, he pedalled on very hard, and it's just one of those cars that it has a noise that, especially when you're in the woods at night, it just echoes and resonates before you see it, and when it comes past, it stands the hairs on the back of your neck up, and then you hear it for miles afterwards.
Absolutely stunning sound as it goes past us. That unmistakable sound of the naturally aspirated 3-litre V6 in the back middle, shall I say, of one of these. Next on the course we have another of the Subaru Imprezas, and he's unfortunately stalled it. So I don't know if the clock has started or if he will get the chance to go again. I'm guessing it hasn't. So off goes Will Nichols for his second attempt in this number 20 Impreza.
So I've talked quite a lot about differentials being locked on the Group B cars. This car is fully active in terms of its sensors wheel speed from side to side, front to back and corner to corner. Very, very clever, and then controlled hydraulically to get the best power and traction out of the car, put it down on the road. One thing that these cars can do, they can handbrake turn on a sixpence, because they can release the differentials so easily.
Really? Okay, so it makes a huge difference, especially on a technical course like this.
Absolutely. So on command of pulling the handbrake, there's a sensor and basically will release the transmission to the rear, and you can rotate the car, so it is not connected to the front in any way. Whereas with the Group B cars, it is permanently connected to the front. That's why they don't handbrake.
Right, okay.
Basically the Group B cars would lock all four wheels.
Oh, there you go. The handbrake demonstration, just as you were talking about it. I love to see the glowing orange exhaust there, typical of a rally car. Real glowing orange, and the brake discs as well. It's fantastic at night to see these cars.
Yeah, but this is the car a little bit of a soft spot for, because Rally Island, the last WRC event I did in 2007, I finished 6th overall behind Peter Solberg. On the second last stage, I beat Sebastian Loeb, so that was my swan song. I finished the stage second overall, should I point out?
Yes.
And that was, a little feather in my cap.
Oh, that's fantastic, and yeah, a car that close to your heart there, Guy. So, and great to see here today, being rallied properly and properly driven.
Yeah, definitely. Look at the time.
Yes, there he goes, quickest by 1.8 seconds from Stig Blomqvist. He's still got it, hasn't he? In second place in the Escort, which is, bear in mind, an old car as well.
Absolutely, and Stig still drives very regularly. Circuit cars, ice driving. He still has his ice school up in northern Sweden, and he can just turn his hand to anything. Like we were saying about Andrew Jordan.
Yes.
These guys have been lucky to be able to get the opportunity, but they've earned it as well.
Indeed.
And so, once you're still in, it's like being a sportsman if you're match fit.
So, yes, Stig Blomqvist currently in second place, a man of, should we say, many talents and few words?
I think that sums him up nicely.
Yes. Apparently there's a 5-minute window I can hear across our Marshall being very clear with his communication there. I think that may be all the cars we're going to see. So they'll be getting themselves ready. We haven't seen the 206 Peugeot, but it looks like, yes, they've got a 5-minute window, so that's the end of practice for the rally cars. They're allowing spectators to cross the course as we get the cars ready to head back in the other direction, so do exactly what you've just seen in reverse. But after Practice result for the Goodwood Super Special, Sprint Course A. Will Nichols quickest in the Super Impreza, the car that you just saw make its run on the 1:18.7. Stig Blomqvist, Ford Escort Cosworths in second place, just 1.8 seconds behind. And Nicky Grist in third place in his Toyota Celica ST185. Steve Rockingham in fourth place in the Subaru Impreza, with the first of the 6 R4s, Stuart Larby there in fifth place. Gary Lecado in sixth place in the second of the Celicas, followed by Jason Lepley, the crowd-pleasing Jason Lepley in the Escort Mark II. And in eighth place, rounding up the top 8, is Cal Grundle in the Ford RS 200. Ninth place, Mike Rimmer in the BMW M3. From 10th is Tim Bendel in the Lada. Max Tirado in the 911, followed by Martin Spurl in the Legacy, and slightly interrupted run there for Lee Kedwood in the Audi after just clipping the tyres. Martin Overington in 14th after slightly losing the way on the course, and Robert Whitehouse rounding out the 15 runners. We're going to head back down to Ed now, who's got some more reaction from the drivers.
Will Nichols, you've just been saying that you struggled to get off the line, but you've just gone faster, so it must have gone quite well after that.
It must have been good, yeah, because I stalled it twice on the line. That this car has got like a launch, and basically you just have to let your foot off the brake and it does the rest for you until it goes first and second gear, but it didn't happen, so I had to manually pull away. So pleased with that.
And tell me a little bit about the stage. It's quite tight and twisty, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I was quite sideways on the through the first chicane. Very surprised, actually. Caught me out a little bit, but yeah, it's very slippery out there. I think I can improve on that. Maybe neaten up a bit.
And get the start right.
And get, well, yeah. Let's hope so.
Well, enjoy and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Will Nichols there, who was fastest in the practice session, and you can see on the replay here, really nicely executed handbrake turn down in the complex. Guy, this is a car that you raced on Rally Island. Just take us through the launch control process of a car like this.
Well, I'm having to rewind my brain quite a way here, but yeah, obviously 3 pedals, so clutch, first gear, and then you have stage mode for the ALS, the anti-lag system, which is obviously to stop the lag of the turbo. So once you've turned on the anti-lag system, you would hold the button on the steering wheel, you would engage first gear with your foot on the brake from memory, then pull the handbrake before you've released the brake pedal, and that would lock the line off of the brakes for the start, so you could lift your foot off the brake, and then the handbrake is holding the car. From that point, you can obviously release the clutch actually as well, and the clutch is automatically dropped when you release the handbrake. And that car actually in the factory trim, if you kept your foot flat to the throttle, so it realized it was doing 100% throttle, it would actually accelerate and keep changing up the gearbox all the way to 6th gear, flat out, unless you lift it off the throttle or press the brake.
Wow, that's incredible. So what a thing, what a car, and what technology to have in these cars. Out of interest, what are we on a tarmac rally? To put it into perspective of you know what people here can relate to, what's the sort of 0 to 60 time of a car like this, would you suspect?
I'm just laughing to myself because you're bringing back a memory that when we did Rally Island, Phil Pugh, my co-driver, we had a pace note which was 30, and it was left 5, which is a square left. And he said to me before the stage, "You won't use the launch, will you? Because you know what if it doesn't disengage?" Phil, it's designed to do this. Trust it. And I remember it literally was beads of sweat running down his face because it was the first time we'd driven this car really in anger. And that was the way I had practiced all the stage starts, and I said, I'm not going to do it manually, we're going to do it like this. When as soon as I lift the throttle, it'll turn and we'll be fine. But Phil was so worried. And it must have been building up in his brain all the way down the road section until he finally got the nerve to ask me, are you going to use it? Yeah,
of course
sure.
you are.
We've got that toy, so we're going to use it and get the most out of it. It might save us a tenth or two, so yeah, that's what we did. Sorry, going back to your question.
Yes, no, it's a fantastic, really good anecdote, and it's great to hear from someone that's actually driven these cars in period. What's your sort of 0 to 60 time on a tarmac rally of a car like this using its launch control system, sort of roughly?
3 seconds.
Wow.
3.2. Sometimes I suppose you could probably get under that. I've got World Rallycross times in my head for the lower times. I'm sure that's quite accurate. 3 to 3.2, maybe even a little bit below 3. But World Rallycross cars, if you got a
they're amazing.
Yeah, 1.8, 1.9.
Yes, phenomenal.
Which is, pin your head back in the seat and really yeehaw.
So, I was saying earlier, some of my background is hill climbing, and especially in the European hill climbing championship, you get a lot of ex-World Rally cars, ex-Group N cars, or category Group N's, or the latest R5 cars. That's the word I was trying to think of. But turned up to 600 horsepower, and they'll do 2 seconds start.
Yeah,
which is phenomenal.
Definitely with 600 horsepower, and that's the same as World Rally Car stuff. But actually, going back to the Focus that didn't make it around the lap here, I got the opportunity after my first year of rallying, which is a 68 horsepower Ford KA, to have a go in a World Rally car. So I went from 68 horsepower to 300 horsepower.
Wow. When
I dropped the clutch, Nicky Grist was actually co-driving. And I almost stalled it the first time, caught it on the clutch, and I dropped. He said, no, give it everything. So I gave it everything. And I tell you, that car took off and my brain was left behind. And it was only lucky because Malcolm Wilson was stood on the corner in the forest, which was about 4 corners into the forest. And luckily I managed to get on the brakes and get around the hairpin while he was watching. But for the 3 corners previously, that car took me through them.
Great to see some highlights here of the stage we've just run. So this was a practice session. We've got the Subaru leaving the line here. Again, the distinctive warble of the Legacy as it slides its way nicely through the hairpin, and you see a big pop and bang of unburnt fuel as it changed up through the gearbox as it headed into the first corner. Actually, we're live again. I do apologise. So this is the first time run. We only got a few highlights in there before we went live again, but this is live footage of Martin Spurl in the Group A Legacy on his first time run, Guy.
Yeah, hopefully this will be good because they've had a sighter now and at pace, so they'll know where the grip is, where it isn't. Obviously the circuit's been used all day, so it should probably predominantly be dry, but these little side roads that they're turning onto now still might have dampness in them, so they've had a feel of them before, so hopefully they know where the damp is and they can push hard where it isn't.
Yeah, Martin, lovely, very nicely done through the tight hairpin. Is he going to remember the left this time? Yes, he does, after a slight misdemeanor in the practice runs, but as you said, Guy, no lighting stack on the front of this car, so quite tricky to see.
Yeah, I think he's backed off a little bit there, but it looked much more determined to that point.
Yes, it did. And now if you're looking at the circles on the bottom of the timing screen, purple means fastest of anybody, green means fastest PB, yellow is neither of the above. So of course this is the first car that is running in the official time run, so he will of course go quickest, laying down a 1:26.2 marker there.
I think that's the great thing about Goodwood, isn't it? We can go to modern motorsport events and we hear sort of a monotone noise produced by cars, and I'm
not a problem here.
Exactly, and that's the thing. These are all different noises, which I was going to say, that we've heard from today, and they've been some fantastic noises we've heard today.
Oh, they have indeed. But I mean, I think you could close your eyes on a lot of these cars and know what it was from the noise. The Subarus, the Audis, the 6R4s, the 911. You can tell what they are with your eyes closed.
Yeah, even the Focus I could hear before. I didn't know where it was and the camera wasn't on it, but obviously I've hung around a few.
Here we go, Steve Rockingham. So he's in his super impressive WRC, much better through the hairpin, and a little bit of a wiggle, very close to the bales as he went into the tunnel through the trees and past the hay guy.
He is having a good go here. This could be a good time. He's really pushing on.
Gone purple in the first sector, so quicker than the Legacy that we saw earlier. Out onto the track, lots of space here, not needing to use all the road, popping and banging as he changes up the gear. And down through the last corner with it. I think this will go quickest. Nice, carried lots of speed through there, over the line, 1:21.5, so 5 seconds quicker there than Martin Spurl, so a great time. Next on the hill, on the rally stage, I'm going to stop saying that. I'm going to put a pound in the hill in the box every time I say hill. This is Nicky Grist, guys, so third quickest in the practice. So
and he's carrying the onboard camera, so hopefully we get a shot of that and we can see what Nicky's actually doing with the wheel, the pedals, and the gear stick. Here we go.
Thank you, TV director. That's fantastic to see into the hairpin here. nice and neat and tidy through there. Didn't see a yank on the handbrake, actually.
No, we didn't. I can pull his leg about that later.
Yes, now into the chicane, really tight. You can just about see the tyres, threads the needle through there, feeds it the gears as he's heading back up towards the last corner, and then hard on the brakes, looking for the white tyre stack on the left-hand side, turning in nicely through the gate into this complex. He'll go to the left of these bells here. It is so tight through there. And then, yeah, and then he's round the hairpin. Again, I didn't see a yank on the handbrake.
A little go of it.
Little
but,
go on it.
Come on, Nicky, push those pedals.
Back through the left-hander, back into this very tight tunnel section. He's quickest of anyone so far in the first sector. Very tight past that the green wall on the left, and into this 90 right past the throngs of fans as he's coming back out onto the track, Guy.
If he goes purple and ends up top of the pile, I'm sorry, I'm going to find a spare of overalls. We cannot have a rally co-driver ending up top of the pile here.
Yes, there's a very irate rally driver sat next to me who's going to insist on going something, and he's just 0.2 of a second behind Steve Rockingham in the Impreza, so just 0.2 down, Guy.
Secretly, I was hoping he did, so I could go and have a go at something. I'm getting envious now.
Yes, he's getting car envy sat up here with me. Is in the commentary box. Next up, the second of the Celicas. This is Gary Le Caudeux in his Celica GT4 into the hairpin there. I did see a yank on the brake that time on the handbrake. Nicely done round the hairpin, Guy.
Yeah, just was a little bit late on the gas, but like you say, he rotated the car beautifully and just didn't quite get out of the corner.
Stayed out nice and wide before he threw it through the chicane with the tyre stacks there, so carried lots of speed up back onto the circuit and off the circuit now into the complex. Into the hairpin. He's up by 1.6 seconds at the split. Nicely done through there, Guy.
Yeah, there is width there, so you don't have to turn the car so tightly. You want to keep momentum in it, so if you really do want to take almost a racing line, keep wide to the left and use all the road out to the right. Keep as much momentum through the corner and energy in the car.
Again, the sound of the whistles for me, again, is iconic of nighttime rally stages in Wales. Nicely done. I think this is going to go very quickly indeed as he came back out onto the track. Trying very hard indeed and getting the time out of the car is Gary. Nicely through the last right-hander over the line, 1:19.3, 2.2 seconds quickest.
Really good effort.
Now, this is the first of our two-wheel drive cars that we've seen yet, so this is really a crowd pleaser, Guy, with Mike Rimmer's BMW M3.
Yeah, just a tight corner there to start with, but he can really get going down here, and he'll be able to use his agility when it gets a little bit naturey. So around this hairpin, as we're approaching up here, so the long left-hander into the hairpin right here, he should have no problem turning and getting around the corner. Not too aggressive, he's kept it nice and neat. As you can see, when he gets on the gas, he probably wasn't trying to promote too much oversteer and get too loose on the exit.
No, it's quite close to the tyres there, isn't it?
Yeah, and he wants to get dry. He wants to try and get this car as straight as possible, as quick as possible, so he can get the weight balanced over the rear axle, then he can really open it up. On
the brakes as he turns left off the circuit. Into the complex around the hay bales. His personal best time, but a little bit down on the fastest time overall as he's into the hairpin. Nice, lovely oversteery moment there as he came back through the hay bale hairpin. Oh, he's outbraked himself, but he just about made it. He came to a complete stop there, Guy, as he turned sharp left. He almost missed the left-hander.
He just managed to haul it up in time, didn't he? And didn't have to reverse, so he saved a little bit of time, but like you say, just a small mistake.
Nice and neat and tidy as he comes through the right-hander back onto the track. Into our sight now, and he'll slide it nicely. Beautiful oversteering moment as he storms past up the 2-litre 4-cylinder engine singing away in the front of that M3. Turns right over the finish to record a 1:29.9, so just into the sub 1 minute 30s.
Yeah, here we go with the Group B ladder again. And it looks like he's on quite a tall profile tyre there. I'm not sure if he's on a gravel tyre or a tarmac tyre. The car looks reasonably soft.
Yes, and understeering as it came through there as well. I mean, it's going to be getting colder and colder. That's one thing to take into account.
The track could be getting damp with dew, actually. But, yeah, these guys have had a look around. It's not been too long since they did that, so no excuses there, really.
No. I was making racing drivers or rally drivers. How big is the rally drivers' book of excuses? Is it the same size as the racing drivers' book of excuses?
They generally end up needing to be quite a lot larger because it ends up with a sudden stop as opposed to a little nudge and a brake of a front track rod or a steering arm. Generally, it's, you know, axles, doors, wheels off.
Yes. It's not just a post-it note with my co-driver's fault written on it then.
And these days, you know, you're watched from in-car cameras, so you can't make excuses.
Nowhere to hide, is
there?
Meanwhile, Tim going great guns in the Lancia, nice and neat and tidy through the complex, and then down this tunnel section between the hay bales, nice and neat and tidy as he comes into the 90 right to head back towards the circuit. Nicely done through there, bit of a wiggle as he came through there, back out onto the track, and he can throw it left using all the width of the track as he heads up the pit straight and into the right-hander guy.
I'm fairly sure this is a 1.6 litre engine and produces about 190 horsepower, so, you know, quite a lot less horsepower than the things we've seen on display as well.
It's a good time there then, a 1 minute 29.4, so half a second quicker than Rimmer in the BMW in the rear-wheel drive battle.
Definitely, but Max Girardo, I think, will be trying to aim for those top honours in this Porsche, and once he gets around this corner, let's see if he really opens it up.
Yes, sounds beautiful, this car. Just see a wall of light as it heads towards our cameras. I think everyone's being caught out by the width through here, through this double apex left before heading into the hairpin right.
Do you know, I don't really know how, but it looks like they're struggling to see all the way around that corner, and it sounds a ridiculous excuse, but they're going into there quite tentatively, aren't they?
They are indeed. I think also it's quite a big stop into the right, so I think you're right, yeah, just needing to get it stopped in time, and it's pitch black out there.
It is indeed, but they have those big lights as well, don't they?
They do, right? I was just trying to add to your Rally Driver's book of excuses.
No,
I was just trying to help.
I was just wondering, you know, if there's a floodlight or something that's maybe, you know, hindering their view, because all of them seem to be slightly tentative around that long left-hander into the hairpin right. But here, this is where the lights really light up everything left and right, and when you have definition, something bounce the light onto, that's when you can really see where you're going.
You can see some pops of exhaust popping and banging. Sorry, pops of flame from the exhaust at the back of his car as he came through the complex. Back onto the start straight, over the start line, and then he's just got the last right to go. He flicks it to the right now. Big stab of throttle across the line to do a 125.7 to take the lead in the unofficial rear-wheel drive class.
I'm not too sure if he changed gears too many times there. I didn't really hear a gear change, so I wonder if he has a problem, and that's maybe why.
Right, okay, you may be right there, yeah. Next, the wonderful sounding Metro 6R4. I love this soundtrack. This, for me, is one of the best sounding rally cars we've got here today, Guy.
Yeah, it is, and you can hear every gear change on this thing, or these cars. It's great noise, naturally aspirated, and you definitely know that this car is coming towards you.
You do indeed, and remember, as you were saying, so no handbrake turn ability in a Group B car. Also, 3 pedals and a manual shift, so there's a lot going on in the cabin in one of these.
H-Pattern, they're very physical cars to drive because they're obviously aggressive in power, but the stopping power of them is also mighty. So the feedback through the steering wheel, you know, this is in the days of the start of power steering, but some of them don't have.
No.
So, you know, it's very physical. You had to be very fit as a driver. The drivers are very fit now, but even in those days, this was the step up, Group B, to last a distance of, you know, 400, 500, 600 stage miles in these cars. You needed to be fit.
Yes, indeed. He's going well. He was only about half a second down on the fastest time overall. So going great guns is Stuart Larby in the Metro. Needs to just make sure he does it through neat and tidy through there. Avoids the bales on the left-hand side. Did that very nicely. Uses all the road coming back onto the track. Beautiful. Great to see.
Good for the spectators. Maybe not so good for the time. I think he lost a little bit of understeer, but yeah.
That's not a bad time. A 122.7 to go into 4th place overall. Next, we have Jason Lepley. As he said, he was crowd pleasing in practice. Let's see how he gets on in the run. Drops the clutch and he's away and arriving onto the track sideways as only an Escort should, Guy.
Vannon style indeed.
Yes, indeed, yes. Do you steer these with the steering wheel or the throttle?
You encourage the start of it with the wheel, but it definitely all happens with the throttle after that.
Oh, a bit of a lock-up as he goes in there. He's trying very hard and carries quite a lot of speed through there. This is where the 2-wheel drive car will actually benefit through here. As you can see, nice and tug on the handbrake as he goes through the hairpin.
He is not showboating as much as he was before. I think the horns have come out here. He's on for a time.
Nice, and he carries a lot of speed through the chicane as well, back onto the track. Feeding the car gears as he then brakes heavily. Bit of a lock-up before the left-hander. He's got it stopped nicely. Turns left. Bit of a slidey moment, as you'd expect from an Escort, into the complex. Flicks it left and right. Wow, he was close to the bales through there. And beautifully done round the hairpin. This is a masterclass in how to drive a Ford Escort quickly round a tight and twisty circuit. Then he turns up through the tunnel, through this very tight alleyway of bales, carrying lots of speed through there. Just a dab of the brakes as he turns left, then into the right-hander. Beautifully done again, using the rear-wheel drive oversteer to get him through that tight corner, and arrives sideways again onto the track. Lovely soundtrack as it's up past us, heavy on the brakes into the right-hander. This is going to be a very quick time indeed as he crosses the line, and he's across the line, 1:24.1. That's a great time in a rear-wheel drive car, Guy.
It is indeed, and he did crowd please as well.
He
was
indeed.
pushing on there. That was all done with purpose as well. It wasn't just showboating.
Yes, that's a 10 from the judges, I think.
Yes.
Next on the track, we have Stig Blomqvist in the Ford Escort, a WRC. This car was second quickest in practice, so keep an eye on Stig. He's used to going the other way around this track.
Yeah, actually, Max Gerardo said that, didn't he? He alluded to the fact that you know the track going in the direction. When you're faced in the opposite, it's all alien all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And you can sympathise with that. But I think Stig here will be, well, we'll watch it, but I think he will be really purposeful. I think he will be going for a time. Oh, he's hard on the brakes here, into the 90 left.
Yes, nicely done from Stig there. Again, I think one of the revelations of the last couple of years racing here at Goodwood, to be able to turn his hand to circuit racing so incredibly well has been amazing, and he's 2.1 seconds up at the split.
This is a great run.
This is a very fast time, neat and tidy, and sometimes the fastest runs don't necessarily look the quickest because they're neat and tidy, and then all of a sudden the clock stops going.
Exactly, the energy is kept in the car and therefore the tyre, and you're not pushing the car and stretching the tyre to its limits where it's breaking traction. Just like that, he got the car, he kept the grip, he opened it up, and he got flat on the throttle, and he kept pace in the car throughout the corner.
This is quick indeed, 1:17.8. 1.5 seconds quicker than Gary Lourcado in the the Subaru that we saw. Sorry, the Lancia that we saw earlier. Next up, we've got this wonderful 037 of Robert Whitehouse. This, as I've said earlier, is probably, I think, the most beautiful of the Group B car, Lancias at least.
Yeah, it's a very famous Italian driver's ex-car, Tabaton, and actually I raced his son Luca Tabaton in Junior World Rally Championship, I should call it, not the abbreviated JWRC, Junior World Rally Championship many moons ago, but yes, this was a very famous car in the European hills.
Yes, and it sounds beautiful. Oh, I think he's missed the chicane. Yes, he might get a penalty for that because he definitely missed the chicane there. So yes, still a few navigational issues for these drivers. They're not used to not having co-drivers next to them telling them what to do.
He had a fair more amount of pace arriving into that 90 left, and there was a big lock-up as well. So I would dare say that added to his moment.
He did indeed, but he's taking it nice and steady as he turns left into the alleyway. Not an easy car, this very quick car, quite a long car, so maybe not suited to the tight, twisty sectors of this course.
Supercharged, so the power is on tap, just like a naturally aspirated. It's not turbocharged, and so it will get up and go, no lag. And as you can see there, when it gets on the power, it does have enough to break the traction quite easily.
Yes, he does indeed. I don't think he's going to be quite as quick as the Escort, actually, which that was a fantastic run from Jonathan Lepley, and across the line, Robert Whitehouse slots into 10th place at the moment on a 1:29.8.
I think he slightly lost his rhythm, didn't he? Missing the chicane, that big lock-up,
yes.
And it just seemed everything seemed to go out of the run there.
Yes, I think so. Next is Martin Overington, and the next of the 6R4s. I love the front rims, the front rims on this car. I'm guessing to aid front brake cooling, was it?
Cooling, yes, exactly right.
Yeah, just fantastic.
Turbo fans, as they're called in the rallying world, and yes, they do indeed. They help to force the air out of the centre of the wheel.
Did they ban them?
Good question. They continued into Group A. Yes, they definitely banned them. I'm not too sure the reason why. I do know from Group B cars, from the ducting and things that happened on the side of the cars, people in the crazy days, as you've seen in Portugal and San Remo, try to touch the cars. It was like the holy grail, you know, to try and touch the cars, and quite regular mechanics would take a finger out of air intake loops. So I'm not too sure the reason for banning the brake fans on the wheels, but yes, they were.
Right. Another car that unfortunately missed the chicane. I think that's slightly thrown Martin off, as he seems to be struggling in the second half of the course, but definitely missed the tyres. I realise it's dark out there, but this is their second run up the course now.
Yes, but let's be fair, you'd rather miss the chicane than flat the tyres, wouldn't you?
Oh yes, that's true. Very good point. I think we should start a petition to bring turbofan brake rims back, just because they look so cool.
They definitely do. They're one of those things that from this period of rallying and up until Group A, and even on the Toyotas, the 165s, the FT165s.
I remember seeing them, they're huge.
Yeah, and they do. They look cool. They look aggressive and purposeful.
Let's bring them back. Yes, if you're listening, World Rally rule makers, please can you bring them back?
Actually, on these cars that are going to be stopping at the end of this year,
yeah,
they would have looked fantastic.
Oh, they would. Yes, they would. I think. I'm looking forward to seeing where some of those cars end up. I did see, actually, they are ending up. There is an one of the Fords is already hill climbing in Greece, actually. So I'm hoping we'll see some of those cars on the European hills.
That gentleman has done that with a few cars. But here we have Kelly Grundle in the Ford RS200. Like I said previously, the car that he actually finished the RAC rally in its guise back in the day in 5th position in 1986. So this is quite special.
Wow, yes, and again a phenomenally fast Group B car. This was in the last years of Group B, and the Ford RS200 went on for a very successful career. He's also missed the chicane. I think everyone seems to go on chicane strike at the moment. But this car again had a fantastic career after WRC in World Rallycross and Pikes Peak.
Yes, it did indeed. In Rallycross, it was back in the day. It found a home because all of a sudden Group B was banned, and it was a question of what can we do with this. And Ford Borum basically sold them off to private hands to get some money back for the program that really hadn't even started.
Just got going, isn't it, really? So no, a case of what could have been with this car. But yes, then found fantastic fame in, and the one that the monster car that did the Pikes Peak as well. That is a lovely piece of machinery.
That's what happens when you're too late to the party, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But it does show, just as we get in many rule sets, the rules creep that we had in Group B. If you look at the cars at the beginning of Group B compared to the end, where they were becoming probably not what was envisaged in these prototype machines.
Well, let's see if we can get this launch right here. He's got it off the line, yes.
It's so quick.
Good effort. This could be good now. He's probably feeling better about himself, having not stalled it this time.
Indeed, and also what that does to you mentally to have to reset is that's worth half a second or so. So here we go. Will Nichols on the hill, on the rally. I tell you, that's another pound in the jar in his Subaru Impreza. Very nice. Oh, he's overcooked it and he stalled it. No, Will, that's such a shame. He's going to have to restart it. Not sometimes the easiest cars to restart these.
No, definitely not when they're hot. But it's actually, there's so much tongue trickery in there in terms of buttons, trips, relays, and it's all nicely packaged. But you know, if you're not au fait and driving that car regularly, to get your hand back down onto the button
and
quickly.
It's dark as well.
Yes.
So that's a shame for Will, but hopefully he will be able to finish this run, and let's see how he gets on in the second run in a little while. And also he's got tomorrow as well, so lots of time to make this up. But wow, look at that, that's properly committed round the hairpin.
Let's hope the horns don't come out too much. Let's hope he gets cleanly through this and he can come back and put on a show and get a good start in the morning in a clean stage.
Yeah, that was a shame. It just overcooked it into the hairpin. I'm sure we'll get a replay at the end of this. Nice and neat tie through there. Just slipping the clutch slightly to make his way through the right-hander. Drifts a nice four-wheel slide as he arrives back onto the circuit. Feeds it the gears up the pit straight, braking into the right-hander now. Over the finish line. He's made up some time. That's a 1 minute 26.8. Fastest of anybody over the second half of the course, guys. So really a case of what could have been there.
Absolutely. I think he, after being happy with himself, getting off the line, will be kicking himself for stalling it in that hairpin. But like I say, the main thing is that car gets through cleanly.
Here we are, that's the replay, and he carried lots of speed in, yank on the handbrake, and it over-rotated, didn't it? And then as he just fed the power back in, he stalled it. Probably in the wrong gear, I would presume.
Just a timing issue, really. Probably with the over-rotation happening, just that lack of confidence to just let it go and get back on the gas and let it pull itself. Because that car, when you get back on the gas, if you know you've turned and it's starting to over-rotate, it's big confidence. Hit the gas and it will pull itself straight. If you let it keep rotating to that position, that's what will happen.
So here we are. Here are the results from the first time run of the Goodwood Super Special. This is Sprint Course A, and it is Stig Blomqvist, who else, at the top of the timesheets in the Ford Escort Cosworth, followed just 1.5 seconds down with Gary Le Cadeau in the Toyota Celica GT4. Third place, Steve Rockingham in the Subaru Impreza, and Nicky Grist in the second of the Celicas in fourth. Stuart Larby in the Metro 6R4 in fifth place, with the ever-entertaining Jason Lepley in a quite fantastic time there in the Mark II Escort rear-wheel drive, top rear-wheel drive car in sixth. Seventh place is Callie Grundle in the Ford RS200, with eighth being Max Girardo, again a rear-wheel drive car in the 911 SC 3-litre. Ninth place for Martin Spurrell in the Subaru Legacy. 10th place for Will Nichols after that stall at the chicane. He did very well to actually only lose about 9 seconds there. Tim Bendel in 11th in the Lada VFTS, followed by Robert Whitehouse in the Lancia 037. Bringing up the rear, we have Mike Rimmer in the BMW M3 Group A and Martin Overington in the Metro 6R4. So, that brings to a close a fantastic day of track action here at Goodwood, and we are back tomorrow morning for stage 2 of the rally special at, and I will just check my programme, at 8 o'clock that we have some running tomorrow. So thank you very much to Guy, thank you very much for joining me up here in the box, and I'm going to pass back down to Ed.
Well, what a fantastic day of racing we've had, finishing with these rally cars. And the great news is they're going to be back tomorrow morning and they're going to wake us all up then. So don't go anywhere. We've had the Pierpoint Cup, fantastic racing in that with all the V8s, the Mustangs and the SF Edge Trophy. And the great thing about tomorrow is we've got the final of the Jerry Marshall Trophy. You must not miss that. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So I hope you've all enjoyed today as much as I have. And don't go anywhere, because we're back tomorrow.